He's on the air. I'm gonna have to censor myself.
Yeah, back to being politically correct. So we're live now. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've done a live chat, so I'm
Wow,
excited.
yeah.
I know last night Mr. Chepe here sent me a link, and I wanted to go to it so bad, but I got stuck playing Dragon Age and didn't feel like separating myself. The Dragon Age Origins. So.
Oh, nice. How you liking that?
Love it. That's the first one, so that was from years ago. But I'm almost. I think I've almost beat it. I think I have everybody you can have in your party now, and in fact, I just got the Golem and the Assassin guy, and the
So
only
you
other.
have the DLC or whatever.
Yep, I have that too. The only things I have left, I think, are the Mage's Tower, which I don't want to do because I hate the Fade.
You love the Fade.
I hate the Fade. I gotta do the.
But it's so quick.
It's the best
No,
part, man.
The
It takes
dwarven.
like 10 minutes. It's just so fast.
It's gonna take me so much longer.
It's a
Juce
pain
is
in
a
the
magic hater. He doesn't like cool magic in the games.
That's true. I when it comes to Heroes Unlimited, I hate Magic. All Magic users, I hate everything about it. I hate psychics or psionics. I hate that. Like if you're playing Heroes Unlimited, play a superhero
You're
or
the
a regular person.
you're the Conan of the fantasy world. You see
What
magic
about-
and your eyes glaze over with mystery.
What about Mutants and Masterminds?
Yeah, I've never played it. I don't know.
I'm playing it with Ted from Nerdarchy.
Oh, when is that gonna be?
It's in February sometime.
Do you know if that game's full?
We can get you in on a game, Juice. Don't worry.
The second one
There's
isn't.
a Philosopher King. In the
First
game.
one is.
We'll be able to get you.
First one is because
That's
I
not the
remember.
Ninja Turtles one, is it?
No, he's doing two of them, so
Okay.
I'm in one.
I think when he had posted about it, I said I wanted in on it, and so I'm not sure which one I'm in on. And I told him I wanted a character made for me, and it was going to be like
No,
a
you are in
Batman
it. You are
Wolverine
in it.
mix.
You've already had it made.
Yeah, it's that Batman Wolverine
Yeah,
character
you're in the
mix.
first game.
Okay, cool.
I asked him like what your intelligence was, and I just made sure that like mine was double.
Your score could have been lower, and you still would have been double me. I can't RP smart characters.
Oh man! But
Why you
freaking, yeah,
pick it?
Wolverine, Batman's gonna be awesome.
I like it. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that.
It looks like Champions from a few years ago, where it's a point-buy system.
Mhm.
And the description Ted put in it was that it was some sort of post-apocalyptic scenario where there's this one, we'll call him a mutant, took over, and you're like in the woods, and the humans are being hunted and all this stuff, and you're having to band together to fight some Iron guy. I forget what his name is. Iron Fist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Ogre. That is a sweet overlay you got going on there. Is that for Call of Cthulhu?
No, that was just something I made. I'm starting to. I'm biting SR2 Joker style, and I'm gonna make ones for every
Game
game.
Ogre, that's awesome.
That is sweet.
That is cool.
Tentacles, man. Let's
Looks
get
very
weird.
metal.
I love it, man. Did you draw that yourself or
No, that was a
a Photoshop
Ooh.
job?
Jack. I mean, I put a bunch of stuff together to make it, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've seen that banner thing before, I think.
Mhm.
And then it looks like you just mirrored the tentacles. Yeah, that's cool, though. I really like that.
Now I feel bad because I should have drew it.
Oh, no, you're good, man. It still looks sweet.
You could have lied to us.
Yeah,
Mine looks like a NASCAR ad. Like I'm like a NASCAR driving, you know? Just put logos all over the place. Yeah, so what games are going on? I haven't been playing a lot of games online lately.
We
I
have
see you
Eclipse
guys
Phase
playing
tomorrow.
games. Eclipse Phase?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's coming tomorrow. We played the Linkmar game. That's gonna be coming up soon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you
what
guys
else?
have played a lot of Eclipse Phase, haven't you? Or at least a few games now.
We've played one for the starter set,
Okay.
and we're gonna be finishing up this next session. We played a lot of Fiasco. There's been a lot of that in the group.
Way too much Fiasco. We almost got Barker. Almost. He left half session this past one.
I think the group has now spawned a school of roleplay.
Nice. I'm that video. Posey all of your videos sometimes. I just shake my head, man. So this new camera angle you're rocking here, is this brand new? I've never seen this before.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just went out to my house. Like I'm usually on an iPad. How do you like the camera? Is it good?
It looks good, yeah. Patriots logo. Interesting. Is that a sticker or is that actually on the chair?
I'm a Patriots fan, dude. So.
All right. I'm a Brady fan, so.
There you go.
I'm a Michigan fan. I have to support Tom Brady.
There you go.
Yeah.
So what do you think of Deflategate then?
I'm all about the losers.
Or like Ballgate.
Ballgate.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But anyways.
Whatever. Bunch of whiny babies.
Right. Oh, we lost by 38 points. It's all because the balls were deflated.
Blew them the fuck out of the water.
Right. That's awesome. Yeah, no, I like that angle. I'm not used to not seeing half-naked chicks and angels behind you, though. Like in your videos.
Oh,
Notice the first thing he went to.
What half-naked chicks?
There's
Well,
like
actually-
half-naked chicks.
No, the new one is
I have a
maps.
new background now. I have a new map one.
I really like those.
Yeah, that's
Those are
true.
Cool.
You had a bunch of different pictures in the new video.
He actually has maps and maps
Oh
of
shit!
dragons.
Actually, I might have just gotten a book in the mail. Let me go check my front door and see if that got delivered. I can do
Just
an opening
now?
right here. Yeah, maybe. 1 second.
It's like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, when I came home from work, like I just crashed. I didn't check my mail, so let me see.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? Did the doorbell ring? Like,
That's what happened to me and you the other night, Juice. I had that DM screen waiting on my porch all day, and you were over here, and I never go to the front door.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. No, okay, so just a minute.
No, nothing yet. It was going to be amazing. It's going to be all these old world maps, like it's going to be a fantasy setting, like where you would have there'd be dragons here, where you'd have all the mythological creatures in the water, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's going to be one of those maps for the background.
Nice.
All
I've
right.
been thinking about getting like a fantasy map poster and like having it framed, but like there's got to be some good ones of Middle Earth out there. I don't even care what it's of. I just want it to look cool.
I
Right.
think my initial thing for my channel was I was going to use some of my cartography skills to teach people how to make handmade maps with like gold leaf and watercolor and that kind of thing.
Wow.
But then it just turned into
RPG.
messing with people, sure.
Top
See, you in the watercolor film?
Yeah, I've been studying art and painting since I was 18. I'm 34 now, so.
Cool. I mean, I paint too, but a lot of people shy away from watercolor because it's so hard to control. But I like it.
That's
like
the exact reason why I do it.
Yeah. Cool.
Watercolor usually you don't have as much time to work with. That's why
right,
people are
right.
afraid of it, you know?
Mhm.
When they work
Yeah.
with oils, they have literally all day to push around colors.
Right.
That's true.
Right, because it doesn't dry.
And if you screw up, you just
not
go
quick.
right over it.
Yeah, you take that palette knife to the painting, scrape off some paint, and just
Bob
try
Ross,
again.
that shit. That
Yeah,
shit.
man. Happy little accident, man. Bob Ross is the man. I don't know which
Oh.
word.
He is. I got some DVDs for my brother for Christmas. The DVD set for Bob Ross. I love that stuff.
Have you guys seen Papa Smurf?
No.
He builds terrain.
No.
Mini wargaming. Mini wargaming. This dude, they have a section with this guy called Papa Smurf. I swear, he's like the Bob Ross of terrain building.
Wow.
Here's a happy
like-
little orc corpse.
I posted
Blood
on my
splatter
channel
across
he
the
video,
builds
rock.
like,
buildings.
dislikes on
He
it.
builds buildings, and he's like, well, you know, I used to be a bricklayer, so if you're gonna do something, you have to do it the right way. And he's carving bricks into the foam, and then he finishes what he's doing, and he sits down. He goes, okay, now it's story time, and gives you a history lesson on why he built the building the way he did. He's the Bob Ross of terrain building, man. It's great.
That's
I love
awesome.
Mr. Heavy 3, man.
Man, I need to work on my crafting. Bad. I am not very
You
good.
guys, there's been a topic that's been going around. I want to see what your opinions are. Dice fudging.
I'm okay with it.
Fudge 'em.
You're gonna grub it up.
I think it's all about the story. You know, I think the DM at least should fudge dice occasionally,
Yeah.
if not the players. Don't ask a player to roll a dice unless you want the whatever he comes up with.
Yeah, see, I don't, okay, so I've seen it come up and I've done my video on it and everything. Dice fudging, I've heard people say it's cheating, but yeah, it's cheating if a player does it, not the DM.
Yeah, I mean,
DM
are there
has
really ethics in games to begin with?
no, because
No,
if I'm not
I think
fudging
I
it in that sense, I mean, I guess I could just take away enemies instead of fudging the dice. And sometimes I even consider this fudging. So if a player hits your enemy or whatever, your bad guys out there, and they're within 2 hit points of dying, I mean, how many of you out there have just sometimes said, oh, okay, they're dead? I've done it when they've had a monster within 1 or 2 hit points instead of just having a whole other person try to hit it. I've said it's dead before, and I would consider that fudging. You know?
I think you even did that last game and you told us, Juice. Didn't
Probably.
Didn't that happen once? I think you were just like, yeah, close enough. Describe your kill.
Yeah, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. But yeah, I probably did. That sounds like. I'm
But
pretty
yeah, I think-
transparent, so.
I think it's cool. I think if you have players who are against it, and
I think it's
And-
probably all part of that social contract, right? When you start up.
exactly, yeah, exactly. I think you
Sure.
got. I mean, but what DM really does say, like, hey, are you guys okay with me fudging dice from time to time? Like, I just
Right.
don't see that happening. You know?
Exactly.
And isn't that the
So-
reason why we have the screen to begin with?
Yeah, throw up the Iron Curtain, baby. That's
Yeah.
why they can't see behind it.
See,
So be it.
I actually, for me, the screen is up mostly to hide miniatures and my notes. That's really the main reason I like a screen. It's
me
not so
turning on
much
the
the
web.
dice roll, because sometimes I'll throw the dice out on the other side of the screen just because I think it's
Yeah, it's dramatic sometimes.
Yeah.
I can
do
think
it
of
for
this.
misdirection. You
That too.
you want the players to know that they don't know what you're doing.
Right.
True. When I do the random encounters.
You can do that
I roll
without
dice.
without the screen though.
Yes.
You know,
but-
like when I'm on a tabletop DMing, the only thing I have a DM screen there is for the quick charts and references that are all compiled in one nice neat little place. But I roll like in front of people when I'm DMing. Look, you got hit. I'm sorry. There's the dice.
But what about this
Yeah.
scenario?
I don't.
You've got a travel montage going on, and you're just rolling dice, and they're going, "Oh shit!" They can see what the results are if you show them, but if you don't show them, they don't know if they're just missing it, or like maybe they're being stalked by orcs, or whatever it is. And it's that suspense. It creates suspense.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a question so much as dice fudging as knowing like when to call for a dice roll.
It's
You
more
know,
than
if
that
you're
though.
doing
Like what if they want to do say what if they want to pick the lock on something and there's a trap mechanism that goes to an alarm in the other room? If you roll for them behind the screen and don't tell them what their roll was and just ask for their modifier, then you can have the alarm go off without them knowing about it. If they roll and they get a really low score, they're going to assume something bad's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You can create like
they're
a false
just gonna
sense of
assume they could
security.
fail. Yeah, but sometimes when you're just rolling dice, and even if you roll in front of them, and just do the little, oh, okay, and they go, wait, what was that for? Just don't
Right.
worry, let's just play.
See, I disagree.
But Andrew's scenario actually is a good one that I think has a lot of, you know what I mean? They would have no idea, and and it would create a memorable thing that they even later on they're not even going to know it was tied to the trap from 2 rooms before. They're just going to think it could have been something they stepped on, or it could have been something else that set this alarm off too.
Yeah.
You know what? That makes me think of my favorite line players have ever said to me. You're just trying to kill us.
No, because if I was trying to kill you, I would kill you.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the favorite thing. Oh, you set off an alarm. 20 guards comes down the line. Why? Because you failed your check. You didn't know? Nah, he's just trying to kill us.
Right.
Yeah,
There have been times I've
great
thought about.
effect.
Sorry, Andrew. Go ahead.
Like I was saying, you can do this to great effect with a lot of stuff, like Arcana. They're interacting with a magical object. Ask them what their Arcana skill is, roll behind the screen, and then tell them how it works. Just always tell them how it works. Don't let them know how well they performed, and then just let it kind of...
Wait a minute, are you taking away character skill rolls?
No.
But you're performing them.
I'm performing them with their modifier, so they don't know whether it succeeded or failed like they would in real life.
And I like that.
You can also do that for combat, though.
Would you do that for their combat as well, if they hit something?
No, it'd only be for skills, and only certain skills.
So why do you make that distinction?
Yeah, the same
Because
the same
skills aren't as
methodology
important
goes for
as combat.
This is why you do it. You do it to cause a dramatic effect of some sort, and that's the only reason why. Whether you roll high or low, it still causes them to not know the number on the die. Because all of the immersive, and I know some of you consider yourselves immersive role players, the idea is you don't want it to be about mechanics, right? You want it to be about the story. Well, that's the best way to make that part of it about the story and not the mechanics or the numbers.
Well, hearing you say that makes me want to try it out at least.
Yeah, I think it would be fun.
It's good. I think
player's
Juce
gonna,
did it. Good.
what player's gonna complain about you helping them out? You're gonna be like, oh well, 2 more points and I would have been dead. You know.
Simulations might. I don't know.
You know what I mean? People get mad if you fudge it, and you're trying to kill them. But yeah, I mean it keeps the suspense. But what about players? As a GM, do you want to see the players' roles?
A simulationist could get mad, in fact, if someone was fudging in their favor. Perhaps even more so.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I would actually
as well.
say, I would rather just deal with the situation and adapt in my own personal way.
Gamists as well. Gamists or simulationists may also have, they want to feel like they've earned something, or they want to feel that the interaction was sacred. So for them, there is no negative consequences. There is no goal that is inherently bad for their character. Everything is development for them. So for them, if the role is sacred, if the interactions are sacred, as in if there's logical consequences for things, and if the dice aren't fudged, if there's no narrative being imposed on the gameplay itself, then that's what matters to them, not necessarily whether or not the story goes or not.
Right, but
it's the how.
I mean, I would consider myself sort of like that. I mean, I always go by my roles, always. But there's certain situations I would fudge, like I said before, like if it was a brand new player and this was their first game and they spent like a week making a character and this was their first game, I'm not gonna kill them on their first game. You know what I mean?
They drove 2 hours to come play a game with you, and then you kill their character in the first combat. That kind of sucks.
But as for me, like if I'm a player and
I probably would too, but
if I'm a player, I don't mind. You know, I mean, that's what I like about it. I like the randomness of the roles, and it doesn't really matter what the GM's doing. Like I don't care if he's fudging to help me or hurt me. Well, I mean, I guess it kind of sucks if he's trying to hurt me on purpose. But
I had a brand new player at Encounters this week, and the very first combat, I think the second round I dropped him, and then the party revived him after combat because he had to do the death saving throws every turn. Then the second combat he dropped like first round as well. It was so funny. I mean, we had a few combats, so it ended up being okay. But yeah. But Nate, what were you gonna say before?
I was going to say 2 things. One is one time you rolled behind the screen for our survival checks when we were trying to track something, and we didn't know who had done well, and so you said, you guys think they went that way, but you think they went that way, and we had to choose. We didn't know which one had rolled well, so we had to choose. And then the other thing I was going to say is there's a situation where I once wish I had fudged a dice, and that it was with a brand new group. It was my very first time DMing, my very first time. And this whole group's first time, and they were it was in the Pathfinder beginner box actually, and they were really wanting to like talk to these goblins. There's one part where they can make a charisma check and talk to these goblins, and get some information from them and like and not kill them and have the goblins run away instead or something like that. And it kind of built up to this thing where like they kept trying to do that to enemies. They were like, I think they were kind of gun shy a little bit, and they didn't want to fight. And then, like, you know, so on this, like, key charisma check where they had this chance to, like, you know, convince the goblins, like, hey, just give us the information and we'll let you go. They failed it, and it was just, like, it was crushing for them. They were all first-time players, and they're just like, oh, that sucks. And then it was more combat, and it was just, I think they were sick of the combat. So I think you have to know your group. You have to be able to read them. And some groups can handle, and some individuals can handle, like, whatever happens, I'm cool, I'll roll with it. But others can't. You have to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, knowing your group is key, and this is kind of where the differences are showing here. You know, some people obviously have a problem with, you know, rolling skills for your players. Some people, you know, obviously have problems with fudging dice rolls. You know, it just kind of comes down to knowing your group, because you know, obviously, Nate, you've played in my campaigns. I didn't sit everyone down and say, okay, this is what I'm gonna do and this is what I'm not gonna do. You know, I just said, look, we're gonna play and have fun, and it's gonna run loose, and whatever happens happens. That's all I said. You know, I never said anything about fudging dice. I never said anything about if I was ever gonna roll some of your checks, or which I think I've only done once in like 10 sessions. But yeah, oh, we got his book.
Oh, I got something in the mail, guys. All right, so it's a live opening now.
All right, we'll watch Posey open his box.
All right, here we go. Check it out. So this is, I hope this is going to be the new game that takes over the one-shot group.
Within the Ring of Fire?
No. Better.
No, it's
much better game.
Numenera.
Yes.
More people. The glory spreads.
Nice.
I've seen it. I've never. I don't know. Tell us a little bit about it if you guys have played it or know a lot about it. I know nothing about it really, except that it's technology based.
It is really simple.
Okay.
So all you have to do is you're like, are you a glaive? Are you a jack? Or are you, what's the other character class?
So it's made up character classes that have never been used before?
Well, okay, so there's 3 character classes that are pretty synonymous with basic character archetypes.
So
Glaives, which you can think of as fighters, nanos, which you could think of as psionicists or spellcasters, and then jacks, which you can think of as rogues or jack of all trades or bards.
So why do they rename them? Why don't they stick to the
future?
I think it's just supposed to be because, just to give it the flavor of the setting.
Yes.
I think there's more character options too.
Yes.
Isn't there?
So, yes, you choose your character archetype, then you have a descriptor, which is an adjective that selects your skills for you. So you might be a swift jack, and then swift would give you what your skills were. And then a jack would give you certain abilities, and then you get a descriptor, or a focus. And a focus is a phrase that summarizes what makes your character awesome. And so you have your own secondary powers. So even if you're a magic caster, you can fight with weapons. So you could be a nano, which is kind of a psionicist.
So you
could be a clever nano who fights with panache. So you could be a nano who does spells and also fights with a rapier.
Yeah, but it's all based upon like sentence structure. So I am a adjective, noun, who fill in a verb, you know? So I am a clever glaive who wears a halo of fire. And that's basically, take your Eldritch Knight who like majors in pyromancy, like maybe Sindragosi.
And then the setting is like futuristic fantasy though, right? Not sci-fi necessarily.
It's like a billion years in the future, and it takes on the Arthur C. Clarke principle, where technologies become so advanced it's indistinguishable from magic, and that's really kind of run with it.
Kind of like Dune.
It's like Dune ramped up to 11. It's a setting that's very unique unto itself. It's kind of hard to describe unless you've taken a look at it, which he actually has like the opening chapter short story available for free off the website and off his Kickstarter page as well. Sorry, I'm a fanboy. I need to shut up right now.
The book was pretty. I flipped through it. You know, it's because they have it at my local game shop, Grandland Gaming Center. So I flipped through it a few times, but you know, I haven't given it more than just a glance, basically.
Well, I will probably look through this book tonight, and I might just run an improv game tomorrow for people who want to try it out. And I think it might be the first Numenera game to go on the one-shot group.
Do it.
Yeah,
Definitely.
that'd be awesome.
I'm playing tomorrow night, but I want to try it. That's one of the games I want to play this year because I might want to get the Cypher system
So
books when they come out.
Since we're on the idea of talking about making games, there's a game I want to play, and it's called OSG the RPG. And run it for OSG Con.
Okay, but everybody has to they have to play themselves
No, here's
with
the
their
thing,
own
man.
stats that they make up.
Do you remember the stats that I asked everyone? See, I've been planning this for a while. I had everyone give me their stats, right?
Yeah.
So now I issue out your characters based on the stats you gave me already.
No one from the RPG Brigade can play though, because they're straight 18s.
Well, I watched that podcast, guys. I know what you're talking about.
Mum's the word.
Marmalade.
Yeah.
Hey, Juce, I got
if you
something
don't know-
special.
Oh,
I can't play in that game. My character's too weak.
Oh, sorry, Jeff. I just wanted to interject and say one thing. I ordered the infamous adventure module, Pleasure Prison of the Bethuvian Demon Horse. I'm going to be running it in the one-shot group.
Isn't that what we talked about after that one game?
Yeah,
we were playing?
I ordered a physical copy of it. I'm just waiting for it in the mail.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, nope.
What were you saying, Chepe?
I was going to explain the joke. The reason why you said marmalade. Marmalade was our safe word if we wanted to quit Eclipse phase during the first time because the combat system is rather dense. And so we were like, if we get too in deep, we were like marmalade. So the joke was marmalade. If you watch that game, there's like 80 marmalades that entire session.
It was Marmalade
just
and then
wrap up
switched to
combat.
Fiasco.
It was like marmalade, then switched to Fiasco.
So is Fiasco a really simple game? Is that why that's like become the go-to game?
Yeah, and it's extremely roleplay heavy. So,
It trains you how to improv.
mhm.
How does it do that?
It's very informative because the way it builds relationships between characters, builds objects and settings and desires that are not chosen by you per se, but rolled on dice randomly, and then everyone can make certain choices and relationships between you and someone else, and it just becomes out of your hands a bit. So you have to roll with it. It's just about rolling with the punches.
So it's an improv thing.
A little bit.
So it's
Sure.
almost like being on an improv stage, and instead of like a host pulling a card and changing it up on you, it's somebody rolls some dice, and that tells you where you're going. Something like that.
You roll 4d6 for every person who plays the game,
Mhm.
and you're going to have charts. So you'll have a main title subscription, like your main title, and then under that title, you'll have 6 destinations. So you'll have 6 titles for relationships. You roll 1d6, you choose one of those, and then under that other 6, roll another d6 or one that you already have.
Interesting. So how have you used this in games? Like what like settings and
I can send you a
genres?
link, but
Watching live plays takes some time, man. That's the problem.
Are
I
you
can't
sending
watch
him the transatlantic one?
I could send you the transatlantic link. It's pretty.
That game, goodness.
It's really good. We
That was
played it
better
nine-
than like some 4-offs that I've had. Like
Mhm.
that game was. That was a good game.
So
Let me tell you how far behind I am on video watching, okay? My watch later list, I think, is in the 700s. Yeah,
Wow.
769 videos as of today.
Wow.
Yeah, I will never watch all those videos.
You need to go
And-
clean it up, man. Get rid of
I
the
know.
ones you're not going to watch.
But see, you know what that means? That means I cut out all the long ones, and I watch the 2-3-minute ones, and just knock out like 50 of them. You know what I mean?
It's okay,
that's-
Juice. You don't have to watch my videos. It's perfectly fine.
It's okay, Jeff. They weren't in my watch later. No, I'm just
Okay.
kidding.
he just puts those on when he's going to sleep at night.
Yes, that's exactly what happens. When you have like a choice between my videos or paint drying, just go to the paint. It's fine. It's
Oh,
perfect.
I painted today, so that's kind of funny you brought that up. And it's already dry.
And you did choose watching paint dry over my videos. That's exactly what happened. Thank you. You heard it right here on Juice.
Man, that's why Thomas Thespian videos are 30 seconds long, because Juice will watch those.
Thomas
So-
Thespian's my hero, okay?
Thomas
That guy's
Thespian got me
awesome.
thrown out of a group today. I just want to tell you guys that.
What?
He did what?
Yeah, Thomas Thespian got me thrown out of a group. D&D
No,
I saw that. I saw that.
You got thrown out of the D&D Facebook group?
No, the D&D Next group. So
That
What
mail
happened
video
was-
was a response video to someone in the group.
that's right. And this guy was like, "You better not be getting spammy." And I wrote back to him, "That sounds like bully shiz."
Was
You
it
a bully?
Frank Fowlis or something like that?
I don't know. It was somebody.
Because he talked to me about posting like stuff in there and said, "Can you keep it to once a week?" So I was like, okay. So I've just stopped posting stuff in there almost entirely. But
Yeah.
it's kind of sad because it's like when I post stuff in the D&D groups, it seems like I get 50 comments. You know, like people obviously seem to enjoy it.
There's a lot of people.
What the OSG needs is a subreddit that we can all share stuff there.
Oh,
That'd be
What do you
cool.
think about that?
I'm down for that, and then you guys can post whatever the heck you want there, and don't have to worry about getting booted or anything.
Exactly. So that stuff can just like go.
Yeah.
What do you think about creating some sort of a pre-generated character library
There
for
is
the
one.
different systems? Yeah.
I think so.
You know, honestly, if you guys just want to upload characters to different systems in the one-shot group, you can upload files to it.
Yeah, there's like a link page, right?
Yeah, if you go into Facebook, I don't know what's on there right now. I haven't really checked, but yeah, just title it like the game system, and then maybe the character type and level, or depends. You know, it depends on the game. But yeah, if you go into the one-shot group, you have next to events it says photos. Next to that it says files. And if you click files, I think there's some stuff in there. Yeah, so
Now-
there's like or D&D 5e race cheat sheet, background cheat sheet, quick reference. You know, so there's stuff in there.
With your website though, Juice, you should put up an OSG file thing on your website
Mm-hmm.
and just have us all dump them to you and fucking categorize them, and then it'll give us like a clean interface for people to sort them, and it'll give your site traffic.
Oh, that's true. I could do something like that. So I could maybe do a drop down on the website with the different game systems, and so then you click a game system and it'll have downloads for that system.
Yeah.
Would that be cool? I don't know how much space I have, like bandwidth, but you know, if I run out of space, I guess I can always just tell people to go to my Patreon or something. Like, go to my Patreon so I can buy more space. No, but yeah, actually, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that
I'd
is.
be up for doing that.
Guys, I was telling Juice this the other night. Kind of change the topic, but there's a couple guys on Twitch that stream games like D&D games. Like there's one guy who does it like 5 nights a week.
Is that the guy with the beard with the green screen? I
Yeah.
know that dude.
And he has some library. He said on Sundays, like it's viewers' night, so he anyone can play with them on Sundays. You just submit your name or whatever. And he has a library of something like, I don't know, it was like 500 characters for D&D, all for D&D 5e. Like every race, every class, levels 1 through 20.
I've seen a website with that was posted a while back by somebody online, and then I have one that's 5e
Just put down the subreddit for it.
quick
I see.
characters or whatever.
OSG RPG, one-shot group, tabletop
Oh,
RPG
sweet.
subreddit.
Nice.
Perfect.
Nice.
I'll try to fill out the stuff for it. It's been
Awesome.
a while since I've operated a forum. So.
I'm gonna have to put in that Maps and Dragons school for people who want to roleplay good and do other stuff good too.
Thomas
should.
is going to be teaching a class on immersion.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I have 1,000 basic pregens for 5e D&D. Let me pull this
Wow.
up. Yeah, I'm gonna pull this
Oh,
document.
it's the Word document one, right?
I have it as a PDF.
How many bards?
It's 67 pages.
But does
How
it
many
have the
cards?
character
To
sheets,
be
or is it
real
just
honest
like,
with you,
No,
making
it's
a
like
D&D
stat
5e
blocks.
character is very quick. Making a Palladium character, I was like,
It depends on the character type, though, too, Posey.
RPer, please. No, it takes hours to make a Palladium character.
So is it just?
I try to make two
illegal to have
Not
pre-gens or
if,
something?
not if you have a concept beforehand. All right, so
I
here's my...
had a concept beforehand. I had two characters to make, right? One for Andrew's TMNT game, and then the other one for
TMNTs.
Andrew's Superworld campaign, right? It
Yeah.
took me 5 hours to do two freaking characters.
Okay, let me tell you
With
something.
Robert's
When
help.
I was 12 years old, it didn't take me 5 hours to make a character.
2 hours. Took 5 hours to do two characters with someone's help.
The longest
Palladium.
I've ever spent on Palladium making a character was maybe an hour and 15 minutes. Ever. And the longest part about it is skills. The absolute
They could
longest
speed
part.
that up with just 2 charts. That's all they need is just
You don't
one.
need any
I'll
charts.
tell you the skills
Just
you
make
get
it
right
based
now.
on your...
You get boxing, you get wrestling, you get acrobatics.
No, screw that. Get rid of that. Don't even do that.
That's power
No.
damage.
It's so good.
What?
No, screw that. Screw the physical skills. All they need
Oh no,
to do is
man.
say,
Oh no.
what is your degree? Okay, or your education level. Boom. Then from there, give you a selection
Third
that
grade.
categorizes everything together. That's it. So you don't have to pick individual skills under each section.
But what about
Picking
your
individual
secondary
skills is the fun part. What takes it so long is the fact that there's not a chart that just has the base value percentage of each skill, so I can just copy and paste and write it
Because
down.
the base value percentage changes based on what the skill is.
Yeah.
I just want to say,
education.
man, it's a little hairy. We can
and
all
then
admit it's a
have
little
a
hairy.
separate chart to say
And-
what bonus
No,
to
no,
a
no.
base skill
You're
it
wrong,
gives.
Posey. Or not Posey. Chepe, you're wrong. Because they do have a chart, and it's in the DM's guide.
Oh, laying the
So-
smack down.
Yeah, so let me pull that out for you, and I'll show you the page.
For
Doing
every
fucking
single game.
ass-
It's in this book, first of all. Heroes Unlimited GM's Guide.
Why not put that in the player's guide? Because it would make so I don't have
Because
to.
the
read
player's
through
guide was
freaking
made in the
descriptions.
90s, and this was made in like the 2000s, and Palladium does not go back and fix their crap.
I have to agree. I think this is Chutmate.
Oh, snap.
Checkmate.
Why
All right.
format your books in a way that harms the process of the game?
They also have it, because that's Kevin for you. I can't even... They have a lot of different things in this. They also have quick ways to make NPCs, which, if you notice, the main core book and all the other books don't have it. You have to basically create every single character from scratch, or just put down important stats like I do. Screw skills. Skills aren't important.
You heard it right here on Juice. Skills are
All
unimportant.
right, so here's the
That's all
skills
they
with the
were.
breakdown of
Right.
percentages right next to all of them. You see that?
That would be no.
Yeah.
In alphabetical order, separate from
They're
the
based on the
packages. And then
they're
have the
based on-
package list on a
they're
separate
based
chart.
on the education area. So, or the
Yes. No. There are two charts. Education area, because you get a bonus from your package, right? And then there also has a base value for each skill.
but you
Instead of
already
doing
get that.
just within the
Chepe.
packages. what?
Chepe, you already get that. When you roll your education level, it tells you your scholastic bonus, which is your
Yes.
primary bonus, which
It
is like
tells you-
10, 15, 20, whatever. And then your secondary doesn't get any bonuses no matter what. It just gets your
Yes.
IQ bonus only.
What about your class bonus, motherfucker?
You don't get in class bonus, motherfucker.
Oh yes, you
Would
do.
use those 3d6
No, you
down
don't.
line for,
You doing riffs?
okay.
This is not Rifts. This is Heroes Unlimited.
This
Different
is
game.
We're talking about Palladium, though.
Different game.
Yes, we're talking about Palladium.
They're different games,
Two
though.
charts. All you need is two charts. Roll your education level. Okay. So I'm a military demolition specialist. Okay, here's like the 3 packages you
For
get.
Rifts,
Here's
you don't
the
have an
percentage for
education
each
level.
one.
There's no college in Rifts.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about Heroes
there's-
Unlimited.
There's a school of
I'm
hard knocks.
talking about Heroes Unlimited. Military demolition specialist. It's education level. Don't tell me I know your book better than you.
You don't.
Oh shit!
See, yeah,
I know
that's
it.
Heroes
This is
Unlimited.
turning ugly.
Robert knows.
Say, you could have one chart that just gives just basic percentage bonus of the package, right? Of all the packages you get, because like military demolition specialist has like 3 freaking things. It's like plus 20, then a plus 10, and then a plus 15. You have specific packages instead of happening to look up all the specific
Chepe,
packages,
when
then
I
all the
started
specific
playing-
skills.
First of all, when I started playing Heroes Unlimited,
charts.
I was
Just 2 charts.
maybe
It
a
was-
D student. First of all,
2
second of
mother
all, I was like
charts.
11 years old, and I did not have that big of a problem with the skills.
Oh man.
Second of all, I'm gonna go here, and no offense to this person, but Juve, okay, got to this down.
Okay.
Okay,
I just want to say, Juve got it down, but
and
when
he
we
can't
played in
read well.
when we played in his Dead Rain game, I don't know what game we were playing, but it wasn't Palladium.
It was amazing,
I'm
though.
just gonna throw that out there.
It was amazing.
I'm pulling up the chart in the Heroes Unlimited
It's
book.
a system people make good by ignoring the system. That's all I'm saying.
No, I play it to the system.
See,
That's why I've argued
listen,
with people who don't play the system.
Heroes Unlimited goes by education, and so does Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yes. Rifts doesn't.
Rifts and all the other ones go by classes, and your classes is what gives you your skill bonuses, or
Yes.
gives you the skills you can use. So it would be like almost impossible to make charts for that.
So this is
I
what
meant
you
in
were
each
talking about,
individual
Chepe.
game.
If you were to roll military specialist, this is the thing that confused you for some reason, it sounds like. Basic military skill program is plus 20%, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But to do the weapon proficiency skill program and one other skill program is just a plus 10%.
That didn't confuse me. It was the fact that I had to look that up and then look.
You don't have to
all
look
the
it up. You
skills
get it when
under
you
the
first roll
packages.
things up. I don't understand why that'd be so difficult.
All right.
Because I have to know the
You guys
base.
are making me drink. I'm drinking. I hope you know.
Oh shit, Thomas
you
is back
did.
now.
I'm just, the most confusing thing I
Not
had.
confusing. I'm saying it's tedious. It took me several hours to just copy through and learn the formatting, which was horrible formatting of their books. Flipping
Oh,
through
I
the
don't deny that.
searching
I
for
don't
each
deny
base
that.
percentage of each individual skill that I had to first look up under the packages, which were sorted differently from the skills that I had to learn after learning my education level. That's why it took
Okay.
Anyone who will create a character with me in person, online's a little difficult. I have not had a problem showing somebody how to create a character in person. Online, it's difficult.
Actually, Andrew and I did it in about 20 minutes last night.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes to show somebody in the book where they need to look and how, like, for instance, I have a method to it. When I create a character, I use a blank line piece of paper, and I write everything down that I do. You know what I mean? So it's like name, all the attributes. When I get to the education level, whatever I roll or choose, I write
think I
down.
scared away Kirk.
Probably.
Uh-oh.
I'll put like plus 20% for demolitions and plus 15% for the, so I put it there, and then I go and look up every skill that I'm using for that, and so then I already have it written down. That's how
what I
I
eventually
do
found
it.
out. Yeah, that's what I eventually found out, which still took me forever because it still takes me forever to copy
Yeah.
because I had the PDFs and I had to go scroll through.
PDF suck.
Oh, I didn't have
For
the book
Palladium.
with me. That's the thing.
No,
I had
I
a
know.
PDF.
Yeah, PDFs. I think that's a reason I don't like PDFs in the first place.
They don't benchmark their PDFs. They don't have like.
Palladium doesn't make most of their PDFs.
No,
Most of them are pirated copies. So, and that's just how it is. And in fact, that's one of the big gripes. If you ever go on their forums, you'll see 75% of the people are saying, "Hey, we need to have PDFs for Palladium books," and the other 25% are saying, "No, we don't." And then you have Kevin who says, "No, we don't want our stuff pirated because we'll lose money, and they're not that popular anyway." And then you have the other people saying, "Well, it's not that popular because you don't release them until 20 years after the game's been out." So like all sorts of back and forth garbage.
You know what?
Sorry,
So,
that was a huge rant. That shouldn't have
Yeah.
happened.
I get emotional about Palladium.
Hey, Devil, jeez, man.
He felt it.
Baby.
I'm telling you,
Baby,
the
man.
master felt it.
It was his first love.
Yeah, I used to put every day. I used to go on those forums every day before I did YouTube videos or anything. That was my online gaming interactions, and so every day there was always some kind of bickering among fans, going back and forth, about, oh, well, we need to do this to make it profitable, and we need to do this, and blah blah blah. It's just a bunch of. I sent AJ a link.
Yeah, he said he sensed the disturbance in the force. He's talking to Palladium. He wants to come in and straighten everything out.
It just makes me so mad. Like all the fans. This is the funny thing. Every fan on the Palladium forums wants the same thing. We all want Palladium books to be profitable. We want people to play it so we can find players for our games. I could not find people to play a Palladium books game for over 15 years, living 20 minutes away from their headquarters. You know?
Wow. That's
I'm
so
saying it would be
Yeah.
several games, especially Heroes Unlimited, would be a really good game if the books were just formatted in a very helpful way.
I agree.
Especially the PDFs. My goodness.
Everyone agrees with that.
Hi, AJ. Did you see me
AJ.
getting mad?
You're gonna need a drink.
already way ahead of you.
I should join the club. I got some Jack in the freezer.
What you drinking, AJ?
Old Captain. That sounds stout.
Oh,
Is that
Captain,
like
my
Captain
Captain.
Morgan's?
Navy rum.
Hey Nate, did you ever see those game suggestions I put for your tabletop RPG curriculum?
Nice, Andrew.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. You commented on the video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got it. GURPS was one of them, I remember. I don't remember what else, but yeah.
Did I suggest GURPS? I don't know.
Oh, what do you got there, Juice?
I thought I
No.
suggested
Under the Tavern
Dog Eat
by
Dog
DMG.
and a few others.
It's not even released yet.
Now I gotta go check. I don't remember. It was like
It's pretty sweet
4
so far.
months ago. But thank you for your comments.
Is that just like how to build terrain and stuff?
No, it's his. He's been creating a module that he does videos on. It's like Under the Tavern, and so he's done like 1-minute videos of each section of it, and he's through three levels, so probably like 60 rooms.
Was Keith
He does
Hershey
it as
doing
a-
that?
He's been doing that for like a year, huh?
Yeah, and he sent me the PDF. It's not completely final. He's gonna make some tweaks to it, but I like it a lot actually.
What do you like
And-
about it?
Well, I'll go into it. One of the things he does want me to review it. He doesn't want me to spoil anything he hasn't done a video on, so I'm not going to. And so I will do a formal review here in the next couple days, maybe with like a screenshot or two. But what I like about it is that it doesn't. There's things I like and dislike. I'll start with the likes first. I like how it doesn't give you any mechanics whatsoever. It suggests like monsters for certain areas. It suggests traps, but it doesn't say like how difficult it should be. It kind of leaves it up to you. So I like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fantasy based but system neutral.
Exactly. It's very system neutral. It's very detailed. The descriptions. I'll just read a part of it. So it kind of tells you as you're going into certain rooms, for example. So the corridor turns to the east. Further down the passage to the east, you hear the roaring sound of rushing water. There's a lot of moisture in the air. The floor is a little bit slick beneath your feet. There is an old wooden door wedged close with the chair. And then it kind of gives you some other stuff that you can add into that. So I like that. Because you guys have played games that I do. I don't do a lot of description stuff myself, which is a flaw of mine, I think. But this kind of, in some cases, makes up for that because it already has it down in writing. But it's not really long and drawn out to the point where I couldn't say it at my table and it seems, disjointed or anything.
The Maps and Dragons School is going to teach people how to do that.
I'm excited for it.
It's gonna teach you how to taste the air in the psychosphere.
I would love everyone here to just take the main Maps and Dragons title and just to have like a little video where they teach a class. We could do like a little community exercise.
The School of Maps and Dragons?
I could do that.
That would be brilliant.
I thought I
do
was
that.
heading the simulationist school. I thought we had a Hogwarts thing going on.
Absolutely. Juice is going to be gamist.
Why am I considered a gamist? I don't understand.
That's the style you like to play, man.
I don't know about that. Why do you say that?
Well,
I'm not
think-
offended by it. Don't worry. I just
No. Because if I listen to your podcast, you just talk about, yeah, this is the best class to build. You'll be able to hit them. +8.
But when I run games, that has nothing to do with running games, and I mostly run games.
I don't know, that rogue.
What's that?
That rogue in the City of Glass. What do you do? Yeah, I'm gonna kill something. Yeah, spoof. Yeah, +12 to stealth. Oh, by the way, I got like a 27. Oh, I got like a 26. Oh, I got a 23.
That's a little gamist.
I'm gonna jump on the wings of one of the Dragonborn flying by, and I'm gonna ride it down to the ground.
Sure. But when I run a
Do I
game,
need to roll for that?
most of I probably shouldn't have. My deck's good enough. But most of the times I'm running games. So how does a gamist run a game? I guess as a DM.
Roll for it. Mechanics.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So do you have
I don't
any-
always make people roll for things though. I guess online it seems like I do more, but
There's a lot of role play. There's a lot of role
there's nothing
play.
wrong with being a gamist, man. It's just
no,
like,
I don't take offense to it. I was just curious why that was my category.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do you have an attitude? There was this old Spider-Man advertisement that came out a while ago. It was like, go anywhere, do anything. Do you have that attitude, or do you like your characters to like follow?
You mean as a DM?
Yeah, as a DM, do you feel like
Hey-
your players to
hey,
follow
Nate.
like what you have laid out in your?
Do you
in your
want to
player
tell them
buy-in?
about our first 4 sessions in our campaign?
Well, you see, in order for Juice to actually have us follow what he wants us to follow, he would have to have an idea of where things are going, and he would have to actually do some prep. So,
That's true.
so I think the story is pretty much in our hands. No, I think we finally found a happy medium where last time he asked us, so what do you guys think you're going to want to do next time? And
Next
that
session.
enabled him, that enabled him to prepare for it, and I thought that was helpful. But it's a sandbox, man. It is definitely.
The things I had planned for them early on, the very first adventure went great, but it was only 2 players. It was my wife and Nate, and so the way it was planned, it was easy for them to go one place, right? That was just the start of the campaign. After that, though, because I gave them 3 or 4 seeds.
Cities. Yeah.
Yeah, they ended up
And
going
seeds.
to a whole nother city. Then they went to another city. And then because they were killing so many people, because a new person had joined us who was a murder hobo at the time, because they were killing so many people, there were a lot of consequences that steered it in a whole nother direction I didn't even know until it happened. So this whole campaign with them, we're probably just now doing something that I had planned for our second session. So, and I don't know how many times we played, maybe 8, 9 times.
I
I'd
think
say 6 or 7.
like 8 or 9 years, finally second session.
Yeah, so this is my second session planning that's now getting to it. So
But let me just say that one of the seeds he gave us, and I think he's mentioned this and we've discussed it before, maybe even in videos, is that there is this, and the name of the game, isn't it Long Forgotten God or something like that? Or
yes.
yeah, so there's this petrified tongue that we found, and we brought it to someone who told us that this is actually a body part of some
Long forgotten god.
who was also who was a pal. No wait, what was he? He was like
He was like a multi-classed cleric and a wizard.
right, but wasn't he? I can't remember. He was like really bad or really good.
Yeah, you've heard
And-
conflicting stories.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I've done
So it's
some
like a
research
hand
into
of
this.
Vecna thing, or what?
Yeah, so
I'll
if
type
we-
it in the
if we-
side. Nate, don't read.
Okay.
Close your chat.
Yeah, I'm closing my chat. If we put these body parts together, we can resurrect this being.
I've done
And
something like that from one
all
of
of us are just thinking this is a bad idea. We should not. So I don't think we're gonna follow that one. I don't know. I think you want us to, Juice, but I don't
You're
think we're
already
gonna
on the
take it.
path.
There's a
No, we
there's
gotta
a
get
really
out of
ancient myth about, I believe it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's Osiris who was cut up, and then his body has to be reformed.
Yes,
Isis.
you're right. And I actually stole the idea from somebody else who's doing something similar. In
I had a crystalline entity,
Palladium
actually.
Fantasy.
Yeah.
If you had the item be some vestigial part of some sort of god or demigod type level character, you can start planting ideas into whoever has the
Perfect.
thing, and have
Nate,
it.
you can open chat again. Don't scroll up.
You can even give a character a level in Warlock and have the vestigial part
Right.
be granting him powers.
Yeah, there's a campaign that's really popular over on Obsidian Portal. It's Palladium Fantasy, and there's a guy I know who's been running it for 3 or 4 years now, with Palladium Fantasy. And so he's had players come in and out. It's over Google Plus Hangouts, but he plays it at an odd time of the day. So I wasn't able to play, and he had asked me a few years ago, like 4 years ago. And so I got the idea from that, just reading some of his notes. It was like, oh, this sounds like it'd be a lot of fun. And so then that's kind of where I got the idea from. And it was something I thought I could do. I'm not taking any of like his actual story. It's just the idea that you can rebuild the god was what I thought would be kind of cool. So
It is a cool idea.
yeah, and you guys should totally rebuild him.
Good. In other words, please follow my railroad, please.
I haven't railroad anything, really. I think this last session there was a part where our newest player, who it was his second session with us, he had a moment where he was like, okay, that doesn't make sense. And I was like, you'll find out later after you finish things, because I'm not going to tell you now. I mean, I just didn't want to ruin something, but I know exactly what I'm doing, so...
Well, you don't have to explain it at all, I don't think. You didn't even have to tell him you'll find out later.
No, you're right. I probably shouldn't, but I almost feel like a sense of needing to because of that look he had.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
You're right. I shouldn't tell him. I'm going to say Nate told me not to tell anyone.
I don't know. it was that some people we had been pursuing like disappeared, and he just thought it didn't make sense. But I mean, there are reasons for that.
They were climbing a mountain.
Yeah, I've had it too, where they're chasing someone and they're pursuing someone, and players like won't let it go, and I just have them like, oh, they slipped away, they got past you, you know.
Was it the fighter?
No, it's our new player. He's a ranger. His style, I think, is more simulationist, so everything has to be 100% plausible. You know what I mean? And so they were about 1,000 feet behind him climbing up a mountain. And they got up to this peak where the Temple of Elementals was, and they were following 9 people. Well, when they got up there were only 4 guys there trying to get into the temple, but they were like just minions, basically.
They were different guys.
Yeah, well, they were part of
that crew.
Redfoot gang. Okay. I have a group called the Redfoot Gang, and the idea is that they have red boots and then they wear like black. Well, anyways, there were 9 of them. One of them was a guy who's a ranger who doesn't wear that outfit, and they just found out that they thought he flipped. Well, they found out he's a doppelganger, the players did, and that there's 8 doppelgangers somehow involved. Well, anyway, so he took 8 Redfoot Gang soldiers to the top of this place, and was, like I said, 1,000 feet ahead. 4 of them were trying to get in the temple. So the player was like, well, where are the other 5? And is Hunter Dark, the ranger, there? And I said, you don't see him. He had this look on his face, and I said, so what are you guys doing, you know? And I just left it at that, and they just killed the 4 guys, and that was that. They didn't like try to look anywhere or do anything. And so then they got into the temple, and then we started the stuff with the temple. So that was kind of the gist of it.
But he was perplexed.
Yes, he had a look like this is some bullshit. And I, like, without spoiling stuff and saying what's going on, I can't do anything. You know, I can't.
Yep,
yeah, but that asshole needs to play ball.
Or, honestly, if he tried looking certain places, maybe, or something.
We didn't snoop around. It's a mountainside, man. When you're 1,000 feet behind someone.
Yeah, there's plenty of time to hide. You don't know. The players don't know really anything about these guys. Any abilities, spells, if they have magic items, nothing. You know what I mean? So there's a million things that could have happened. So, but I feel bad because I can tell the guy's not into it. Like that moment took him out of the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe.
So I feel guilty about it, but at the same time, it's like, whatever.
Nah, don't.
Just do you, boo. Just do you.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so we left off like halfway finished with the temple.
Yep. It was fun.
So Andrew, when are we doing our next podcast?
When you want to do it.
Who's your mystery guest for your podcast?
What's that, AJ?
Who's your mystery guest for your podcast? Is it me?
Maps and Dragons.
No, we got an awesome guest. Like, you guys have no idea. I hope, unless Andrew spoiled it.
That was Mike Murals.
It's a good one. Everyone will love it. I promise. You like immersive roleplay? You will like this guest.
Andrew.
Andrew's already on the show.
No, sorry, Ander.
How about Chris Perkins?
Oh my god. I think I know who it is. Is it
I know who it is.
Andrew?
I know who it is. It's my buddy.
That's my buddy. You'll just have to wait and see. So we'll have to line up the schedules for it, though, and talk to our person and see when they are available. So, I don't know. Andrew, if you want to find out from him and send it to me on Facebook sometime, I guess I could ask him, too. I can ask him.
We'll try. You want to try for next week? Is that the plan?
Yeah, maybe Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, I'll check with them.
Okay.
Oh.
Anyways, I'm waiting for the Philip Posey podcast.
Oh, you won't be able to handle it.
I want the Philip Posey and Chepe podcast.
It's called
It'll just be us arguing the whole time.
Pretty much.
You guys don't
Like an old married couple.
Me and Philip Posey are gonna have a podcast together called Strikes of Opportunity.
Attacks of Opportunity.
Attacks of Opportunity.
I think there's already a podcast called that.
It's just gonna be us rifting and hating on everybody we know.
Yep.
Finally, I'll get to hear what you guys really think of me.
Juce, you so gamist, Juce. You so gamist.
Such a power gamer.
Yeah, those punks call our podcast Power Gaming with Juice and Joker.
I know.
It's true, though. It's true.
You know what's funny, though, about that? 15 years I played Palladium books, right? Never once did I optimize a character for that. I never took well, I shouldn't say never. I rarely took boxing. In fact, I can't even think of a character I did have take boxing or wrestling or running or whatever the hell. So,
You
whatever.
could be a gamist. You could be a gamist and not be an optimizer.
I didn't say gamist. I said power gamer.
I can
also,
see it.
You can, like, Palladium, especially Rifts, take power gaming to a whole new level. Like, when you're talking about mega damage and some of the ludicrous synergies in those builds,
you want to
Pathfinder has nothing on that.
I'm going to teach everybody here a little trick that I told Andrew a long time ago. If you want a power game in Rifts or Palladium, just go for high physical prowess. If you can't get hit, you're good. So a juicer is like the best thing you can be for Rifts, and I've never played a juicer.
I
Get
figured
out of
out
that, you can get it high.
I figured out the workaround against your high AC builds, Mr. Juice.
For what, D&D?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
5e. Just blindness. Blindness all day, every day. Disadvantage on all attacks, advantage against you. Someone's got high AC, just blind them.
Yeah, that would work if I had a high to hit also, though. So that works against everything.
Great, just conditions.
Not just me.
Keep them poison, keep them blind.
Right.
Then prone them.
Well,
Poison is pretty sick
today... Sorry, go ahead.
No, and 5e poison is pretty sick too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Any
definitely.
target poisoned gets disadvantage on their rolls.
Tell you what, if that cantrip, poison spray, actually poisons someone, gave the poison effect, that would be my go-to.
So here's what I'll do.
That's why you
I'll
play
take my-
Paladin.
Here, I'll stump you back, Chepe. So I'll do that high AC build, and I'll say, hey, Andrew, why don't you make a fighter with defense so that anything trying to hit me is at disadvantage?
Oh, perfection, right, exactly.
Yeah,
I
do
did that. I did that for the China game. If you do, and I didn't even use it. That's the thing. Is I was like, man, I have this weird combo for Jarl DM's ancient.
Oh yeah.
Ancient China 5e one shot, and I had it came by accident.
Sentinel and Protection.
Yeah, it was Sentinel and Protection, and then something else as well. And I was like, man, that's pretty powerful. And so I was like, I feel way too powerful. So I decided to take no magic items. And then I realized everyone else in the party had like a 21 or 23 AC and like a +2 sword. I was like, oh well.
If you think about it, if you had a party,
Yeah, that was Sam.
Sam had that really high AC.
I got a 22
all that
AC.
stuff. I mean,
I got a bastard sword +4.
I had like an AC of like 16 or 17. That was it.
I guess. I got a 1d8 long sword and a crimson cape. My guy's 30 years old. He's pretty badass.
He comes to this rainforest and he's just hacking up lizards.
if you had a group of a few fighters though, all with that ability, I mean, that would be you'd be able to cruise through almost anything at that point.
Until you run into the wizards and mind control experts.
This is why we get called power gamers.
Why? I'm just saying.
It's got, I know, but it's, you know, like our podcast, it's got that, hey, come here real close, kids. We're gonna teach you how to cheat on your test.
But there's no cheating. It's all in the rules.
Look, power gaming is good when it's done right. Everybody refers to power gamers are referring to people who don't know how to actually power game, but try.
Well, it's not a problem until the person at your table like takes offense when they actually get hit, or they start saying, "Oh, well, you can't do that because I have this ability." You know, where everything becomes a one-upsmanship by that player.
Thing too. If everybody's on page, okay, that's one thing. Then the DM can just adjust for the group.
I mean,
if you have half a party that's like not doing that and the other half is, then somebody's going to get really left behind.
Well, even then it's fine. I mean, if it just depends on chemistry among the group. I don't have to be the best at anything really, but as long as I have my
I
own
don't have to be, you just are.
Yeah, well, that's without saying. But no, as long as I have something that is like makes my character special, I feel in any game.
What if I have a fighter and I'm RPing him as this martial badass, and I go over and I swing at a kobold and I hit him and it doesn't kill him, and then the other fighter in my group walks over to fucking Orcus and kills him in a single shot? I'm just like, oh man, you just fucking pantsed me.
So even now, you can just play up the fact that you have a inter-party rival.
Yeah, but that was like in Jarl DM's China game. I had a warlock with the Fiend Pact, and I was doing like some really heavy hits, but I never dropped a single enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, that's fine.
But it's not like you get mad at that, you know. It's
right
because it's all with players and DM all together. It's like a team experience. It's not like me versus you or us versus the DM.
I agree.
Well, you don't get mad, but some people would. That's the thing.
Yeah, you got to see the true. Oh, I'm sorry, Nate.
Go ahead,
No,
Nate.
that's okay. I think the power gamer problem, you know, if you have a table where I'm playing with a power gamer, I don't care. Sure, they can kill all this stuff. I don't care. Like, you know, I'll do my thing, right? But that person is probably going to be frustrated with me because they're like, man, you built your character all wrong, and you're going to take that skill and you're going to do this, and you know, there's going to be friction that way.
I see that at encounters. I see that at encounters weekly, where a new person will join us, and somebody will tell that person what feat they should take, or what we don't have a cleric, we need a cleric, or oh, we need a tank, and that drives me nuts. And so I always step in and I say, let them make what they want. Don't tell them how to play their character. You know, it's their character. Let them do what they want. And that happens weekly.
Boyfriends introducing girlfriends to the game are particularly bad at that sort of shit. They don't let the girlfriend come up with her own creative story, plot-driven character. They want to min-max and make sure that the character is effective.
Well, that comes from so many years of MMOs out there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the question. If you're power gaming, you're trying to make your character the best the system will make it, then what kind of character are you making? Are you like, do you have a concept for this? Or is it just like you're trying to like win the system of the game?
I got an excellent point on this. He's like, they would just be this guy who is so incredibly badass that everyone in the world sees this motherfucker, sees this guy, and is like, just is so jealous and hateful because they want to be him. So everyone he comes into contact with is like potentially plotting against him, and what like really just wants to see him fall.
I have two things real quick. People like this comes up a lot too. I see in videos. Oh, well, you need a concept and you need something to justify their ability. It's not that hard to write a little backstory to say, oh, this person's been valedictorian as well as the top star quarterback in high school. You know, it's very easy to come up with a justification for somebody being excellent at everything. So
I just want to see you RP it correctly.
I can't. So then there's the other thing I want to mention too is that this kind of goes along with that.
I got a school for that.
You're starting to sound like me. Go join the one shot.
I learned it from watching you, Juce.
Okay, back with my D&D group when we played 2nd edition. It doesn't come down to power gaming or anything, but what I said earlier, kind of about I want my character to feel unique. So special, snowflake, whatever the heck you guys want to call it.
Yeah.
We had a ranger, we had my fighter, another fighter, a cleric, and a druid. Okay. Now one of the fighters wanted the exact same stuff that like when I'd level up, I'd do something like I'd say, oh, I want to take this skill, or okay, this is the type of weapon I want to use, or the type of fighter I want to be, and I believe I was a sword and board fighter at the time, which, whatever. This other character, when she had created her character, it was going to be a sword and board, but she wanted to use an axe instead of a sword. And so we kind of had at least something making us different. But then within like 2 sessions, if I wanted a certain weapon, she wanted that weapon. She mirrored everything I did, and it made it so I didn't have as much fun. You know what I mean? I have no problem with people being the same. You know, like we basically were the same exact build, but certain things could have made us different. Like she could have done the same amount of damage but used an axe, or because that's how her character's concept started. You know what I mean? So there were still things when we started that were different, but then it became the same, and so I didn't like playing my character anymore. You know?
There's also more. Like, we're discussing about power games and identical builds, but builds don't necessarily make the character. You can have 2
That's true.
identical builds and just approach how you play the game with that build differently. Maybe you hold off and just be like, you know what? It's not worth me drawing my sword. I'm going to fight you with just my shield. You know, see if you can get past my defenses and use some taunts. And then just play it more like a badass rather than actually being, you know, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to do all my damage. I got Sentinel here, I got Sentinel there. You know, I played in a game with Hamanopi where I literally put my sword away and just watched combat for a round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm fine with stuff like that.
You know, I think people though are forgetting the dark days, because in 5th edition we don't have all the splat books, we don't have all the options, the additional feats, the additional rule variants. When it gets to the point that 3.5 or 4th edition got to with supplements, then you'll really be able to fucking break something. You'll have a half-elf Avenger that fucking solos a god, while the rest of the party's sitting there with their dick in their hands going like, what?
So? I mean, honestly, like, who cares?
I fucking care. I'm not playing in that game.
I mean...
I'm nervous for that. I'm nervous.
I have Pathfinder. I've never used anything that wasn't out of the core book, but I have had the splat books. I've sold some.
But ninjas and alchemists and inquisitors are the best classes.
Palladium Books has the same deal. Ninjas and super spies, if you use your key energy right, you can kill anything with 1 hit.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can power game that to a point where you're 1-hitting a god and they're dead. But what DM is really... Okay, I guess I'm going to do it in my campaign right now, but what DM is throwing a god at their players to the point where they can die in 1 shot?
I think it was old Frank who was mentioning that there shouldn't be any stats for gods in your games. Gods are gods. They're features of the universe. You can't get rid of a god unless you don't believe in it.
That's the old gamist principle. That's like the old school idea. If something exists, then you can kill it.
If you stat it, they can kill it.
Well, in second edition,
in second
edition, they gave God stats, but I think you're right. I think that having 20th level characters trying to beat a god is silly. You know, what you could do is be the pawn of another god and do something to weaken that god, so your god can sucker punch the god you're weakening. You know, that might be cool, but
Yeah.
you know, I don't think that a PC should be able to take out a real god. But that you could do like some sort of vestigial god, a vestigial god, one that's already been knocked out of its, you know, sphere of influence, and then do something like that. You know,
You're
Well, you can
basically
imagine-
fighting a material existence of it. It's a representation of it. You're not fighting the god. You're fighting
Yes,
its
an avatar.
possessed.
Not,
Yeah.
not in all settings, though. Like, for instance, Planescape. Planescape, if you go to the god's home plane, you can kill the god.
Yeah. Right.
You can fucking, do combat with the god. I guess it depends on what role you want the gods to have. Are they some just immutable source of magic and technology in life, or are they something you can interact with and possibly usurp or even become one yourself?
I would love to have that as part of a campaign setting, so that while the characters are doing stuff, somewhere in the background of the game, they hear about these epic characters who are undertaking a quest to destroy a god because of some shit going on, and then in the actual game world, there's a whole religion devoted to this god, and it's a certain aspect of, I don't know, river trade or something like that that's reigned over by this god, and then the god is killed. And all of a sudden, its influence is removed from the world. The religion falls to pieces or becomes a political entity with its heart and soul torn out, and all of the things that god influences in that world is corrupted and destroyed and bickered over, and, So... How would that work out for the little people?
Right.
Well, I think when like you're killing gods and the idea of a god being an immutable source, or just a figure in your universe, that like if you want to kill a god or destroy a god's influence in your gaming world, you should attack like the pantheon and the church and the followers of that god to weaken their influence on your plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And maybe
go after a top cleric and corrupt him. And shame him publicly, and the god loses followers, so you're cutting them off at the roots.
Yeah, so then you can start throwing like zealots in your game, people constantly going after followers or trying to take followers from other gods, and have like another layer of depth in your games. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm riding a dragon with a +20 Hydra sword and I could one-shot Tempest himself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you
Hello,
could
Nifty, by the way. Nice to talk to you finally, man.
Yeah, what's up with it?
What you could do is change the nature of gods, though. You could have that the creation god is like asleep or something, like some sort of Buddha thing, and you could have his creations. Like, you remember in Magician Apprentice how there was the Dragon Lords, like the Dragon Lords. You could have them be the guys giving the clerics powers, but have them be like essentially just demigods and thus killable. You could do that.
Yeah, like the celestial court in Chinese mythos.
So you could. Well, here's the other question too, though.
You gotta slaughter all the followers.
Are the gods actually gods, or are they something that really didn't create everything? They're just so powerful that people think they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Are they psychic constructs, or are they alien beings?
Right. Exactly.
Two things. One, look at warlocks and how they can get power from just like fiends and stuff. You could have that relationship between these supposed gods and the clerics, but also in the words of Captain America, I don't think God dresses like that. Yeah, you can have it just be that these guys are just super powerful and able to share their power.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, how many games have you?
Import?
Well, the funny thing too is that in a lot of these fantasy games, you can ascend to being a god as a player character. You know what I mean? So
there's one game where you are in fact a scion of different gods.
One of the Pathfinder gods was a former hero that ascended to godship, and then one of the former gods had lost so many followers it wasn't a god anymore. Like, so that happens a lot in these fantasy games. And so, are they really
Forgotten
gods? Yeah, are they really gods, or are they just somebody who's just so powerful and, I don't know.
What makes you a god is if you control a portfolio.
Is what?
It's if you control a portfolio in D&D, you're a god.
Yeah. I mean, there was Surik and what's his name? Starts with a K. In Forgotten Realms, was it? Surik took over from another god, or the god got killed off and he was taken over by some fighter dude.
Right, yeah, there's the Dark Three. There's Merkel, Ball, and
Bane.
who's the other one?
And then they came walking down around on the material plane, and some of them get killed off, and it changes the entirety of Forgotten Realms. And then people who didn't play that edition of D&D come back and go, "What the hell?"
Yeah, so
Who are
D&D
those?
is pretty straightforward. Like, if you control a portfolio, you're a god.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have
so-
you guys heard of a game called 13th Age?
Yes.
I've heard
On
of it.
13th,
Yeah,
I like how
I
they
played it.
instead of gods, they just have the icons and your relationship with the icons.
Yeah.
And the icons aren't necessarily always the same person, but they are a person of power that fills that particular area or that role. And
I
every
think
character you
Mustara
have
did that
actually
first.
has yeah. Well, the first time I saw it was in 13th Age.
So when
And I
you
like that
become
idea.
aligned with what you do and what you think with what that portfolio is, it latches onto you, and your influence spreads far and wide.
Actually, in character creation, the way you create a character is that at the beginning of the game, you choose your relationships, and one of them has to be a negative relationship, and one of them has to be a positive relationship with a specific type of icon, so that in game you can actually call upon those relationships, either beneficial or negative, and even if you have a negative relationship, but explain it in a way that might be beneficial, like, okay, the Orc Lord I have a negative relationship with, I hate him, we're just enemies. But if you happen to start fighting orcs, you call on your bad relationship to get a bonus to fight an orc because you hate orcs that much. You know, it's creating a way for the world and the players and the characters to interact more organically and just like interchange what's going on while you're playing.
Right.
Yeah. That's a cool idea.
I know Nate's played 13th Age. I've never played it, but I got the free RPG Day book for it.
Yep, I liked it. I'd like to get the book someday.
Would
Yeah,
you
my
run it
favorite-
for us, Nate?
Sure. Sure, if you want to buy me the
That's
book,
like-
I promise I will run it for you.
Well, if I start reading my book, I'll run it if anybody's interested.
Yeah. Do
Yeah,
it.
do it, man.
I would play.
I'll just take one of the pre-gens out of the back and fill in the stuff that it left blank.
There's already someone trying to find players on the OSG, if I remember correctly, during the heyday of, hey, what games do you want to play? Hey, what games do you want to play on all those threads? I
These
remember
people
seeing
need
those.
to just start events, and then you can change the date after the fact.
I tried going to each and every single person and telling them go do an event.
Yeah.
Didn't
The
happen.
heyday of the OSG.
Way
back when, several months ago, back in the old days.
Yeah, we haven't even been around for 6 months.
I came in on the decline. I'm so depressed now.
Decline? You mean we're losing people?
There's a certain point where it crosses over from a couple of people who have an idea to a few hundred people who are struggling to find games to over 1,000 people who we're waiting for the army of trolls to appear and start crawling out of the woodwork.
I'm waiting for it. It is
happening. It's happening.
Has it? Has it? How bad?
Little
I
bit.
haven't seen anything
Not
that
bad yet.
Little
Not
bit.
bad yet. It's
What's
happening.
the worst thing you've seen so far?
There are trolls in this conversation, my friend.
What's the worst thing you've seen?
I don't want to mention their name because I don't want to give them.
No, don't say their name,
well,
but you can tell me what happened.
Oh, just some comments like when we were talking about the immersion thing, and somebody who I will not name was talking about immersion as actually a psychosis. It's not a willful state, you know, and it didn't draw any line between people who are willfully immersing themselves in the story and people who are having a psychotic break. It was just it was deliberately provocative language, and that's just what he does. Yes, Andrew. Yeah. But I mean, that's that person, and I hear that that person is very good at a gaming table, and so whatever, you know, if you want
Right.
to blow off steam in the playground, fine. You know,
Right.
if you're here in the OSG to game and play games, and you're good at a table, it doesn't really matter if you're, you know.
And I'll just say this right here. I don't want us to become soft group where it's like people can't voice their opinion. I'm not going to ban someone for voicing their opinion as long as they say it tactfully.
Yeah.
Like we're not going to ban people just to ban people. We're not, no offense out there, we're not Dungeon Master Johnny. We're not bringing in a band dragon every day. We're not the YouTube RPG Brigade where people will come in and complain that a Simpsons picture was offensive. Pull your big boy pants up. We're okay here.
Yeah.
If you don't like somebody, block them and don't play in their games. Simple.
Andrew made a really good point in chat. It's like some of the video, like, if so, then Thomas the thespian wouldn't be able to be posting on the one-shot group, or
you know what? If you can't laugh at yourselves, then sorry.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for you.
There's a certain prankstership in even the admins and mods of this group, so it's fine. If you can out-troll us, you're doing well.
Right. And I'll say it right now, it's not easy being an admin because you get, for instance, this group. I've heard 1,000 different opinions on how I should run the one-shot group. And I've listened to everybody, and I think when it came down to it, there are just certain things I want and I don't want. And, I like the brigade. I think that's a little soft at times. I liked DMJ's group. I think sometimes they were a little strict about things that I didn't understand. And I don't want to be like either of those groups.
By the way, join the Tabletop RPG one-shot group.
Yeah.
Also, be sure to subscribe to Tabletop RPG Gaming with Juce.
See, I don't even have to plug myself.
RPGjuice.com.
Worldwide, baby.
No, but honestly, I just think that everyone just wants to game. That's what the group's about. And if you don't get along with someone, just don't play in their games and don't comment on their post.
Yeah, yeah. That's not liking, not sharing, not commenting on something speaks huge volumes. So if something pisses you off, go silent, go dead. Just shun them. Turn your back and shun.
Right.
Like when people are popping off on
group,
people's comments and videos, it shows to their lack of character. So.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the meat of the group is under the events tab. You want to play a game, go over there and join the game.
Yeah.
Yep. Completely agree.
Yeah.
And everyone's having fun with games. I'm sure there's been issues at points. I haven't heard about a lot of problems with people in games and stuff. Seems like everyone's been getting along great, even better than those other groups with similar amounts of members. And
over at the OSG.
Yeah.
That's because the beauty of it is you can have other games, so you don't have to game with the people you don't like.
Right.
If you don't like them, block them.
Yeah. I've noticed that there's a certain amount of creativity. Like if you've got a community, and I'm drawing on my experience with crafters, right? People who make dungeon craft stuff. Very creative communities just ride right over top of trolls. They're outpouring so much cool shit that they don't have to, trolls just get washed away in the tide of good times and enjoyment. So the one-shot group has got that strength of we are thriving. It's a self-sustaining group now that is just playing games and playing games and playing games. We've got so many games on the events tab that a troll will just get washed away. Just get
right. Speaking of that, AJ, check it out.
Oh,
nice.
Good job.
Wow.
I was working on that last night.
How much do you want to sell that for?
Cool, man.
Very cool.
Posey wants to buy it off you, apparently.
I have a production line going on right next to me.
How many hours did you spend on that?
The whole chat last night and
that was like 10 hours.
Yeah. And,
that chat was up late.
Wow.
Yeah, actually I started before the chat, so yeah.
I don't think I can afford it then with a reasonable rate of pay.
No, it's okay. He child or sweatshop prices.
Yeah.
For labor, so it's okay.
She's gonna get mad, but watch.
Alright.
Oh, I can't see it.
Oh. Hey, what's up?
Posey. She was mean mugging, man.
She's making one right now too.
That's funny. So how are things going for you, Rob? I know you were looking to get some people to play locally near you. Has that been working out?
Well, I got some people. I'm actually moving back to New Orleans in June. And once I get back there, I have like 2 groups. One of like old grognards and like some new people. And the newer people are more interested in like zombie games and stuff. So I'll probably be doing something like that. And 5th edition for the other group.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
I really-
hopefully you don't leave us.
Oh no, I won't.
No, he's in the Aquika campaign. He's not going to leave anytime soon.
Oh, dude, I'm in so many campaigns.
When am I in that campaign? Because I want to be in that campaign. Having read the material on it, it looks really good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nelson already wants in the campaign too, and I said if a spot might open up, there might be. There's
You're
still
gonna have to
like
run too, man.
I know there's still 2 people. I can run to. I really want to, so I might run a second actually of the Aquika campaign. You just guys have to be on opposite side of the worlds, and nigh shall you ever meet.
Well, if anyone who wants to be in the Marvel superheroes game, let me know. I'll boot somebody.
No,
That might be fun.
oh, but yeah,
Yeah,
there's,
old school
there's
one,
still
right,
2 people
Cozy?
who
From, like,
haven't
the
read all
early 90s or
the.
something?
Yeah,
late
the
80s.
old school one, right?
Yeah, it's all free online, so.
Yeah, exactly.
I noticed a massive typo in the Avengers source book. They didn't have Wonder Man in there. They got him on the cover, but they don't have his stats.
No, you did you look for Wonder Man?
Yeah,
I'll type the Juve.
Who's Wonder Man?
I've got the. Get out of my house.
Also, I just want to let you know, AJ, you can also create your own superhero.
Right.
I got the stats for Wonder Man from later source books and stuff, but that's after the discorporation. But I wanted the original Wonder Man before he discorporated and realized that he was ionic energy.
To be real honest with you, I collected all the character sheets that were on paper years ago. I'll check my my bed to see if I still have it.
Okay.
Let you know what's up.
Awesome.
I like.
made of old character sheets,
Yeah, they were all like pretty nice material, and they had like
Like a-
drawn
like a
characters.
futon of dreams.
Binder.
Nice.
Have you ever wondered if we took real like magic item naming conventions and applied them to everyday objects?
Like a
Like a
+1
clicker?
fork?
Chair of sitting.
Yeah.
Plus one sunglasses of
Couch would be
intimidation.
on there. Remote.
Back in the
Wi-Fi.
day, they
I
had
would marry Wi-Fi if I could.
they had a Diablo D20 role-playing game, and the way they did magic items was pretty crazy. They had, stringing together the naming conventions to come up with random magic items.
Yeah.
So it was like 8 ofs. Is that what you're thinking? Because you're making me think of like 8 conjunctions, one after the other.
Some of them, yeah, and like you would roll on a random table to see how many basically aspects it would have, and you would have the vicious smiting dragon dagger of Jimmy or something,
I like that
Yeah,
because you can
that's
tell
just
what
the way the PC game does it.
You get
you
retarded
can tell what
names
it does.
sometimes. Like the nut crunching dagger of the fallen.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just random words like shoved together, so sometimes it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
swarthy dagger of ice.
Ice picking.
That reminds me of that generator, what is it, Dejan generator, where you can get like magic item names at random.
Mm.
Oh, I just use a random name generator online, and it has like a whole list of different cultures that are
Oh,
generating
okay.
names for that culture. That's how I got Freaky Patera.
Posey, what was that one that you posted a while back? Wasn't that a name generator or something like that? You posted something on the Brigade that was hilarious.
Was it the background thing for D&D?
What was that?
That one's pretty funny.
I thought it was a name generator, but I could be wrong.
Oh.
I don't even. I think I post so much hilarious
Is it,
stuff over there.
Yeah, never mind.
Posey thinks he's a hilarious guy, okay?
I'm one of those guys who laughs at his own jokes. So.
I do too. Usually I'm the only one.
I know it's Andrew up top, like messages. me.
Chepe just cries at his own jokes.
Pretty much. I'm just like, wait.
Nobody laughs at my jokes.
When someone said a 13th age, and then like 3 people were like, "Yeah, I've heard of that." I'm like, man, that must be nice.
Hey, y'all do that to me all the time,
Dagger.
Dagger,
Dagger.
Dagger.
I got stabbed with the dagger.
Mapes and dragons.
Hey, say dragons, Nate.
Dragons.
Oh.
It's that dragons.
I'm
instead
from
of-
Seattle, so the Michigan accent really bugs me, but I definitely have picked it up in some ways too.
Damn. Immunity. Why didn't I get it?
My brother-in-law, he has the strongest I've ever heard. It's like Metallica. It's not Metallica. It's Metallica.
Really?
Yeah, but you know, it's all good. Accents.
Metallica. I've never heard someone say that.
Or Alan Iverson. Alan Iverson.
Wow.
You guys talking about your inter-American accents. I feel for you.
Okay, Jay. You should hear what we say about you behind your back.
Oh, Nate, were you talking about who the fuck is my D&D character?
There you go.
Yeah, that's the background generator.
That was so funny.
It's
Yeah,
got some
that was
good
it.
ones.
I thought someone else other than Posey posted it.
I just realized that you can type my name in, and then like every single thing that I've ever posted on the brigade comes up.
Wow.
Like even in comments, anything.
Oh, search this group. I see it now. Yep.
It's
That's
all
why-
on record.
Sometimes, if I know I'll lose something, I'll just post it on the Brigade or the One-Shot group, just knowing that I could search the link again.
Yeah, if I see
That's how I found my
something on
crafting
the
stuff on
brigade,
Team
I will
Scotty.
copy and paste their stuff and put it into a status or something.
Yeah.
One of my friends is the Wayback Machine because there's actually a group of people in the world who archive the internet and record it.
Yep. Wow. You can go back and
Yes.
see what websites looked like in the 90s.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
My old Heroes Unlimited website stuff is all still there. You can't
Oh,
access
really?
it anymore through the links and stuff, but they recorded it back from 2006, 2007. It's all there.
I wonder how many hours of ZomboCom they have.
Like,
Think how much porn they have.
No, ZomboCom. ZomboCom is not porn.
Have
ZomboCom
you-
is
Sounds
ZomboCom.
like porn.
Oh wait, I'm picking up the narrative. AJ, did you use Wayback Machine to do some porn detection?
No, believe it or not. Believe it or not, I went back to look up GeoCities sites, which got screwed up by all their servers, like Free Cities and Fortune City and
GeoCities.
What
did
I
I
have?
Wait. The normal GeoCities usage or the anime community's usage of GeoCities?
I don't go anywhere near with things with tentacles and robots.
I used to have, back in 2002, 2001 maybe, I used to have a website. It was one of those free ones. What was the big one back then? Ah, damn. GeoCities was one of them, but it wasn't a GeoCities site.
There was Fortune.
Angel Fire.
Angel Fire, yeah.
Yeah.
That may have been it.
What
It
was the
still
name?
be there.
Entire
You can
website
find.
dedicated to Skaven.
I bet Juice named it "Make Palladium Characters in Under an Hour and 15 Minutes."
Nope, it was a wrestling website, actually.
Oh well, let it
Well,
go.
I was in high school. You know, me and a couple buddies were really into wrestling. Yeah, those
How
were
come you and Ducker aren't close and
because we
buddies?
completely disagree on how to deal with people. No. First of all, somebody did a video recently about, I think it was Nerdarchy, about playing games with bad players or something. I don't know,
Yeah,
something like that. And I completely agree with playing games with bad players.
Yeah,
like
that was
I did that for years with my second edition D&D group, and
Yeah.
finally we had a good session a couple weeks ago, and it was the most rewarding feeling I've ever had in gaming in my life, because we all got along and it went smooth and everything was nice.
That
really hurts,
that
Juice.
was the mountaintop. It's all
Nate, you guys are always good. I have no complaints.
I'm
about
just
you.
kidding.
Play with bad players, but make them pay.
Yeah.
Well, do you mean bad players as in bad RPers? Or just like they don't
All
know
of the
their
above?
modifiers or which dice to roll? What do you mean?
It's hard to separate a bad player from a bad human being, really.
Well,
That was the
human
problem
no one
with
would
the
have any
video.
other games then.
That was the problem with the video, is they weren't clear as to what they were saying either, because they have all four of them there, and so they all had different ideas of what bad player meant.
Right.
So the initial conversation was about people who were inexperienced in the game and weren't either confident in playing the game or bad RPing or something.
They asked in the
But that-
beginning of it about what are we talking about? Are we talking about an inexperienced person or somebody who's not good at RPing? They did ask at the very beginning, all of them did. And I think
you're
they
right, Juice.
did all talk about it. All
I
of
think
them.
an inexperienced person is one of the most enjoyable to
Thanks,
start running a campaign
Mordecai.
because they come up with ideas that are out of the box. Like, for instance, I separated from a bunch of 3.5 players. I brought in some new guys who hadn't played D&D for years, and then they started playing 4th edition, and the first thing they realized is that you can intimidate a bloodied opponent to subdue them and stop the fight. So all of a sudden I was a DM left with a wealth of monsters and characters who were bested by these guys and were now enemies or toadies that were intimidated by them and working in their favour or coming back as recurring villains. It was fantastic. It was plot overload.
Yeah, that's great. I think a lot of TV shows.
I'm going to tell you right now what I think a bad role player is. And I'm going to do a whole video on this because I have quite a bit to say about it. But
Wait, Juice, are you sure you want to do it live?
Yep, I'm going to do it live. I'm not going to say call any names out
Let's
or
do
anything.
it. Let's
All
do
right,
it. Let's
Okay,
do
here
it.
we go.
Let's do it.
man. Let's
Posey, take notes. This is going to be your next
So-
video response.
What I'm-
We'll do it live.
Yeah, word.
and I think I lost my train of thought, but I'm going to try and rekindle it as I'm talking.
Tell
So-
us what a bad player is.
Yeah, so a bad role player is somebody who, one, they're closed-minded. And what I mean by that is they have it in their mind that no matter, like, I'll use D&D as the example, that, you know, you play a cleric this one way all the time no matter what, or you play a fighter one way all the time no matter what. They also, for instance, if you were to put them in a situation, just a random situation, like, yeah, you're in the middle of a town, what do? And they can't think of a single thing to do at all in a town. They just wait for you to hold their hand and pull them through everything. I think that's a sign of a bad role player or bad RPG or whatever the heck you want to call it.
Right.
Somebody who doesn't ever RP anything, where it's just I do this or my character does this. They never describe a single thing ever. So it's
Let's just
numbers.
say, my fighter does this or my fighter does that.
Sure, and that,
He
you
hasn't
know,
even got a name.
right. So it's somebody who's very vanilla. So for instance, instead of saying, "Oh, I go up and swing my sword," they say, "Okay, I roll a 7 to hit." Every single time, all the time, no matter what. So that, to me, is somebody who would be bad. On top of that, you can throw in the problem players, such as the fact that they might be disruptive on top of that, and that's awful. And if they were like that and disruptive, I'd probably want to boot them and pull a triple D. As long as they're not disruptive, I will still accept people like that at my game. You know what I mean? And then hopefully they'll see the other players, you know, role playing a little bit, and they'll grow into it. Because I've seen people do that.
You're talking
Yeah, let's
about
go around the table and see what everybody's role play pet peeves are. I'm just
Okay.
curious. Yeah, what's your pet peeve at the table? I think Juice, we got you down, but
Well, my biggest pet you want to know my biggest pet peeve is when people talk in numbers. It's, oh, how many hit points do you have? Or what's your charisma score? Oh, you should do the talking because your charisma's an 18 and mine's only a 16. Like,
Right.
that doesn't make sense to me. It bothers me.
So
Right.
wait a minute.
Robert,
I know what you mean, Juice, but I just want to clarify this. You're talking about somebody who's been playing for a while that does all this.
I don't care if they've been playing for a while or if they're brand new. As long as they're not disruptive, I'm not going to kick them from my table.
Well, no,
first
not
of all.
disruptive, but I mean like
Yeah.
not role playing right and going by the numbers. Like,
Just
you know
not
what I
role
mean?
playing at all.
right, but maybe they just don't know.
Would your
Yeah, I agree.
definition of bad role player also include someone who uses the same 2 or 3 description words for everything? Like, I'm
I do
awesome. I sit down at the table and grab the same alcoholic drink, and I slap the woman in the behind. Same old time, every single
They're
time.
trying. They're at least trying. So, well, yeah, sure, they could be
No,
considered bad. They
Like
could be
everything.
considered bad.
Like, I'm awesome, so I shoot the guy because I'm awesome. Over and
Yeah,
over and over again.
so
I experienced that recently. That's my new pet peeve.
I would probably
all
say
right,
that's
a good
bad.
pet peeve. What else?
But
what
if
else you got?
someone's bad, that doesn't mean they can't improve. Think about
That's
it.
true.
All of us started life not knowing how to ride a bike, so we all sucked at riding a bike.
I've been called a
Some
prodigy.
of us learned how to ride a bike.
You are a prodigy.
Some people
That goes
just
down.
refuse to learn to ride a bike though too. So.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
Myself,
here's the thing.
Philip
Like,
Rosie.
I think a bad player, like one is being disruptive, but purposefully being disruptive
Mhm.
is a bad player. But one of the things that I think is a bad player that I don't really think anybody's talking about is, like, I forget where the saying comes from, but there's a saying going, you know, the best thing you can do is the right thing. The second best thing you can do is the wrong thing, and the worst thing you can do is nothing. Like when you're on a gaming table and you're gaming and you're like, okay, well, it's your turn, like in the initiative or in a social interaction, and you have the one person that's just sitting there not doing anything, not partaking, and sometimes even not paying attention because they just don't know what to do. That I think even that sometimes can disrupt the table or bring down a table. And that's something that you got to start off with first before you work on. Because as long as you're talking numbers, you can add the role play. If you're just doing role play, you can add the numbers. But if you're not doing nothing, then you kind of shouldn't even be there.
Yeah, but if you're a GM, you should fish that out of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, and
there are some shy people who are introverted, and
introversion and shyness are not the same thing.
all of this, I think, is we're talking about a few different
like
issues.
synonyms. Well,
We're talking about different
energy.
things. I think so. For instance, I mentioned two things: a bad player and a disruptive player. I don't think they go hand in hand. You can have a great player who's disruptive.
Sure.
like
Sean is a perfect example of a disruptive player who's a good player. Because he's an instigator, right? And instigators quite often go against the, don't do this, you're talking too much. And then but they don't realize that the GM is just riffing off everything that they're doing.
And then also, you guys brought up just now a shy player. Or someone being shy might be a great player. You just haven't seen it yet. You know? So that's a whole other thing on top of that as well. And that's something that they can get more comfortable with eventually. And then, boom, you see all of a sudden this person's a superstar.
What about the badass role player? Like Chepe's example. The guy who's like, I drive up on a bike, and it's totally sweet. And I go to the bar, and they're all looking at me, man. And then I see a lady, and she's got a beer, and I slap her on the ass, not down it, and it's badass.
I don't know who you guys are talking about, but it sounds like you got somebody in mind.
hold on, I'll wake you.
They probably know
That's what you call a totally immersed player, man. He's immersed in his role.
Right. And he's also having fun. He wants to blow off steam and be this larger-than-life character. Like, for instance, in my game with you, Juce, where I was playing the pirate captain, and the ship's sinking because he's bluffed his role, smashes into the side of the thing, and then he's like riding a rope across, goes swinging across and jumps into the water, and then he pops up the other side, and he's like, "What's kept you?" Totally not me. Totally not me, but that's definitely what I wanted to do. I wanted to blow off some steam and be this larger-than-life, rock-faced character who's an asshole, but everybody respects him for some reason.
But there's a difference between being awesome in different ways and then just saying awesome with everything you do.
Yeah.
That's being a bad role player.
My pet peeve is people who can't separate their real-world angst from in-character play, so that things become taboo at the table. Things that become taboo at the table, like I had a Star Wars game, and if the person is watching this, I don't fucking care. A Star Wars game.
All right, AJ.
Trandoshans in Star Wars couldn't be called trannies because that was a sexual derogative term against transsexuals. Completely separate things, but it became taboo at the table, and I couldn't say it. That person is now gone. They're just gone. So I have a very nice table now, trimmed down to a good 4 people who have a sense of humor. So yeah.
It could be pretty bad. You could have anything from ethnic angst to some people who just can't deal with any kind of paladin characters because they don't like the idea of any kind of religious institution.
Right.
Or people who just can't take animal abuse and then use that to derail something, even if it's just natural killing going on. Or even if it's just a joke being said in character and it makes perfect sense.
Right.
What about over descriptive guy? The guy that spends like 15 minutes talking about the smell.
Yeah, Posey.
Shall we? Yeah,
Let's just be honest.
No.
We're talking about Posey and his horse.
Posey is the right descriptive guy. Like, he uses the 5 senses, but he doesn't like dwell on them forever.
Posey entertains me. I will say that right now. That Ignacio horse thing, I hated that. I was so annoyed.
You told me that you messaged him saying you gotta kill the horse.
I did, dude. Oh, I was dying back then.
He wasn't the only one either, Phil.
Oh, for real?
I hated that damn horse.
Many messages were sent that day.
Let me tell you what my
I made it clear too.
And there's a lot of people who are guilty of this. and this is just a personal taste thing. It's character introductions, and it's people describing their character in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so they'll do this. Wearing chainmail, got a shield, playing a human. He's about 5'7", dark hair, dark eyes. The thing is you're not painting a picture for anyone. Character introductions, in my perspective, should be showing your character in a characteristic trait about something that they do, something that is going to create a sense of atmosphere that you're going to be able to move forward with. Because I'm telling you right now, if you have someone who is just like describing who their character is, like their physical outlook, it does not.
I got a 21 AC and a broadsword.
Yeah,
Well, that's
you're
absolutely
right.
worse. But this,
I agree, Posey.
yeah.
I'm guilty of it, and I know I am.
Well, if you read a short story or something, it'll be a
Yeah.
specific trait or feature. Like my character has got a voluminous mustache that it's so bushy that it's like things are living in it. He hasn't been able to eat soup for 10 years. He basically he's a beetle pair of brows, a smouldering copper-colored eyes staring over a massive mustache with fingers steepled underneath it. And you know that if you say the wrong thing to this man, he's going to unleash hell on you.
Right.
That's character.
I think what Posey's saying is he wants a description that kind of like in a book when you're
Right.
reading a book.
I can give you an example if you want to hear one. This is from my Eclipse Phase game. Laika is laying down in a chair. She's looking over into an aquarium, and she sees this fish swimming in formation. She looks over at the window. The starships outside are the same formation as the fish. She gets a message over her comlink, and she hears that they need to go and find this person. She looks down at the fish, and she says, sometimes you have to put a little blood in the water to draw out the villain. She pricks her finger and lets a drop of blood come in. The fish leave from this mechanical hand that they've been eating on, and they go to the drop of blood while the large fish at the bottom is still eating. And then she sees, and reflected in the glass of the aquarium, her party members walking behind her. She turns her shoulder and approaches them. So.
Nice.
So what if here that brings up an idea? Instead of saying for the DM saying, "Why don't you describe your character?" Why doesn't the DM say, on location introductions, and so wherever you are, on location introductions that go something like this. If we were to look to your character, what would we see?
What is your character doing right now?
Right.
As your character is staring into the fireplace, what is he remembering?
I think, we've been using a lot, describe your arrival.
That's cool, too, because then you get some attitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used that in the game for Linkmar. And in the game for Linkmar, the character was... Noah walks down the street, and as he walks down the street, there's some children with greasy hair with arms that reach out, saying alms. And the lizard that comes out of his eye flicks its tongue, and he reaches down into his crotch and pulls out a piece of lice and feeds it to the lizard. And he kind of has the swagger, the kind of swagger that you have from shitting in your pants as he walks into the room.
I think you just broke me somewhat there, Pip. You just broke me.
You have me.
Dude, that was the beginning of that game.
That was the beginning of the game.
This is exactly why I'm glad the one-shot group started, because of stuff like this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really put a lot of thought into the introductions. I've always been like, oh yeah, just introduce your character so we have a general idea. And I'm usually thinking, okay, I'm going to write down their name, their race, and class, so I remember who they are, and I can later on in-game remember which person's playing what character. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to set
That's
that
how I've
boundary.
always looked at it. Not the way you have brought it up, and I'm kind of glad you did, because again, I'm learning something from you guys.
This is going to be the Maps and Dragons school, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, you're giving it all away free right here.
That's a piece of advice that I'm picking up recently that's I think is like golden. What Posey just said, because I know everybody here is guilty of, I got this kind of chainmail and hair and all this stuff, and yeah, Yeah.
I mean, it's cool to talk about those descriptions, but let's have something going on that brings out that description.
Right. Or like say it in a different way. Like
I like Nate's suggestion too about, as the DM who kind of is rounding everyone up, give them a cue though. Don't just say introduce your character. Like feed it to them. So like, hey, you're looking at, or AJ said it. You're looking at a fire. What are you doing? Or you're arriving to a party and you see a lot of people. What describe your entrance.
And
Something
change
like
the
that.
game. Like let every player be every type of role player during your game. Don't just cater to their particular want, but expand their horizons a little bit. So, but within reason, within respect for their comfort levels.
That puts you on the spot. It forces you into it without you feeling like you're on the spot. Like it's like, I think that's a great way to do it. And I think if somebody did that to me, I would try my best to explain the situation and do it actually in the way that you guys had already stated. Whereas, I don't think I ever thought about it. Character introductions were always, okay, I'm a human, I'm this race, this class, and I like a good martini or something, whatever.
Well, I just want to bring up the Provokers game really quick here.
Yeah.
I learned this from watching Barker, and I just want to say right now that Barker is one of the strongest RPers I've ever seen in my life.
Freeze the
Like,
beat.
Totally.
like the thing is like the way he introduced his character. He's sitting at the tavern, and he's at the table. I can see the wood table, right? And he set up like this little shaving dish with a mirror with some soap, and he's starting to shave his beard as the woman comes up. And it like the way that he knew what the texture of his materials components felt like. He remembered like picking up the rock and having this thistle or something, right? Mm-hmm. And that really spoke to me, and it got me more interested about like this is a method this man is using.
Yeah,
like you can learn from this. Doing a skill check as a flashback to a memory, for instance, that really opened up a new avenue in my role playing game. Where I really pulled my players in by invoking this technique. So Barker has helped my game. Definitely.
Freeze the meat.
Freeze the meat.
The thing is that you can do this Indiana Jones thing too. Like Indiana Jones goes down into a cavern and it's full of snakes. He's running on a train and falls to the top of the train as a child. Snakes move all around him. Now he's down in the dungeon. Like it's that same kind of Indiana Jones stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
Yeah, I completely agree. But Barker has it too. Not only is he good with his description, but he has that it factor. You know what I mean?
That's
something
nice
you can't pinpoint.
Well, he's got a creative genius that has it's a double-edged sword. So
I really
charisma. Because even if you watch,
let's not say genius. I'm kidding.
No, if you watch his videos.
No,
his videos, even when he's not necessarily RPing, he's got the it factor, something that 1 in 200 people have. He has it.
It's just nonverbal communication. He's taking pause. He's not just giving you like he's reading it from a paper. He's pausing and trying to give you like weight to what he's saying.
Yeah, he's invested. He's invested in it, and he projects that.
Mm-hmm. It's really good.
Yeah.
The thing is that there's these resources that I see in this community, and they're not being shared. And I think people could really learn from the experience if we had a condensed form that was easily accessible.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I disagree. There are resources being shared. They're just not how to role play. They're how to make a character, or they're how to describe things as a GM. Which some of those things transfer to players. Which is why I said in my why is all the vlogging gone? Which is why I said player content isn't focused in on for players like it has been for GMs, right?
I don't think that's quite implicit to the question that you were asking, but I can understand where you're coming from.
I think that to tell somebody how to roleplay isn't how it's going to work. I think having people watch you guys play for 3 hours and go, I like that guy. I like that guy's style, but I also like this guy's style. The object isn't to make a bunch of Barkers. It's about to make some guy who thinks that A, that they're important to the game, and B, that they're interested in the story and the level of, is there enough mystery? Is there enough horror? Are they good with that? And then, are they interacting with the story and making the story spin in a different direction? You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, like role play. When you're role playing, you're thinking from that creative side of your brain as opposed to the analytical side. You know, if you're always trying to copy somebody or you want to copy their steps, you're analyzing everything rather than just experiencing stuff and drawing from your own personal creativity and adding your personal stuff, your personal touches to your own personal character. Otherwise, you're just sort of, copy paste, copy paste. Here's a cardboard cutout of Juice. I'm in your game now. You know?
Oh, that's easy.
Okay,
I
a
rolled an
cardboard
8.
cutout of dice or
I
a
hit.
cardboard cutout of, a knoll or something, or Zolan from the Mayan game and whatever,
Yeah, like he has a point. There are people, and I've seen this in real life, when they've seen other role players that they deemed better than them, they've become so fake trying to copy someone else's style that they become worse than when they initially started.
If I can
like,
see
there's
on
so-
there, they get a meta community for a minute, because one of my things is to observe the whole thing unfolding, right? And I got involved with this when I offered a $100 cash prize for the best broadcast game, the most watchable, the best, in my opinion, that sort of was the best game. And at the moment, it's the Invokers game because we're still speaking about the Invokers game even now.
Provokers?
Oh, the Provokers, sorry, because it was really entertaining to watch and it's had a lasting legacy. Like, we look back at it as examples of role-playing stuff. And it had a bit of production value to it, not a whole heap. And I noticed that there was, I think it was actually Dungeon Master Johnny sowed this seed when we were doing video responses and things like that, where he wanted to get back to the brass tacks of just people sitting in front of a camera without the production value, without the introduction graphics, without all that sort of flash and glamour and stuff. But the overarching issue is, do we want the community to stay very niche and very small and very amateur? And as a result of that, we're going to have a cult of personality developing where people want to swamp games with people that they've seen playing before, even if they've only watched 5 minutes of shitty amateur video. Or do we want people who watch groups of players form up and DMs who actually put a bit of production value into it? So they have screen shares of maps, they have introductory stuff like the Dune game, for instance, with those videos of the whole thing and the feel of it and the orchestral music and things. It's a question of how much is too much, how much is too little, how are we trying to expand, and is it actually just a niche hobby, or is it something which really could expand into an entertainment form?
It's like something that happens in all art forms. Like, some people are going to take things and they're going to emulate. Like, like musicians. Like, they'll want to sound like this person, but then there'll be other people that are like, okay, I like this, I like this, I like this, and I'll incorporate that into my style. It's just human nature, Some people are going to emulate other people, and some people are going to try to be original,
Right.
Yeah.
I also think we all have different messages with our channels. Like, we all have different goals and messages. Like, for me, my big thing from day one has been that this game doesn't have to be as hard as some of us think it is. Like, a new player sometimes can be overwhelmed, what I've seen, with, well, how do I do this and how do I do that? Just play. Like, that's my big thing. Just get out there and try it. Sure, the first few times you might not have any clue what the heck you're doing. Nerdarchy's talked about it a few times. When they started, they had no idea how to RP. Or Ted's a good example, I think. He said, we just got together and tried to play games. Well, yeah, that's fine. You can do that. But then there's, so I think I kind of have let's all just play and let's bring as many people into this hobby as we can. And whether they're good or not, let's help them get into the hobby first. I'm like the first step, Right. Then it's like, oh, maybe they'll discover somebody like a Posey or, somebody else who takes that up a notch, And then other people do crafting. Like, everyone has a different thing for their channel. And I think
Also,
mine is just to get people to play.
Yeah, we could speak the same words and say the exact same thing on the same message for the same length of time, and Juice and I would have totally different reactions from people who listen to us because we're different people. So
That too.
Yep. Like, my voices and my accent would be more appealing to a Scottish person because they like my accent for some strange reason. So I get feedback from them. But
chicks over here love your accent too, man.
Oh, that's nice.
As do
American
ice
women
giants.
love those Australian and New Zealand accents, any accent.
That's because American women are all beautiful. Look at them, isn't that beauty?
Man, I got the Midwest
Hey,
on
a
lockdown.
dental plan is a great thing.
I don't know about all that. See, that's why I practice accents. It works wonders for me, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Accents.
I was about to say, AJ, that ice giants love that accent as well.
Oh,
Whoa. Jeez, man. Fate accelerated flashbacks.
Yeah. Well, what AJ just said there, like, a lot of times, like, I won't do like a video response, or like if I start to make a video and then I see somebody else did the same thing, like I won't do it just because I feel like it's been done already. But it's almost like important for other people to say it, because maybe that one person will listen to you instead of.
It's got to spread out. It's got
Like
to spread out through
each
all the
person
different
can
things.
do like AJ was saying. Each person can do their thing that it might have been done before, but have you done it before? Because the way you approach something, the way you feel about something, even the way you sound or look about something, may be able to reach someone in a way that someone else hasn't.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard the spiritual leader of our community, Jerry Albert?
Yes, I have. How do I turn this thing on?
If you don't roll 3d6 online.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna talk to him about doing a little video for your series there.
Oh, I hope so. Oh. Yes.
I say, you know what? You should all start off with 6 in every stat, and choose 1d6 for one stat. That's your character. Try and play that.
I would play that. I could play that.
But okay, so here's another thing. We've done these videos, these video responses, for example, like, oh, what's the right way to do your stats and things like that. Does it matter? I mean, really?
It
Honestly,
matters to an extent.
Well,
no, it doesn't.
I was just having fun.
Everybody
It
can
kinda
have
starts
fun
something.
in a game.
but
It doesn't matter.
And the extent that it matters is it matters as who's doing what on the table, and we're all doing the same thing.
I'm sorry, if you don't roll
See, I don't
3d6,
care about that either, though.
character.
I've played in games with Andrew where he did 3d6 straight down the line, and everybody else in the group did 4d6 drop the lowest, and the game still was fine. I don't even think it matters if they all do the same thing. As long as
Roderick was great.
Okay, just to clarify this, all right? That thread was started by Phil trolling. Just saying. And he was making a joke video, and he says that he was just trying to start stuff. He was just having fun.
That actually caused me to roll up a character 3d6 down the line, and it worked fine. I was like, huh.
Yeah.
It was an awesome video.
Straight down the line.
it was fine, but this is the thing. Andrew was doing 3d6 down the line when D&D came out, 5th edition came out, and everyone else was doing 4d6, drop the lowest, put them where you want, and it didn't change anything. It didn't make the people doing 4d6 have less fun. It didn't make Andrew have less fun. It all worked out fine, and it really ultimately was just something that doesn't matter. And then maybe Posey started it as a troll thread, whatever, but people got really serious about it. Like certain people.
Yeah.
Well, Juice, it's because people don't like hearing that they're wrong.
You know, if you are effortlessly superior.
Well, look,
People need to realize that failure in a role-playing game is just as much fun as a success.
Yeah.
Right.
Failure in life
Yeah.
is the same thing, you know, because
Yeah.
failure means growth. If
It's
you
like a
fail,
fun
you
challenge
may not
for
be
yourself.
trying. As long as you're trying and you fail, you know you've learned something and you can grow in life, in games, and everything.
I would take it a different way.
Fun
though.
to
Failure is drama. You know,
Yeah.
you get it. You
Failure is
have,
funny.
It can be, yeah.
you have a
Yeah,
character.
it's the problem with Superman, right?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
I hate
Yeah,
Superman.
there's
Look.
oh,
You
what
know,
the hell is that?
Just
for-
put him
for
against a bunch of wizards, especially in World of Darkness. Like, if you took Superman and put him in Mage the Ascension, it would become a survival horror flick very quickly.
For the
So what am I
mages.
saying, Robert?
No, for Superman. Superman.
I'm kidding.
Imagine a world where kryptonite turns out it's the latest holistic health trend, that kryptonite actually whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, and is completely harmless to human beings. It's like,
I'm
but
serious.
unfortunately,
All right, no, wait. hold on.
Superman's
Hold on.
biggest weakness is
Laser
magic,
vision, everybody.
right?
Look, as far
In
as
Mage the
failure,
Ascension, he would be screwed.
as far as
I mean,
failure,
What's William saying?
they have a YouTube
Whatever.
channel that they talk about video games, not necessarily tabletop games, but the methods and how you do things in video games and what goes into creating a video game, called extra credits. I watch that and apply it to tabletop, and they speak about the it's not a straight rise up. You have to go up a little and then come down, and go up a little and come down. You can't always pile on the action, or pile on the success, because people need a rest spot, or people need that suspense. That's not going to happen if you're just I'm a god, I'm a god, I'm a god. Oh, ha, ha, you can't stop me.
Yeah.
And this is why it's morally wrong to fudge dice, guys.
Yes.
No, but for Juice's campaign for Heroes Unlimited, I've made so many Heroes Unlimited characters. I was like, I'm gonna make this one completely random, and it turned out to be like one of my favorite characters that I've made in a long time. Just by doing everything completely randomly.
Yeah, like being.
Sometimes it's fun to do that. It's fun to craft characters. It's fun to challenge yourself. I mean,
I gotta tell you, there's one thing I don't like other people's put in, like input. That's my setting.
Oh God!
What?
I gotta be real honest.
He's upset because we were rolling random characters.
He was like, he wanted
robotic
his
baker.
ideas. So he's like, okay, since you want to make everything random, 3d6 down the line for this diceless commoners game,
It's a setting.
force us to go
It's a setting.
1d20 for the stuff. Why not roll randomly on the races? I took a 3.5 table that already had random roll
You
races.
just broke
and we
the
did
social
percentile
contract.
rolls.
You have social contract issues right now.
I was agreeing with you. He's like, okay, random everything. Got it.
You don't
Random.
understand. You don't understand.
You didn't like being a robot baker. I'm sorry. If
Philip
that's
has
what-
a specific
Like Baker, I'm fine
stamp
with.
for
It's
social
robot, I'm
contracts.
like, I feel like it's Futurama. How can you play a common or robot Baker? Robotic being.
It's an Eberron. I'm sorry.
Exactly. There
Clear
you go.
contracts.
It's on the plane.
Once upon a time,
Planescape. Boom.
All right.
Once upon a
Phil,
time,
get
during a
together.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, I seized upon a character from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which was a domestic help robot, and I rolled him up as a
sweet.
character. Yeah, and I rolled him up as a character, and my DM at the time absolutely hated that character and went out of his way to have a bunch of bully boys show up and basically torture him to death. And it was kind of traumatic. But I can understand that. I was compromising his setting. Son of a bitch.
That's a little crazy. Like when you do a setting, my personal belief is that you do a setting as a stage for your players and their characters to perform on. They do what they do, and you incorporate that. If you stop playing with that group, like if I stop playing with a group, I like to keep their characters and incorporate them. And if I move it 100 years down the line, maybe I take how they played and try to implement that into the world, or maybe their ancestors, their grandchildren. Not just look, this is my game, this is my setting. You better get on the rails or go home.
Yeah.
I love having copies of my player character sheets for
Yeah.
reasons like that, or all sorts of reasons. But yeah,
I'm just telling you, there's this thing in Fate Accelerated where everyone does setting creation.
I'm just. How very simulationist of you.
I'm just
What was
telling you,
this?
man.
What was with all this talking crap about my simulationist tendencies? And then, lo and behold, even you have a few.
You made him a robot baker.
That was the best
The
one rolled
dice
up, man.
made him. The social contract made him.
are you guys talking
It
about
wasn't a
made or
social
something?
contract,
What are you
it was
talking about?
Warcraft,
I don't remember signing a contract because on that son of a bitch would have been no ice giant raid. Line.
Okay.
Well, look, I've got a
You
question
can
for you
tell us.
guys for the purpose of practical world building. So if you're looking at the setting that somebody
That's a good story, AJ.
AJ always freezes every time.
Yes.
Every time it's going into something
Dude,
good.
chat lives on.
What's the best way to present a setting for you guys who run games? Like, what is the best way to hook you into a setting?
Oh,
Players.
To present
Like,
us.
if you just picked up a PDF or somebody's description.
Yeah, like
vision
like to
is-
feed
that's
off
the
of-
best way to hook me.
like I'm getting used to this whole over the internet cameras, no cameras thing. I'm still not quite that comfortable with it. But like at a tabletop, I feed off of people's energies, how they react, and if the setting is good and you have like a a DM that's role playing, and then one of the players they start getting into it and they start role playing, then it kind of gives you motivation to sort of up your game, and maybe you'll feed off on the next guy, and it'll go back to the DM, and then the DM like, oh snap, I gotta up my game too, and it's just a cycle. That's what gets me, that and an interesting setting, because a lot of settings are just, you want to play 5e, cool, it's medieval times, and that's it, done.
So what makes the setting interesting? That's the question.
What makes a city?
It's your deal.
Well, for me,
interesting.
it's a real visceral
Through
experience.
the books.
Being knee deep in salt water, heaving a cutlass. That gets me right into like this pirate theme, mangroves, like the smell of like this. Maybe there's a bit of swamp around. Maybe there's mosquitoes. That gets me into a setting.
Okay, so that's kind of a that's a very, very vague question, AJ, because people like different settings, like they like different genres, right? Because there's different forms of engagement for each type. So
I'm asking the question in a vague sort of way to hook into what it is about the setting that gets your interest. So you could give me an example.
Personally, as a player,
perfect vague response.
No, as a DM.
Perfect vague response. Darkness. Darkness gets me into a setting.
Nice.
Anything that inspires me. It makes me think of adventure hooks.
Nate, that's why you're in my Edrigor campaign,
I like
right?
it to be visceral.
That's all it takes for me. If I can look at it
Factions.
and I get ideas. Are you mocking me, Triple D?
Triple
So
D.
something that
No, I'm serious. Factions.
He's a
You wanna sell
planescape
setting,
guy.
sell a faction.
Andrew's a planescape guy. He has to love factions. I mean, let's be real here.
Yeah.
factions and Planescape are ideals. They're ideologies.
Yep, they are.
Oh, you're gonna love the religions in a quick. Now I gotta write that page up. Oh, more settings.
All I'm saying is, if your setting has
God damn it.
really interesting factions,
I like the
Yeah, fucking
races.
good
The
game.
races really hooked me into your setting there.
The races are essentially factions. Of course, the city-states themselves, the different governments are kind of factions in their own way, and then there's different religious movements as well. Dang it.
To be real honest with you, I haven't seen anyone cover in 5e the factions. Like,
The 5 from
like
Forgotten
why
Realms.
hasn't anyone done that?
The Harpers and all that.
I
Because we don't care.
they just
5e is a very sort of fluffy game. Like, it's light and airy, and it's easy
Not when
to
you play
just...
with me, man.
No, you know what I'm saying? Like,
All modifiers.
older editions,
Mostly that's only 'cause
had
you tried to
negative
do 7
fines
actions in
and
turn.
penalties, and there were requirements to go into,
Well,
prestige
5e
classes.
is. You can see it's a core system that's been made to be modified.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're absolutely
Yeah.
correct.
Oh,
Just wait for the splat
never
book,
mind.
so.
I'm gonna get on a rant.
do it.
Okay, I was
Rant it
Let
up,
me
Chuck.
refresh
It was on the design mindedness post, like the design syndrome. It bugs me so much that so many games will just haphazardly throw out and throw up a system on a page that has nothing to do with the setting. They're like, you could do whatever you want with it. Here's the general idea. Here's the core resolution mechanic that you could just steal from anything else from, or just use a percentile roll, or use a homebrew system. I could have made that up in an hour, and that does me no good. But instead,
Here's our
like,
dice
5e,
trick that we're using. This entire game is based on how many dice you roll.
5e
Preach it, brother
Is-
Chepe.
5e is a system designed to be customizable. There was effort putting in to make it easier for you to homebrew it. So even that is a design philosophy. I hate it that you could do anything with it is an excuse to accept any game. It just infuriates me.
Chepe just does not like to do the work, but you do. It's so weird.
No. It's
I
not
do.
the fact that it's not the fact that you don't feel like you like to do the work. You don't like to do the work. It's that you have that imagination, creativity, and you do enjoy sort of inserting yourself in the. Shut up! I know what you're thinking. Forget what I just said. But I can't say this right. Placing your ideals and creativity into a system, but then feeling compelled that you need to do it so that you can run it in a way that you feel is actually good.
I don't like working against a system. And there is something to be said for a system that produces an experience of itself with as little input from you as possible, right? There's something beautiful design-wise about that. Yeah.
Okay, guys, look.
I'm sorry, my...
Chepe's saying Chepe doesn't want to get chicken from a Chinese restaurant. He wants to get it from a badass chicken shack. He wants a system that complements the game, not a system
You're
that does
saying that
everything.
no Chinese restaurant will do KFC chicken. They'll never do KFC chicken.
Not in my experience.
Right.
But that's why Chepe is always searching for the perfect system for each.
There are chicken
genre.
specialists.
That is,
Yes,
if
I'm
you had a
niche.
game for D&D
I'm niche.
for
The
ice,
That's a quick campaign you do it.
Sometimes, for me, there's just a system that's good enough to run what I want, and that's fine.
That's
and I like
perfectly
that.
okay.
As long as I can tell a good story, it doesn't have to be the perfect system for that story, but as long as it can get the job done, I'm happy.
Well, you see, you and I, Juice, were raised on Palladium, and right, and Palladium is a smorgasbord restaurant. That's you,
That's
all
true.
you can eat buffet, and so of course, system takes a back seat to us because we want a system that we can modify to run any setting we want.
Yeah.
But
We're
if I
spoiled
had
that
something
way.
like that, I would choose
It's like
GURPS
going to the
because-
buffet and they got all the sushi you want. It's not perfect, but they
It's
got
not
it.
perfect, but
I
they
know,
got
but you
it.
can design a system well to do that. Like GURPS is an
You
excellent example
Just throw a
of
little
that.
hot
Or
sauce
DLP
on
is
it.
an excellent
But
But
example of
GURPS
that.
is not the perfect system because
Right.
Not there
there's
is
a
no,
lot of people who hate GURPS. Well, you know what I'm saying.
but
a
you
lot
can
of people
design a
hate-
system to be the smorgasbord and to add the themes where it needs to be, like GURPS does or BRP does. You don't
It
have to just say
accelerated.
this is a core resolution mechanic. It can cover anything.
My
It's just-
personal, going back to Palladium, my personal opinion of Palladium is that it is the best realistic system out there that I've seen. And I've
It's
seen
up.
a lot and I've looked over a lot because it tries to emulate Simulationist. It tries.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, it's not D&D. You don't have like hit points and then you're dead. It tries to incorporate realistic things, and I think it does a good job of that.
There's a lot of failures of Palladium because it's like woefully set out books and really hard to find anything, and
Yes.
it really needs to be reworked. We all agree on this.
Yes.
And it's good because it's a generic system, and it was right back at the beginning of games where generic was a thing. Like GURPS went one way, Palladium went another. They do fantasy, they do sci-fi, they do the whole mash-up of everything with the rifts. They do hard science fiction with Phase World and all that sort of stuff, and it works, and they do the mutant animals and all that sort of stuff. It's a system that you can add on stuff to, but it's bland, it's tasteless, it's not often very, very precise, and it doesn't do things very well sometimes. You got the KFC, which is the niche thing, where a system is set up specifically for a field. So Cthulhu, Shadowrun, that sort of stuff, where it's bang on with that. You've got games which are set up specifically for narrative. So you've got Edge of the Empire, where they roll dice, which are designed to make complications in the story. And if you're a new player to any of those groups of games, and those are the things that you grow up on, that you're
That you grew up on, AJ, and then
No,
you
it just grew up.
outside.
Yeah. So you've grown up on that. You've nursed on it, and you're looking for the perfection of that. And you judge all other games according to what you started play with. So, starting play with Dungeons and Dragons and then Palladium, we hooked into Palladium because we didn't have to worry about getting supplements and stuff because supplements were hard to come by in New Zealand.
There were no supplements.
Right. So we had a core system that would run any setting that we wanted. It wouldn't necessarily do it perfectly, but it was good enough to do the job. So that's what we hooked into. And so I look at every system that I come across from that mindset. Other people will look at it on from different points of view.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I grew up, like I started in second edition, but what I really grew up on, really played a lot, was third edition, and the D20 supplements that went with that. And I was in that sort of crowd so long that when I discovered things like Edge of the Empire and then Savage Worlds and then coming over here and Fate, Fate Accelerated and all the rest, but I take a system for what it is and just try to play it for what it is.
Hmm.
If I need to adapt, I need to adapt. But it's also like when you take a system, depending on what kind of players you have and what kind of clique you get going, it's more about what you do or what your characters do, and then having maybe the system resolve it, or choosing when you need the system to resolve it, rather than just, okay, here's the system, this is all we can do, this is all that matters, and that's it.
Hmm.
We
Right.
just
Like
want
maybe
you
the
to-
system doesn't cover certain things, so you don't necessarily have to roll for it.
Yeah, like I love playing 5th edition. I like D&D. I like 5th edition. But as a person who came up, training and fighting, it's atrocious at battle.
Mhm.
It in no way, shape, or form encompasses any sort of facsimile of an actual fight.
Right.
It's still fun, and I'll still play it, and I'll still
What's
enjoy it.
that combat
Yeah.
simulator?
At Encounters every week, I have some players who've come from Pathfinder and 3.5, and so they want to roll for everything. They want to roll for their social checks and stuff like that. And first of all, I don't usually make people roll to convince somebody of something.
Yeah.
I usually base it on their argument, and I'll argue back sometimes, or I'll go. Why are you shaking your head? If Nate was here, I'd have him explain. But
Because Chepe just told me I need to sack up over a private message.
Now, you know what I love?
But I don't always
what I
make
love
people roll,
out of
so-
players.
so that's
I
all.
love when a player goes, "I'm not that smart, but my character is," or "I don't know how to resolve this, but my character does."
Hmm.
That's like, oh, come on, dude, try.
Well, this is the
Right.
problem with puzzles, right?
Right.
Puzzles, yeah, that's a good one. Any kind of puzzle, whether it's what is it, like
Sudoku.
rhymes and things like. What the hell? Why can't I freaking
Rhymes.
That just
No.
happened in the Chinese mythos
riddles?
that they just did.
Mhm.
They gave the guy these like Hindu sayings or whatever, and they were supposed to come up with the answers. And you're sitting there watching them go through this, and they're just killing themselves trying to think of the answer. And it's like, even if you know the answer, it's like they didn't. So they said, well, I'm going to roll and see if my character knows the answer. And it's like,
Do people really associate Hindu with China? Like,
Yeah.
because one of the player
Well, no,
characters,
I
Both
didn't.
Asian.
So it was
one of the player characters was based off a Hindu god accidentally, and it wasn't Chinese. And I was like,
I
what?
believe even Lydia still
It's ignorance,
considered
Chepe.
I don't even know.
Yeah,
I'm
I have to
ignorant.
admit,
So-
I was sitting there making my character thinking, wait a minute, no, that's Japanese. Okay, I want to do, no, that's Japanese. Holy shit. Oh, I know, no, that's Japanese too, son of a bitch.
The good thing about a lot of those is when you play on Google Plus Hangouts, you can Google it.
So
Yeah, that's
Oh.
the thing is that he gave it to me, and I wasn't able to figure it out. But the response I gave was mirror, and it fit all the criteria, but it still wasn't the exact answer that he was looking for. And I think
So we
that
should've went with
there
it.
is the problem. If you have a very exact thing that you're looking for, that's going to be a big obstacle. You should be open to having a little bit more.
If you
options to
if
go
Personally,
about.
I
if
don't
you
think
watch that
puzzles-
video, the DM didn't understand why it was the answer. Because the reason it was a hole was that there was something in the vase that leaked out, so that's why
Yeah.
it was lighter. He didn't
Actually-
understand why the answer was the answer.
It was
Actually,
the
it's
wording.
because when you cut something into a vase, right? If you cut a hole into a vase, you've lost a piece of that vase. So
Yeah,
the
and
vase
the-
itself, even with nothing in it, is still lighter.
Yeah, but
What
the thing
Posey
is
said, I
a
agree
mirror
with.
functions the same way because if you put something into a mirror, it has to be light in order to reflect. It is lighter.
Gotcha.
I
What
like
Posey
that.
said, though, is correct. Like, a DM should roll with it. Now, here's the thing about that, though. Maybe the whole premise of the dungeon, we'll say, revolves around whatever this item was in the puzzle, right? Which I've used that in games before. And so, how do they do it after that, I guess, is a better question.
So-
Like,
Some of this all comes from the 5-room method for building dungeons, right?
yes.
So a simple way that you can help your characters resolve the puzzle is to have a role play aspect to it in order to resolve it, instead of it just being a direct player challenge.
Like,
And I
what?
think-
Like I think as far as puzzles and riddles are, to place them as a specific block in something
Yes,
that's integral
very.
to the story, I personally think is a mistake.
Yes,
Like,
you're correct.
If you need to go here and there's no other option to go to this one specific room to face this one specific person to advance the story, maybe the puzzle should be, if it's resolved, it's an easier way. If it's not resolved, an alternate route that's not as safe or a
like
longer
that.
route.
Or
I
might
feel like
be
the
better
puzzle
for
should
you.
play into the plot twist. I'll give you an example of one of my games. You walk into this cavern, and when you walk in, a magic wall has been cast, and it starts to play music, and it says, "My name is," and then it plays music. When it plays music, if you're able to discern what the notes are, it says a name. You say the name, a skeleton arises and goes to give you something, but he's missing a hand. So you had to say the name so the skeleton would come up. So an added feature in the red herring room is the missing hand that you can then go and place on the creature that reveals a mystery or the plot twist.
Is
So
the answer?
instead of it getting to the big bad, it's more integral to moving the story forward than allowing your characters to progress forward and fight something.
See, I disagree with having alternate routes necessarily. I have some players who like puzzles, and I don't do them very much. And I think puzzles can be used really well to switch things up a little bit, which I think is kind of nice for a game. And I had said in the sidebar, sometimes maybe you just say, look, you have to go and figure it out still if you want to advance in this.
That's the whole idea of the sage background, is it not?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. But I mean, the point is, yeah, they could go back to town. They can ask people, librarian or scholars or wizard, whatever.
That's an entire side quest that came off the puzzle. So I think
Yeah.
that's nice.
Of a failure, yeah.
But leaving one option is really the point I was trying to get at. Have multiple options to attack that one thing so that it doesn't just end there.
Right.
boil
And that would be
down
up to the
just to-
DM to not be a jerk.
Now bear with me, guys. What if
Oh, shit, here comes the bear.
What if it just ended there?
Okay.
The party is forced to experience the cold, hard truth of their inability to solve the riddle, and the quest is over.
Well, okay, but if you ran into a
Rest
real
is satisfying.
problem,
I'm fine with that, Andrew.
if you ran into a real world problem, like you couldn't get past this riddle or something, what would you do? You'd go back. You would find a way that there's a book in the Tower of Magnus that gives you the answer, or maybe there's a spell that another person can cast. So you go questing for that. And
Or
that-
I go get a bunch of miners and have them dig a hole.
Yeah, but that's
And
still
yeah,
an
here,
alternate
have
route
you seen
No,
that video of
people
that
come to
going around the puzzle.
People come to dead ends all the time in real life. That's why everyone's not wealthy and successful. I
Yeah,
don't know
right.
what you guys are talking about.
But how does that work in a one shot? How would you do that in a one shot? Would you be able to, hour and a half into the 3-hour one shot, go, okay, we can't figure it out, game over?
Well,
No,
one
go
thing
on a
is
side quest.
that may be the problem with one shots, but you
There's
could
no
go
problem
hire
with one
dwarven.
shots.
You could go sure there is. You could go hire the dwarven sappers, to go dig your hole, or you could have some other adventure be what you're doing.
There's
Why
also the
does
kill the
dwarves
puppy
have to be the
option.
sappers, man?
The kill the puppy option is where you can't answer the riddle, so you just go for the evil shortcut. So they have to compromise the character's alignment and pay the consequences.
I've done that before too.
It's a good role playing situation, and can be
Yeah.
just as fun.
You got
The
three
thing is
people.
that
When,
the puppy that they killed is
I was
tied
muted.
into a larger arcing theme, right?
You guys know the Elric novel stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so when he
Yep.
when he couldn't find his cousin, he made a pact with a Chaos Lord to get the answer. So maybe the answer is we make these guys become a warlock or something, and have a pact to that now there's a demon that has some say. in what you-
But here's the problem. I'm probably already playing a warlock.
So then you can sell
Well, now you're
yourself
dealing
twice.
with maybe you're playing the two powers off against each other. You're already willing to sell yourself to one ultra power. Why can't you be a double warlock? Playing both sides.
It's like multi-classing in one class.
Right.
I'm probably
Gain the
already
benefits of two
multi-classing
packs. Gain the benefits of two packs, and your team
Can
is
you do
just
that?
like, well,
No, you can't,
no,
Bo.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, give that to me, sure.
But if you open the gate, to that sort of sandbox roleplay, it could happen in game.
I'm
Actually,
waiting for Chepe's
invoking-
counter.
invoking
He's muted.
invoking your pact would be awesome. Like if you had Pact of the Old One and invoking your pact maybe once a game session and having some sort of Cthulhu-esque entity come down to sort of help you, but at a cost. That would be
Cthulhu
pretty
would never
cool.
come to help you.
Sanity.
Well, not
points.
Cthulhu himself, you know.
Well, sure, whatever your pact is, they could help you, but in return you have to do something that's against what you would normally be for. So if you have a pact with a dark being, maybe he offers to answer the puzzle for you, but now you have to go and slay a child or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Or he gives you a sword and you kill your girlfriend.
Yeah,
Sure,
something.
no problem.
Yeah.
Something. But yeah, maybe you can always come up with ways around it. It's harder than you think for some people, but you can always come up with some alternate way to still do the puzzle. You know.
Yeah. I like evil asking you to do simple things, and the simple things in the long run turn out to be the most evil thing. Like, for instance, it asks you to put a gold coin outside of a grate of a sewer. Just a gold coin every week. One gold coin. That's it. No reason why. But it turns out that you're paying off a certain other individual to do nasty, horrible things, and he has no idea who's paying him. He just does it, because if he stops doing it, the gold coin disappears.
That, or there's a bunch of beggars at the bottom of the sewer.
Or there's a monster that eats beggars grabbing gold coins by the sewer.
Yeah, or the whole itch thing. You know, there's some sort of shape-shifting monster down the bottom there that manifests itself as a clown.
What if you have straight and there's beggars walking all over it, but underneath their leg is a tentacle that's actually going down to a huge monster that controls them like marionettes?
That's actually a monster in Numenera, believe it or not.
Nice.
Turns out the gold coin is connected to a fish hook.
All roads lead back to Cthulhu.
Turns out that fishhook isn't actually a fishhook, it's a broom. Turns out that broom is held by an intergalactic janitor. Turns out that intergalactic janitor was actually joined to a 12th dimension, which actually created the crystal ball, which is at the entrance of the temple.
Turns out, I saw that coming a mile away. Turns out.
Adding the butterfly effect to your tabletop game.
Yeah.
Welcome to the OSG.
The realist.
I was going to give the counterpoint that most of GM's puzzles in general aren't actually very good logic puzzles at all. They have what we call point-and-click logic, which is basically a bunch of BS together MacGuffins that put key A in point B that doesn't really make much sense, but that's the answer.
What, you
What
want
if
a
you
logic
throw
puzzle?
up white and comes down yellow and white? An egg.
Good riddle there.
If you want to see a good series of riddles, you should watch Lloyd's Egyptian game.
Yes.
Oh god, I fucking destroyed that.
That's the way riddles should be, right? They should offer you kind of like potholes in the road, but they shouldn't fucking total your vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's quite often how I like running. Hey, Nathan.
Oh,
that's-
what's up?
Hey, man.
Hey!
Do we all know Nathan? My
Yes.
God.
I don't know it.
Nathan's a popular man.
He is a popular man. He's a paladin of the group. I quite often like the riddles that have bad consequences. So you know you have to solve it, otherwise something bad is going to happen to you. Not you don't have to solve it to get past it, or the game just stops. It's you solve it, or things are going to get worse. That's pretty much when I introduce riddles. That's it. Nathan, do you hear us?
He might
Knock
be
twice. Knock twice if you can hear us.
muted. I can't hear a thing.
No, now you're muted.
I think
Yeah,
your
you're not
volume might
muted.
be down on your microphone.
You know what would make an awesome thing for
I'm
a
not the
riddle?
only one. I'm not the only one who mutes themselves. Yes.
I mute myself sometimes too,
You're
but
not
you know what would be
supposed
fun
to after all.
I
is that
hear us. You hear us.
just
There's
wait.
a-
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh man, now I want Doritos.
Sounds like tacos.
Spicy,
You guys ever have one of those Doritos?
spicy nacho Doritos.
Cool,
Spicy
right?
nacho Doritos. Buy some, courtesy of Tabletop Gaming with Juice.
Hey, they're not paying me.
Captain
We're
Morgan's
not
old
plugging them
navy
until they
rum.
pay me.
I gotta tell you, if there was a bag of Doritos that came with like a D20 inside, I would totally go get them.
The inside of a
Yeah.
bag of Doritos is a map. There you go.
We're too niche. We don't have snacks named after us, unfortunately.
Dude, that would be so badass.
You know, full of
See, that is why I'm talking
powder.
about. That's why I'm talking about growing the hobby, production
Product
values, and turning it into a big thing.
Give me
So
a bag of
we have
fudge
snacks
mix with
named
like a
after us.
D8.
Why
Yeah, there you go. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Here's the thing. Why doesn't Wizards of the Coast try to reach out to Mountain Dew, Doritos, anybody, and try to do something to promote themselves? Just something.
Because they have magic.
They have nothing. They don't even
They have
promote
Magic the Gathering. That's all they care about.
But they don't even
Oh.
promote that anywhere.
Juice,
You know
Juice,
why?
if I went and worked for Wizards of the
They go
Coast, do you know
kind-
what would happen?
Because everybody sees gamers
They'd
as
make money.
overweight people in their basement of their mom's basement, and they don't want that image.
Or a
What's the
crap.
biggest thing? What's the biggest media draw to our hobby? Chicks and cosplay.
I think Satanism, right?
Honestly,
it's women in
the
chainmail
biggest
bikinis.
draw to this is us
Satanism
doing all the
brought
work.
me.
Fucking Andrew.
There was a very good blog post not too long ago about how Wizards of the Coast expects us to do all the work for them,
Yeah, that's true.
it was an excellent blog post because it's exactly true, and it was based on facts that certain people, I don't remember who exactly it was, but certain people that worked for Wizards of the Coast had said it's kind of up to us to find our own players, kind of deal,
Yeah.
not up to Wizards of the Coast to
Yeah,
give us
in the
money.
bigger picture, I'd like Wizards of the Coast to recognise that we are the most media-savvy hobby that they have. We're the people who look to fill our tables with other groups, and we're now inserting ourselves into social media. Like,
Classic AJ.
You know, guys, I was told
every single time. I'm just going to turn my camera off for a second.
I was
There you go.
told, guys, when I reached a 7th level as a cleric, I was gonna get inducted into some cult, and no one else. I'm just still here waiting.
you are in the 7th level of the cult. Have we not told you?
Oh, that was like an actual video, wasn't it?
Yeah. Chick tracks.
Nice.
Dark.
AJ?
Dark.
Or
Yeah.
not AJ. Andrew, your initiation starts next week, but you got to come to Grand Rapids.
Yeah.
I'll get there.
I've got to bring a peacock feather and some onion grease.
He's gonna have some ice Jotuns, man. Watch out.
Oh shit!
See, you bought a Palladium book. That was it. We've been
Yeah,
spreading it
that's
like
And they tell
wildfire.
you D&D makes you believe in the devil.
Is it
No, it's
working?
really Palladium.
That's
The
true.
devil is
What's
Kevin
the-
himself.
I could have sworn I read an article somewhere talking about role-playing games, and people who play role-playing games usually grow up to have a better sense of self, more expressive,
Yeah.
What?
It's
I don't think- I
a
don't
socially
think-
interactive. It's a socially interactive game of imagination that allows you to develop the parts of your brain which have alternate points of view at the same time. So you naturally become a moderate person who can see different sides of the same argument because you're used to seeing things from two different perspectives.
I
Can I
do
play
think it
devil's
helps.
advocate here?
Please.
Oh, what you gotta
repeat
say?
yourself?
Do it.
Well, we just had a discussion about the counterexample to that. Static and/or bad role players, people who are set in their ways, people who think that there's only one thing to say. So for some people, tabletop RPGs is a means of becoming a moderate person. But for other people, like certain personality types, it's actually a means or the one area of their life in which they can enforce their own problem.
Yeah.
That's like
true.
that's your classic like Pagel.
Basically, I'm saying it's a neutral thing, just like everything else. It's a means, just like movies,
it's a
TV
tool.
shows. It's a tool.
tool.
Well, for those people, it's Pagel in the sense that it's their master, their and slave everywhere else. They've picked one small piece of their life and decided that they're going to dominate it, and they're not going to take shit from anybody, and they're going to do
RPGs
exactly
don't.
what they want.
RPGs don't create sociopaths.
No.
Sociopaths create RPGs.
No, I've actually
Yes.
run into people like that, but those are the people that tend to be, pushovers in RPGs anyway. Like there was a kid playing an RPG. Well, I say kid, but he was about 18 years old. He's playing in an RPG group. His supposed best friend was gay, and at the table he would be constantly bullying him, like seriously racking down on him. You don't know nothing about the game. Why would you do this? Why would you do that? You ain't nobody. And then he would start opening up his mouth to some of the rest of us. And the rest of us, we're not like that. You want to challenge us, let's go ahead. If you're going to step up, you're going to get put down. But that's because we don't just limit ourselves to one specific venue. Not just, you got to dominate your space wherever your space may be. Not just say, okay, this gaming table is my space. And some people, like, they think that way. And some of the players that come to a tabletop and thinking that way get that from other people perpetuating that idea.
What?
Yeah, I didn't. You're the one person I knew wouldn't follow.
That's some straight up street knowledge, dog. You can't understand that shit.
I get just as much out of an online game as I do from a tabletop game, where they're gathered around in my house, right? Because I don't have to clean up the shit after you guys leave the place. I don't have to clean up your chip wrappers and your old drink bottles and stuff like that. And I get just as much feedback from you in an online game because I'm immersive. I follow the narrative and stuff, and I'm right there. It's like you are in my table, except I'm staring in the screen, but the screen's not there.
There's pros and cons.
Yeah.
I'll admit. I mean, I think me and Andrew talked about it on the last podcast. Like, the pros are that you can play from home, don't have to worry about, putting on deodorant or whatever the hell. You can go pantsless if you're,
Yeah, but also
whatever. You can do whatever the hell you want.
The dual-edged sword to that is that in playing online games, I realized that some of my players at my table at my home game were assholes, and I didn't need to play with them anymore. And so I put it on the line, and I got rid of a couple of them. And it's so much better now. My game is so much better.
I have two negatives about being able to play online. One, because of the one-shot group, there are too many damn games for me to play in. That's the number one problem. I can't play in all of them. Number two is that sometimes it's hard to tell who's going to talk next. That's the only other thing. Whereas in person, it's like you can read body language a little better.
That's true.
Who's about to talk. That's the only thing that has come up with
my biggest thing with playing in this way is that I still have sort of a social disconnect. Like I love performing for a crowd, and when you're playing at a game table or you're running a game, those players are your audience, and even at times people walking by, those are your audience. You're performing for a crowd. But over here, when you're just sitting in front of a camera or just sitting in front of a screen, I still feel that social disconnect. That's the biggest thing I have with this so far.
You know what I can say? I understand that feeling. I've had that with certain games, and I think that's in part the games. I don't think that's necessarily the medium. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Like, for instance, when we play with the Provokers, and we talk about this afterwards, among each other, a lot of us, that's up there as one of our favorite games we've ever played. I've never once, after that session, had any negative feelings whatsoever. Like, I've played games where I felt like things were a little awkward because people would keep trying to talk or, something. There's always, like, something. But with that game, it feels just as natural as sitting at a table with people sometimes.
Yeah. I like all of the Palladium games I played with you, Juce, and the others that have joined me at the table, because everybody's just like, it's just slapstick humor, We're just having fun. And that's the thing I really like. That I consider my games a win when everybody just comes out of it thinking, "Oh man, that was crazy. That was a good time. That was an evening well spent."
No, I agree. That Ninjas and Super Spies game, oh my god, I think partially because I was so tired that night, but I don't think I've ever laughed as much as I did that night.
I love my character, the Cricket. I love the Cricket so much. I want to play the Cricket again. Robert, when are we playing the next game? God damn it, he's out having a sandwich or something.
Robert Oker. You there?
So, Andrew, should we talk about what we've kind of talked about before? You have no idea what I'm talking about right now.
I do. The wrestling.
Yes. All right, so we're talking about it. Me and Andrew were talking about making like a weekly event where everyone gets to like go head to head with their characters or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Almost like a wrestling thing, just for the hell of it, like little 20-minute videos of people fighting each other.
You know, they did that with comic books. They had a website. I forget what the website is called right now, but you created your comic book character, and then you would insert your character into somebody's story, and then you would draw a page or a panel. And then someone else would take their character and respond in a panel. You know, and it created, I mean, pretty cool comic stories.
Yeah, we're thinking of an RPG thing through the One Shot Group, though. We call it like the One Shot Group Wrestling Federation or something. And so we would make, well, we were talking about coming up with like a collaborative system, he and I, and then letting people make characters or whatever using this free PDF, and then you just come together and fight each other, whatever.
But would it be like a PvP event or something that's like the Diceless games?
And it'd be like pro wrestling, straight up pro wrestling. Each person has their one character. You could do tag teams where it's 2 versus 2. You could do all sorts of different things because it would be a pro wrestling.
Oh, speaking of that, you know what? Ice Roller Josh, he's kind of new like to it all, but he came up with an idea I enjoyed with incorporating like a soccer game into D&D. And I think like we say in wrestling or soccer or like a pugilist sports or any other sport, and coming up with a few systems to implement in not just D&D but in a few different games, or taking whatever games you can find to inspire and putting them in different systems would add like a lower level dynamic where you could play and enjoy yourself and not have to worry about going off and killing gods.
Hotball. All I'm saying.
That was a big
Have
thing.
you guys played the Three Dragon anti-card game that's designed to fit in with D&D?
No.
It's not bad.
That's an actual game?
Yeah, I've got 2 sets of it. Yeah, it's not bad.
Cool. Hey,
Because I know I've picked that before as one of my skills
I'll just type it.
Yeah.
or background deals.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to pick up cards as my, gaming skill in backgrounds too, but that never comes up in a game.
Yeah, we need to fix that because you can play that online as well. In fact, Wizards, if you ever listen to this, and I know you've got to have some poor unpaid intern who's watching this shit, can you please put some sort of a dice app or something like that on your website that allows us to play Three Dragon Anti so that we can share it in the screen share?
AJ, Wizards doesn't watch my channel.
Oh, well, they should. They should. You know what you need to do, Juice? One thing I noticed, and I'm sad to say this, but it's true. I just did this kind of by accident. When I was talking about the reasons why you should play online games video, reasons why you should DM, sorry, and I put a female on the sort of the intro video, the intro picture. So when you click on the video, when you see the video, there's a picture of a woman wearing a Game Master T-shirt.
Yeah, I saw that.
And that got like twice as many views as any of the other videos for that
That
week.
tells you something about some of the people in the One Shot Group.
Right, just because it's got a woman on there.
That's just everywhere, not just the OSG. They use sex to advertise and market everything.
We all know Main Man does it. That nymph video got so many more views than any of his other character
I'm
creations.
just gonna say it right now. Main Man cheats. His keywords sometimes say big hooters and like crazy crap like that.
Wow.
Okay? So he's cheating.
Yeah.
Main Man's shameless. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
Yeah. Whatever works, man. So I'm surprised Dawn Forgecast doesn't use some of those tactics, like getting his girlfriends on his videos. Anyway,
Yeah, but I don't think that helped his channel.
no, nothing helps his channel.
Oh, shots fired.
I've actually watched this channel. I don't really enjoy it.
No, he's too bland, right? He doesn't want to offend anybody.
But it's so helpful and informative. It's one of the best channels on YouTube.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
If you
On
like Pathfinder.
Forgecast, I love his older videos. His Pathfinder videos actually are probably the main reason I got into Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Since
I've never
then,
played Pathfinder, so
I stopped Pathfinder before ever finding him, so.
right.
The Pathfinder Society is what got me out of Pathfinder.
5th edition has made it so I will never go back to any other fantasy system. Maybe Palladium Fantasy, but that's it.
The people who are still playing Pathfinder are the ones who made D&D bad.
I gotta say, I still like 4th edition. You know.
Andrew.
I've never played 4th.
I like 4th edition
Andrew?
because it's a bridging ground between war games, tabletop war games, and D&D. So I can understand why you like it, Nifty, because you're from the wargaming mindset.
Yeah.
So
I've played tons of war games as well as tabletop games, so I like it because it adds more of the role play element to it. You know, but I think a lot of people don't like it because it's not centered around combat, but since it has so many things to do with combat, and they disassociate fights with role play.
right, yeah.
Oh my
In fact,
God, we're
4th
5 away
edition
from
got a lot
1,000
of.
with the OSG.
What was that?
We're 5 away from 1,000 on the OSG.
Yep.
Wow.
I approve that's why I was trying to interrupt. I approved the 995th member just a few minutes ago.
Wow.
Nice.
Did you check their Facebook page? I bet you didn't. You're
Jeez.
bad admin.
All right, guys. Who's gonna play in my pleasure prison game?
I'll
Is it-
play in any game.
Is it, I will play a sex-themed
Wait a
RPG as long as it's Barbarella style. You sit down and smoke a shishko and it's like...
No, as long as it involves ice giants.
I've got these long legs and they're fucking sweet and hairy. I'm wearing these real tight Daisy Dukes and they're made out of denim.
So Andrew, why don't you run 4th edition on the one-shot group? I think
Please
that's
don't.
been lacking, right?
Why don't I run 4th edition?
Mm-hmm. Is that
I-
your deal, right?
Is that a challenge?
Anybody
I
can
like
run
5th
4th
edition
edition.
better.
He won't run 4th edition, but on the one-shot group because he wants to actually play a game with people.
A slightly trained eagle could run 4th edition. A computer could run 4th edition.
Kid. Neftali would play with him.
What's up?
I said Neftali would play with him.
I was
They
just
make fun of me for playing 4th edition.
No, I was
No!
making, no. We're making fun of you because 4th edition tutorial was the reason why your channel got up, and you were bound by that when you were trying to leave 4th edition.
No,
still.
his channel got up because he actually has a good-ass channel.
I don't slag off any edition.
Oh, snap.
Shots
We're
fired.
not swinging for the
Oh,
boy.
shots fired.
I don't consider any edition of D&D to be inferior, but if I did, it would be 4th edition.
I consider them all to be inferior and thus equal.
Hey, 4th edition is real niche.
No, 4th edition isn't niche enough.
Have you guys played the original?
Come to think of it, I still need to make a video that will put my channel below 100 again.
Too mainstream.
Too mainstream.
All you got to do, Chepe, is
Mhm.
just go and dog everybody's channel, and we'll all unsubscribe.
No. That, Phil does that, and he got over 100 subscribers doing it.
Yeah, that's controversy.
Who did that?
man.
Who did that?
That's what Maps and Dragons does. He just starts stuff.
Oh, this guy's an asshole. Let me see what he does next.
Hey, assholes are ratings. Just look at any radio star. They're all assholes.
Look, there's another saying. Is hate me or love me, I'm still on your mind.
So you're giving me bad advice. You're telling me how to become mainstream. You're not telling me how to maintain my nicheness.
Chepe's a hater. We all know it.
Chepe,
Yep.
don't lie. You're trying to portray you want low subs, but we know you really want to be a 100,000 sub channel. We know.
No, I make the joke.
Yeah, you do.
I want to be 100,000 subs channel. School me. Oh, great Juice.
I'm not even at 1,000. Okay. Andrew is better than me. Ask him.
Production
Well,
values and do a tutorial for a game.
I did that already. A very bad one. Rise of the
580.
Empire.
it's
I
not
can tell you how
about
to get subs and how none of them will watch your channel. Because I have subs, but I don't have a lot of views.
I have a ton of views.
He's got
Yeah.
tons of views. And about the same amount of subs.
How much does tons constitute?
For me, it's an amount that's more than my subscription base.
I agree with that, because mine is about a fourth of my sub base, usually.
my
What are you
best
talking
is
about,
like
total?
10,000.
You're talking about total or per vid?
Per video.
Mm.
I only have 40-some thousand views, which for a channel that has as many videos as me and as many subs as me, that's not many.
This
Me,
week,
for
I
example.
gained 22 subs.
Yeah, Nate, for example, he just started like 6 months ago or something, 7 months ago, and he's got almost the same amount of views as me, and he's only 100 subscribers behind me. He's got videos with thousands of views. I think I have one video that's got 1,000 views.
Beautiful man doing crafting. I mean, that's what it is. Beautiful man doing crafting. That's exactly why.
Or tutorials.
Or
No, I
tutorials.
said Nate. Nate is doing awesome. Nate doesn't have crafting.
Yeah, WASD 20.
Oh, Nate. Yes.
Yeah, he's doing awesome. So,
Is my mic working now?
Yes.
Yes. Hello, Nate.
Oh, Nate. I don't really know why.
You
I
do
don't know why
crafting? What do you
people
do?
ever watch him.
I'm
kidding.
Well, there's one way you just lost a subscriber.
Yeah, just lost a subscriber.
Check it right now. You probably lost one.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see. Let's see. Oh, that would be great. Probably one of you did it out of spite.
One during this podcast.
Well, that would insinuate that Nate was watching this and that he was a subscriber to your channel already.
Oh no, there's no way.
Nate subscribes to me.
No, I was just kidding.
Phil and I.
Nobody watches my videos. I mean, let's be real
down the
here.
hate.
I watch your videos.
Oh yes,
Oh,
you
no.
do.
I try to
Don't
watch
help
your
me, I do.
videos.
Chepe,
I'm so
you
sorry,
got the
AJ.
whole Chepe, you got the whole video vlog response ball rolling with everybody. So
I was just sharing my thoughts with what I was making an observation using a rhetorical question, and
That
apparently
really pissed me off, by the way.
I'm sorry for being relevant accidentally.
powder cake. It was a
Like,
powder
the thing
cake.
was he was 20 subs behind me, and then he got like 20 subs, and I got really mad.
I'm sorry for doing
So I
something
had to up my game. Better
Battle of the
content,
subs.
Better
You got
production
mad, Posey?
values.
You're making videos for the wrong reasons.
No, he was.
Not be making videos for subs and sub racing, okay?
Whatever,
He
dude.
has this competition between me and him. He gets subscribers by starting stuff, and my community's my channel's about building community. My channel is about building community. I'm trying to help, trying to be as constructive as possible.
I think people that subscribe to you are insomniacs.
Yes,
They're
I
just-
think people who subscribe to me are people who kind of just like me in Hangouts or pity me in some form or fashion, and they just watch my videos to bear with it.
Oh, hell.
No,
that's
I
so
watch
bad.
every single one of your vids, so I don't want to hear it.
I can't possibly watch everybody's vids. There's too much to catch up on.
Like, yeah, I have 700 in my watch later. Chepe, you remind me of the guy who like tries to go and hit on a girl and starts it off by saying, "Well, I know you won't like me because I'm ugly, but."
But the emotional content is there, I promise.
But the emotional
Why do
content
nice
is-
guys finish last? I don't understand.
Well, hello. I didn't know if you knew this about me, but I'm ugly as fuck. It's nice to see you. It's nice to talk to you. I would like to play the pity card if you don't mind.
I'm not an animal.
Next time
I'm a
you-
human
Next
being.
time you hit on a female, walk up to go, "Hello, I know my charisma's only 8, but..."
Hello, I know my charisma's only 8, but I would love to see how well you
Well, I'm the
are.
real deal, baby.
No, it just cracks me up because you dog your channel so much, Chepe.
I do. I really do. I scare people off with my one-shots. People still
Do you
come,
not
too.
like your own channel?
What's your favorite channel, Chepe?
My favorite
Yeah, but-
channel?
Oh, his is the same old G. I already know that.
No.
We can't we can't rip on Chepe's channel and then get mad at him for ripping on it though.
I know, right?
So Chepe, what is it? RuneSlinger or what?
Runeslinger is definitely not my favorite channel. My favorite channel has always been, I got a few, but Null Inquisitor, Robert Ogre. Yeah, it is. Robert's one of my favorite channels.
Robert just pulled a
You're a
check.
charismatic bastard, Robert Oger. Just admit it. You're good
Robert,
to listen to. Accept it.
Robert, Null Inquisitor,
Robert's very interesting. I get a kick out of his shed videos and his Christmas specials.
Yep.
Those
Pretty
make me
much.
laugh.
Remember the Halloween episodes?
I
Yeah.
love those. I was the first one to watch those videos every single time. I was like, boom.
Robert, you have yourself a stalker right here. He knows. He was the first one to watch it.
Yeah, I feel like,
Video I put
when
up
I'm
there.
like the first person on a video, I feel odd. Like, wait.
No, I feel that way watching
with this.
vlogs. Like
I
very
can
personal
say-
vlogs, not about a hobby. Have you ever watched anybody who's just talking about their day? I feel weird ever even trying to watch any of those channels.
Like reading someone's diary.
Yeah, it's really freaky. I was like, why do people subscribe to this kind of content?
I was one of DMG's first when he just had his trailer up, and then I think with Andrew here, I was one of his first.
Oh, I used to be Andrew. I used to love SO2 shit, but then I got
He
to
had
know him.
like 10 views on like 3 videos, and I said, dude, videos are really good. You should do more videos. Like 6 months after he had done his last video, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, thanks, man, and then boom, he blows up.
I think Andrew's unsubscribing from my channel right now out of spite, just to mess with me.
Not just, but seriously.
No,
being
I like Chappe's channel. It's like it's vegetables, right? It's like we talked about the other day.
Yeah,
Vegetables?
it's stale and it's good for you, but you don't really want to eat it because it's kind of monotone.
But you should eat it. So you go there and you force yourself to watch, and you're healthier for
that
it.
are monotone. Your channel is nowhere near monotone.
Well, it's getting better too. Go back and watch like his first videos.
All I know, they have
It was
some. They
monotone.
have some channels.
They're
that
also
are-
the most
yes,
theoretical
well,
as well.
you play a race for Dungeons and Dragons because it's there, and you choose this race because you want to play something with pointy ears.
Okay.
You know,
Here's what I'll say.
I could do
Chepe's
my
stuff
voice.
is good. It's long, and sometimes it is very monotone and quiet.
Okay, why don't you
And
feature
that's-
my channel?
Chepe's video, the reason it's hard for me to watch is because I can't turn it on and do something else, because I have to like focus to hear what he's saying. You know what I mean? Because it is.
you have a problem
is-
watching his channel because it has content that's interesting.
No, it has nothing to do with the content. It's the way he speaks. It's so like soft, and there's not a lot of influx in his voice.
So you're saying I should do my voices in the in
No,
video
I'm
voices?
saying if you just put some influx into your videos, you know what I mean? Add some excitement to the way you
No.
present the information.
Chepe, you might not be a one-person video man. You might need like a co-anchor.
You need some go-go dancers.
Like,
Nice.
for real. No, here's a good example.
That's what
When
I
you're
need.
talking in our chat right now, you
Yeah?
talk completely different than when you're filming a video.
Yes.
He said that too.
Yeah, that's the difference. Like when you're talking in here, it's more natural. When you
Was it
talk
more-
in your videos by yourself, it's not.
Was the because I know you watched it, Andrew. Was my vlogging content, a Fawn's Reprieve, natural sounding like it does in Hangouts, or was it more like when I do normal videos?
It was closer to Hangouts, but it wasn't the same as you are when you're in Hangouts.
Right.
I gotcha.
Yeah, like it's not a knock on your channel. I think you have good, content and things like that. It's just a lot of times when I put videos on, I'm doing something else. And so I'll notice, like, one, if it's a really long video, no matter who it's by. Sometimes Nerdarchy, which I love their videos, I miss half the video, just because I'm doing something else. And the same thing kind of happens with your channel, but I've noticed with some channels over others, it's kind of easier to get caught up with what I'm doing instead of listen to what's being said. Do you know what I mean?
Let's join forces, man.
AJ probably knows what I'm talking about. He crafts while he watches videos.
Yeah,
Robert
I
and
made
me
a
will
video.
do our own podcast. We'll start
Yeah.
our own podcast
Yeah.
with hookers and
And it could be
blackjack
like-
and
I got my first
forget the
response on my
podcast.
video.
And karate!
Yeah.
Look, I can get women dancing in chainmail behind me in my videos if I so wish, but I'm not going to stoop to that level.
That won't necessarily make it interesting for me if I'm doing something else because I'm not
Yeah.
watching it. I'm listening.
Oh, if it's under 5 minutes, you'll watch it. You'll watch it. And
That's
you'll
true.
Like it.
I will. Actually, if it's under
I made a
5
video the other day that was 29 minutes long, and I knew that the only people who would watch that were crafters, and it was a crafting video. That was where I was crafting.
Oh, yeah,
I know
your
what I'm gonna
styrofoam
start doing.
rocks.
I'm gonna have like a single
I
frame
watched that whole
of
video.
pornography spliced into my videos. just like, yeah, I think
I
we're
thought
I'm
yours
doing
already
it
did,
way-
Posey.
Technically, yeah.
Okay,
DJ.
Posey's got a video a while back where I have no idea what the hell he was talking about. I've watched it at least 30 times. Like the transdimensionals, whatever, I don't know the fuck he was talking about. But that video, I played for both my gaming groups, okay? Like, I asked them if they knew what the hell he was talking about. Like, I have no idea. I've watched that video more than I've watched any other video on YouTube.
The transcendental. one?
I don't know what the fuck.
Which one was it? Was it the metacognitive lateral adaptation video?
Probably, because I have no idea what the hell you just said.
Because that one was the one where I told this story about.
It's like a minute long.
You have like no, that's not good.
Here, I'll find it.
It was it was the metacognitive lateral adaptation.
No, he's talking about a different one.
Oh man, I love metacognitive lateral adaptation.
That was
What a
the one though,
genius
because I remember Juce telling me, he's like, "Do you know anything that Posey just said?"
Yeah.
It was amazing. That video is genius. I don't care what anybody says.
You know why I do agree with that? Because I've watched that video more than any other video on YouTube. I want to know. Is that the one where you're like in game?
No, you're talking about the German idealism.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it up and I'll let you know if that is it.
I'll post the link. Hold on.
Was the one where he opened with the stage move, where he was sideways and he went.
I like the
that.
game.
This is the one you're talking about.
So
Very
many,
clever, Posey.
so many tabs
Very
open
clever.
right now.
Getting so many views at one time on a Hangout. Well, be sure to post in the comments below for all
I'm
who
at
wish
least
to go
half
to
of these
Dungeon
views, I
channel.
think.
Leave your comments.
Yes,
in the dungeon
RPG
below.
German idealism is it.
Leave your comments in
Yes,
the dungeon below.
that is it. Because I watched it and I couldn't figure it out, and I still don't know what it means. And so then I made my gaming group watch it, like Nate and all them, and I said, "What does this mean?" And they're like, "I have no idea." So then my one player was like, "I want to do this in game," and it just stuck. I just see Posey in game. I'm like, okay, that's it.
You guys know what it means? It means he's better than you.
Well, I knew that. I've always said Posey and you and half of you other guys are smarter than me. I don't deny that.
Anybody can read from a psychology textbook.
Okay, so which half? I'm curious now.
Which half?
Did you
Yeah,
guys watch
which
the
half?
video?
I did.
Okay, more than half in here. I don't know. I bet Ogre is probably on the same level as me, maybe.
Are we talking like old school
Hell no.
chats with like Frank
Ogre
days
smarter than me?
and Juve days? Are we talking like this later post-neo, post-modern group that we have going on here? Like this transcendental development that's happened.
Yeah, we're beyond
This new
systems.
emerging community, this sub-community within the sub-community of the Juice live chats. Like how it's developed.
So in that video, I was talking about the
Yeah,
links
please,
between.
Yeah.
All right,
Small
so
words, please.
Go for
in
it.
the video, I'm talking about the links between knowledge and being in an RPG.
So you're talking about real-world knowledge as opposed to what your character understands?
No, I'm talking about the character's relationship to their knowledge and their understanding of the world as manifesting things in that world.
So like playing in character.
So yeah, you're in your character, and your character's knowledge defines the limits and possibilities of the world. So
So you need to
for any object, it only exists in relationship to their knowledge of that object.
Right. So if you've got a laser, like if you've got a remote control there, you have to look at a remote control, even though in the real world you know what a remote control is, you have to look at it through the eyes of your character looking at an object which is not real to them. It's a magical item.
Well, that is metacognition, is being able to put yourself into someone else's shoes and to have that experience. And that's the part of empathy or compassion that RPGs can teach you, like just to assume the perspective.
My argument with making videos like that, Phil, is I respect the intellectual content, but those academic subjects teach you a language that allow you to talk about the subject matter from an academic point of view. Whereas if you're applying that to the real-world viewers who are watching those videos, we don't have that academic training and the language associated with it.
Well, it's only a minute long. I didn't go on, and you don't have to watch it. So.
Oh, I'm not casting this as a criticism. I'm just saying if you want a better content viewership, then you can phrase it in different language, but confer the
He
same
just
knowledge.
wanted to talk smart. That's all.
That's fine.
He wanted to talk smart.
No,
I heard everything.
The thing is that I feel like you can.
I'm the one
explore a
from
lot of
Arkansas, but
things.
everyone has a better country accent than me.
I'm gonna lay down a challenge to you, Pip. I'm going to lay down a challenge where you can make exactly the same video, except explain everything in words under 4 letters.
Well, that's really hard.
Okay, under 5 letters. Under 5 letters. Let's be fair.
So,
I can explain his channel in that.
It's a point of view.
Posey's tagline when watching his videos would be, "You know RP good."
I'm like seriously. I try to watch everybody's channels and like at least give certain channels a shot. But half the time, like I said, I don't understand some of these videos. They're way over my head. Like I would say Chepe sometimes. Same old G's.
Are you talking about the thematic mechanics video?
Yes, I think so. There's a few videos that they're just way over my head because I have to pull up a dictionary for half the words, and that's not a knock on anyone's channel either. It just clearly is not for me.
That's why me and Chepe need to join forces, so he can say all the smart stuff, and then I can break it down don't do that stupid shit at the table. And
that's why it goes back to monotone, though, is because I'm trying to keep myself slow because I think faster than I can physically talk. I'm trying to slow myself down half the time when I'm recording videos.
Right.
Yeah, but
I'm also
all you gotta do
cold
is learn to talk like this. When you talk like this, you
insomniac.
can talk fast, you can think fast, and you can talk fast. That's all you really need to know how to do.
Andrew sometimes on SR2 Joker will sometimes use words where I'm like, what the hell did you just say?
But that's why it's good for
often,
different people to cover the same sort of subjects.
Sure.
Because someone, if I understand what they're saying, and I'm speaking, and maybe in my video I might get a little street in my video, but you might understand that, then you're good,
don't take it the wrong way. I'm still sub to those channels, and I'll still watch the videos. If I'm halfway through, I have no idea what's said, though. I go to something else. I'm just being real.
There needs to be a blog post of just a small list of about 20 things that every single YouTube RPG channel eventually covers, and we should just list them out for everyone who's starting a channel so that they could just get it out of the way. That way everyone who's like, oh, I heard this shit again, I don't want to have to deal with it, then they just skip over it.
If I see one more DM screen review.
Oh, you just wait. I'm doing mine when I get it.
Need an archivist. Every reply on this one subject ever. Boom.
Immersion? That's came up like
screen.
4 times.
Boom.
It's stupid the amount of videos on Immersion.
Empty.
Do any of you guys want to do a video series with me where we review reviewers?
Yes. Please. Actual reviewers? Please, I am on that right now. There's so many horrible reviews on YouTube. I want to rip the shit out of every single one of them.
Have you guys heard our Mystery Science Theater thing?
Damn, Chepe.
That's a brilliant post. That's brilliant.
You know what though? I've watched quite a few reviews about different things to see if I actually wanted to buy something before. You know what I mean? So I personally am okay with reviews.
I'm glad about reviews.
To ascertain what you want, because some people review something, they have their point of view, and they say, I don't like this, this thing sucks. But sometimes it's just as important to get that sort of hater type of information where you go, okay, you didn't like that, but you're talking about that, I can live with that. That's not bad for me, I can understand that. Instead of just, those glorious reviews that only talk about the best points of the system, and then you're like, oh, I like that, but then you can't handle things that might not be up your alley,
If you want to watch and compare between a useful review and a non-useful review, every single review, good, bad, or otherwise, written or otherwise, if within the Ring of Fire, is almost useless to a consumer. Yep. It is almost worth you to even watch it. There is one good one, and that was the one done by the Sauce RPG, and that was only of the first book.
Here's the thing I've noticed about the Within the Ring of Fire stuff.
Compare the Sauce RPG of what you should do in a review to everyone else, and then you'll know what you should do in a review and what you should not do in a review. Actual informative critical content versus...
You're talking about a formal review as opposed to...
Matt Click did a good review of Within the Ring of Fire because he gave the impression that it was very, very much about the story of that world, and the system was written for that world. And I understood that. From the KFC
really go on how?
Well, no, but
But here's the thing too that I've noticed. Just using that as the example, most of the people that reviewed it
Oh, Andrew, that is.
are
Whoa.
big main man fans, and it seems like a lot of those people are kind of sucking up to him. You know what I mean? They want to earn favor with him. That's what it seems like in half those reviews I've watched. You don't hear anything critical of the system at all, or the books, or anything.
Which
And
is
no
why the
offense,
Sauce RPG, he loved the system,
I'll
right?
tear it to shreds.
I've never seen the
The
book.
Sauce RPG, he loved the system. But he also acknowledged faults. He gave actual descriptions of how the mechanics interplayed with the setting and what it actually meant for you at the table. He also gave you a good idea, both from his style of gaming, which he presented in the review, so you had an idea of whether or not this game would be for your style or not. It is a good review because it's useful to people trying to buy the product.
Right.
Half of the other reviews are, main man's my friend, I'm going to try to be easy on him. Or I don't really know what to do with Within the Ring of Fire because it's something so completely
Within the Ring
different.
of Fire review.
It's so completely different from everything that I've ever seen that I just don't know what to talk about. And so I don't even know why I'm doing this review, but I'm doing this review.
Been a rage point.
Chepe, why don't you do reviews?
I don't do reviews because I know better, right? I know that I'm not a good reviewer, which is why I don't do reviews, right?
Because he would offend somebody and they would unsubscribe from his channel.
Look. It's
if you
the
want to
easiest
watch
thing.
reviews, watch Kirk Weagle, watch some of Tubo's old
Yeah.
D20 reviews,
I've seen
watch
like
some of the Sauce RPG's reviews. I'm giving you these are good reviews. Watch if you want a good Pathfinder Adventure Path review. Watch what's his name? GM Facepalm. He actually has really good Adventure Path reviews. If you want to do critical D20 content, especially third-party PDFs, particularly for Pathfinder, do the NZ Geist review. I'm serious. There's decent reviewers, and then most other people are just like, hey, I really like this system. This system is so great, or this is this and this and this, and it's just their reactions. Do a reaction video, that's fine, but don't call it a review, because people look for reviews to look of whether or not they're going to want to buy the damn game. But you tell them nothing about the damn game. So please, make useful content. Sorry,
Okay,
a little pissed off.
Let me
No, that's fine.
Oh,
let me play a little devil's advocate for a second. What if you made a review and titled it, "This is a review," and the review was like 30 seconds long, and you just said, "This game sucks."
That's not a review.
And the content
That's
for
an
the
opinion.
review is all the comments that follow afterwards.
Can someone send me the Within the Ring of Fire role playing section so I can review that section and just tear it to shreds?
I don't own it, so I've never seen it.
Andrew?
I think it's like $80 to buy it.
No.
You're the only one who owns it in this group. I was saying you could buy it.
And I said,
but
no.
Okay.
he can get.
Gotcha.
Midnight is the witching hour.
I think his PDF's like
No, nothing
$5
jumps
or
out.
something. You know what? I'm gonna go find the link. I'll post the
Tis
link.
the very witching time of night when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world.
If anybody
For
wants to
somebody
buy
who's
me
been
a review
up at
copy
3
of Within the
a.m.
Ring of
for
Fire on
some years.
PDF, I will do it.
Let me tell you.
There you go.
But it took me forever, and I was furious to find actual consumer helpful, friendly information about the damn product, and so I refused to buy it of
Yeah.
myself.
See, I saw Triple D in the group for Within the Ring of Fire tell Main Man outright that there's somebody who thought that the system sucked, but then wouldn't say who the person was or anything. And so it was like, okay, well, what was the feed? Like, I never heard any facts about the game whatsoever. I know nothing
I'm sure
about
the game is good for what he was trying to do, all right?
I'm
and
sure
it
it
was
is too,
obvious
'cause I
there's
think
plenty of
systems
people who would
overrated
love
anyway.
to buy that product. But they don't know if they would want to. I've read forums of people discussing this because the marketing
PDF is $20, by the way.
So
Yeah.
what you're saying is that when DMG finally releases his 7D6 system, I should tear the shit out of it and point out all of the flaws that I can find, just so
No.
it's more acceptable to people. Because
Yes,
they know
that would actually see
Bingo.
a good review.
See, I don't agree. I think you talk
the
about
sign
the
of a
good and the
reviewer.
bad.
Yeah.
The sign of a good reviewer is someone who is able to be honest about their own presuppositions and deal with the facts in such a way that even if they absolutely hate a product, you know you want to buy it because they hate that product. That
Well, I
is
think
the
it's-
mark of a good reviewer.
A sign of a good reviewer is someone who's able to clearly and effectively express their emotions in a coherent manner. And
Sure, or if you watch my channel, you know what kind of stuff I'm into and how I play. And so if I say I like a system, you probably have a good idea why I like a system. Or
yeah, that's
why
very
I don't.
magnificent
But
of you.
that's actually part of the problem.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem of Underwood's style of marketing, the insular cult of personality following style of marketing that he
Oh,
tries
God.
to do.
Now he's going off that
because-
Andrew's a cult leader.
No,
There we go.
personality, all right?
He is a little bit.
He
He is a
builds
little bit.
everything around the identity of the barbarian horde. When you
This is
ask him a
live.
question about the damn system, what does he go? He says, well, you need to know my channel. If you knew my style, if you knew how this, then immersion this and immersion that.
All right,
He
I sent
just
this link to
assumes-
Step 8. I'm going to Step 8 to Juce.
Out there.
He just assumes that people are going to get it if they followed him. He assumes a following. He assumes that people will be brought in slowly by this insular cult of personality kind of building. He's not the only person that does this. Most tabletop RPG companies try to do this. Wizards of the Coast is even guilty of this kind of attitude, which is why this insular, inward-focused, bullshit kind of marketing is horrible for the hobby. Because tabletop RPG companies are incapable of realizing, other than maybe like Monty Cook, are capable of expressing what their game is able to offer people outside of the hobby because they assume gamers and they assume their own following. It
Amen,
pisses me
brother.
off.
Yeah, yes.
Nah, I'm joking, but that shit is real right there.
Yeah. I have to say, I've seen other stuff that Dave Arneson did. I mean, the guy that's held up on a pedestal because he was one of the co-creators of D&D. He's dropping the microphone. And I've seen other stuff that Dave Arneson did, and oh boy, I've never been so disappointed.
Dave Arneson is interesting because he, I don't know if it was booted, but he was out at TSR after the first few years of them being active.
Yeah, I
And
can see why.
Like game theory wise, it's sort of like a Wozniak Jobs. You couldn't have had. It wouldn't have worked if both Gygax and Arneson had worked at the same time. But yeah, he really wasn't a part of TSR after the first little bit too, but obviously was pretty big just because of what he started.
Can I make the clarity, just because this is going to probably come back to haunt me, that I do actually think he's got a great channel, and I'm sure it's a good game. I'm just saying the marketing sucks. And it's not just him, it's every other tabletop RPG.
It's not going to come back to bite you. I don't see
He's
why it
drunk.
would.
He's drunk, man. He's drunk. Let
Him
him go.
as
Let him go, man. Let him go.
Steppe, that first rant got you like 130,000 subscribers, and you just lost them all. Right
I was going to
there.
say, making videos, yeah, Chepe, if you seriously made videos like that, passion, like in the tone, you would get more subs.
I like being positive, because there needs to be more positivity. Chepe versus Name Abstract.
There's a difference in just trying to show some positivity and then like sharing your passion for the hobby and for what you're doing, which is what you just did until you came up with that apology. That apology was political. You know,
that apology
you were
is a part of-
politicking right there. You wasn't politicking when you said, yo, these people aren't doing this, they aren't doing that. What you got to do is approach it from X, Y, and Z position. You know? You keep your politics out the comments.
Call people out of their BS channel.
Chepe,
channel is
people
about-
want to see you on your channel. They don't want to see a watered down, politically correct, monotone thing. They want to see passion. That's why Main Man's so popular. He doesn't, some people don't actually like his message.
Yeah.
But they like the passion, and that's what makes him entertaining.
He doesn't compromise.
Want to watch more videos by him.
I mean, it's the persona of that is kind of me. I am a naturally serious person, except for those very, very certain specific subjects of when people can't.
And you
do
could not
something
have been more serious than you were right there with your rant.
Yeah, I think that's the most amount of words that I've seen you say in one go, because I understand that you're a introverted person, so that you need to get worked up and passionate about something. And one thing I've learned in my dealings with people who are less than forthcoming with the truth is that you need to get them worked up before they tell you the truth. So I quite often use a tactic of getting people mad deliberately to get the truth out of them.
Yeah. I'm not saying I want to see you rant like that in every video. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah.
You know. But if you did that, you would have a lot of subs, and I would watch every second of every video probably.
I do. I want to see you rant like that.
Yeah, I know you do, Andrew. I know
I'm
you
not.
do.
I'm not saying that I want to see you rant like that.
Turn Chepe to the dark side.
Being that sort of, bringing that sort of honesty. You don't think that you would enjoy your channel or enjoy doing your videos more?
No, not that way.
Okay, I gotta see this video now.
Not a video. You just have to watch this video and you have to go back like 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It was live.
It's streaming. It's streaming. You can do that on YouTube.
Okay.
Juve, I have to ask. It's
video.
tradition. Are you shirtless right now?
He posted 12 shirtless pictures with a dog on his chest, like Jabba the Hutt today.
Yes, I saw that.
I do not care.
It was
I-
awesome.
Did the caption say, "Are you interested"? I could have sworn I read those words near those pictures. It could have been a different comment, but I laughed really hard.
The best is the title, Me and Dog.
But like he's doing like different faces in them too. Like I studied these for a little bit. It was very entertaining earlier. Like I was like, oh, look at Juve. I haven't seen him in a chat for a while. I'm gonna look at his pictures.
Juice, mark my words. Juice we refuse to play the game. Hot guys making out, but he will gladly ogle Juve for several minutes. Of him shirtless.
You wouldn't? I'm gonna screen share. We're gonna screen
Juve
share.
is that beautiful of a man.
Juve, Mabuki, Malbunya, Mabutai, Dile, so forth.
Click through him really fast, Juice, and it looks like he's moving.
Alright, I'll try.
Oh,
Everybody's got to stop laughing. It keeps changing
I'm
the.
so sorry,
Look at the
Juve.
dog, it's about to bite him.
I'm so sorry.
You can
I
see
was
him
trying to
breathing.
turn it on Juice, and then he's like, screen share.
Wow. Okay,
No, no.
first off, I was.
Where was it? Here it is.
Look at these crazy
Oh, I
eyes.
love that last. I love it.
Isn't that sweet?
It's like. Hold on, let me narrate this. Go through 'em.
Oh, hang on.
Wow.
wait, hold on. I got
I
something.
don't think there's very many of these ones.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you guys got some food? Oh shit, is that pizza? Oh, let me get on that. Yeah.
I could do this all day right here. Alright, I'm gonna try this. But no,
We're horrible people.
No,
Every single one of
I'm
us.
telling you, Juve could have a reality show on him, and I
Yeah,
would watch
that's
every minute of it.
Hell God, you don't want to see a life of you, I swear to God.
I would, dude. Look, you did that live chat that one night, and you were going off about like some prescription pills being taken with
Oh,
like
yeah.
your mother-in-law. That shit was like a reality TV show.
Is this after the stepball?
That was all the off-the-air stuff, right?
Yeah,
no,
that,
it was. It wasn't.
it was off the air.
I
It
remember
was
Oh,
off
yeah.
there.
Oh,
It was off
Yeah.
there.
Really-
But, yeah, my
Hearing-
life at. Oh, you should
hearing-
see me at conventions. Oh God, it's even better.
Hearing
would
you
love to.
threaten that many different people in that many creative ways was quite the experience, Juve. I will say this: you are very imaginative about how you use different shanks and implements to cut people's throats. I didn't know there were that many ways to cut people's throats.
You know,
Juve, Brigade Con will forever live. Like, it's the first ever Brigade Con, and you made that for me by being like, I was desperate for players at the last minute. You popped on there. You started off the broadcast by threatening your wife.
didn't you say you were gonna cut your wife one time on here? Too? You're like, I told that bitch I was gonna cut her.
I've been on live chats, or was it a live chat where you threatened to cut her and then asked her to make you a sandwich and she did
Yeah,
Within minutes.
within minutes.
You must have
that's
done it.
love. That's love.
Oh God.
I
Okay.
wish I had that level of facetious sense of humor. Like I'm here And the Juve is like here. He's like a 8th degree black belt Zen master of just getting away with saying with anything.
Okay,
I am
first and
telling you,
foremost,
if
I
I was-
love my I love my wife. Let me just
We
go
know.
on record say this now. And we joke around a lot, and I have a very dark sense of humor, so yes. But for like
No pun
today,
intended, guys.
You
oh,
found
yeah.
your soulmate. You found your soulmate.
Yeah, pretty
Juice,
much.
that was racist.
Yes, it was.
That wasn't racist. I just was
That was
clarifying there was no pun intended.
But to like today, the reason why I did not make it to my own bloody game is because she was worried about some housework getting done. So first thing in the morning, I did all the housework, laid down for a 3-hour nap, and then she's like, "Okay, I'll wake you up for game." And evidently, I was so out of it because I watched her mother the night before. I literally woke. I told her, "I am not doing game. I don't give a damn. They can kill me," and I like went back to sleep. I have no
You
recollection
watched
of
her mother, like babysat her?
She has dementia, so I sit
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I'm just asking.
Way to get
Yeah.
dark, Juice. Damn.
Yeah, that was rude, Juice.
Yeah, man. Dang it, Juice.
evil ass honky. Anyway,
That was racist, Juve. That was racist.
I'm born racist. I breed racism. I was born in the South. I came from the racist. When you were merely a man, I was racist, and when I came out, I was a man. Anyway, I am from North Carolina. I am from actually a town by the name of Roxborough, North Carolina. The county's named Person County. The high school was called Person High School. The middle school was called Person Middle School. Yeah.
We're getting a biography on Juve here.
I would read that book as long as
I wouldn't
Juve was
read the
able
book.
to overcome his typing.
watch it.
Then I would read it. I would read that book. Very.
Oh god, it has to be
There
a
was
video.
a cafe, and it was named Pearson Cafe.
We should try and get a Kickstarter
I know,
going for a
seriously, I thought you were
documentary
saying
on Juve.
person.
A documentary on Juve. You do not want the
Hell yeah.
documentary.
I do. I want to see a day in your life. I do. I think
day in the
He was
A day in
born
the life
in North Carolina until one day he discovered RPGs.
He was born in North Carolina until one day he came across Juice's life debts. Racism and other goods.
Okay, yeah. I there's been many weird gaming events in my lifetime. There's been several weird encounters I've had with coworkers over my love of RPGs, including one of which I was called a Satanist at one point because I was reading Werewolf the Apocalypse.
Wow.
Are you a Satanist, Juve?
No, I'm a recovering Catholic.
I got kicked out of a woman's house once that I was staying at because I had some magic cards in my backpack.
Wow.
And she went rifling through my possessions to find them, and then when I came home, they were laid out across the table with all the offending ones.
My mom threw out Hero Quest twice on me when I was like 7 years old.
I had Yu-Gi-Oh cards burned at the stake. Literally.
What are you talking about?
I think I'm too ghetto to have ever gone through any of that. Like, I've been RPing for a while, but nobody fuck with my shit. I'm sorry.
I was 7.
At least he's not gangbanging.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Nah. No. You laugh. I'ma be real. Look, role playing games. All right. My clique, my boys back in the day I used to play with, it literally got them up off the streets.
Yeah, man.
You know, like they used to get into fights, get jumped. You know, but if you home chilling with a bunch of your boys, just playing the game, being imaginative, being creative, you ain't out there, you know, knocking somebody in the head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You
I got
know?
a friend of mine who was.
That what kept me out of jail.
Yeah.
I
had
just
a friend
sat home
who-
and play video games.
friend of mine who had left home. He had a fairly abusive father. He hit the bottle way too much. And he left home at 15, went running off to a main city in New Zealand, and he was living in a tree stump in downtown Auckland. Seriously. And he had nothing going for him and no prospects. And he was living out of a dumpster. And then he got involved with Magic the Gathering as a card game. And he realized that people were trading money over these things. So he played for cards. And he got a job at Wendy's restaurant. and was living at the restaurant. And out of the dumpster of the Wind in the background, he was living on Wendy's stuff. He pulled himself up to some semblance of life thanks to that card game, believe it or not, and became the legend that he is.
See, gaming saves lives.
It does on occasion. On occasion, it does.
It's one of my favorite things about tabletop RPGs is the fact that people who are of completely different walks of life, people of completely different backgrounds, completely different social structures, completely different religious or political beliefs can sit down, of different genders, races, whatever, not give two shits about where the other person came from, what they're like, or what they're doing, and just concentrate what's on the table and still everyone have a good time. It's a great even ground.
Yeah, but that's like all
Chepe.
hobbies.
I know.
Do that with bowls.
Have you ever read the tagline I have on my icon? Like, I put that there because that's what I believe, not just RPGs, but every tabletop game, period.
Every game in general. That's what video games.
Well, video games is a little bit more hard because there's a greater disconnect in a video game, as opposed to sitting like.
I meant fighting games.
Oh, well, I'm talking about like pretty much if you sit down and you play a game of checkers, chess, Connect 4, Monopoly, D&D, you know, the overall feel is pretty much the same. You know, you get a sense of unity, a sense of fellowship, and all of you are having a great time, or at least that's the
I
ultimate
just like
goal
to
of what
chill
you're doing.
stuff in game. I don't go to jail for it. That's
He just wants to cut stuff. He wants to take his anger out in game that he wants to use on his wife and can't.
No, he body slams. It's always a body slam.
Practice
Juve was the
Kyoko shit.
perfect person for the luchador one shot.
Oh, come on.
My
this is-
goodness.
Yeah.
Practice
It's a choke-
Kyoko
it's a
shit.
choke
You ain't
slam.
ever gonna want to body slam or fight anybody ever.
You know what? Don't worry about it if it role play. Nobody fucked with my shit either, but that's because I was a country boy and kicked their ass.
You know what I'm doing?
We have
You've seen
such
the
an
picture of me
interesting
holding
mix
up
in here
3
right
game
now.
books in one hand. You see me holding up the books in one hand. I can pick somebody up by the throat and choke slam them. That's what I'm saying.
It's like, yo, where your hand going?
Where's Fox when you need him?
What?
wow.
Where's Fox when you need him?
Oh god.
Oh, Fox wonder.
Oh, hang on. Send him the link.
Oh, what?
Let's see how big we can get this.
I'm gonna need
It's
to lower my
gonna turn out to
bandwidth.
be like a 10-hour video.
I need
He's
to
trying
learn-
to crash Google.
Wow, we have a lot of people in there.
Evidently.
Tonight on Google, the RPG greats gather together in one epic meeting.
Wow, 10 people.
But no, I just want to go on record that I love my wife, and the little jokes that we do have is just joking. I do not choke slam, body slam, or
I don't
No.
think anybody really thinks you're gonna cut your wife, Juve. I'm just
Oh,
letting
no,
you
no.
know.
I do.
We understand
Okay,
that. We just
completely
Okay,
think
let me
cut his
clarify this. See, if this accidentally shows up on her stream or whatever else, she's gonna be coming like, "Motherfucker, did you really?" I could just see the level of cutting and beat down, because she will beat me, and there's a cane in this house that she will beat me with.
Sorry, I completely think Juve will cut his wife.
It's because I'm black, isn't it? That's why you think I'm so violent.
It's because of that picture with the crazy eyes.
It's because you talk about stabbing your wife. That's what.
No, he's right. It's because he's black.
Oh.
Wow.
Meanwhile, let me just
Oh
share with
shit!
you
Hold on,
guys.
my wife just woke up. I'll be right
What,
back.
AJ?
Uh-oh,
I want to share with you guys this little package here. Do any of you understand what this is?
I don't know, but you're
I
sharing
can't
it
even
with me.
see it.
Can't really see
Is
it.
it a
It's a
dinosaur?
Buster pack.
Fantasy hordes? Fantasy lords?
Yeah. So this was published this was created in 1983 by Grenadier Models
Then why the hell is it in a package?
because it is pristine.
Use it.
Now look at this thing. It's mint.
Use
Am
it
I-
or lose it.
One of the players in my game who was like welcome back into the fold of D&D, he hadn't played it for years and years, had one of
So,
these because some guy
I
just
love
threw
you,
it
honey. You
out.
can go back to bed.
He had
So
to
this
go
thing
on
here-
live just to say that.
So this thing here is worth about $70 or so, and he just gave it.
Oh, AJ, you cut out
Every time.
again. You pulled an AJ.
Oh, by the way, Chepe, I loved your rant earlier.
Oh.
I told you. People love it.
Yeah. That's what's up.
See,
The
Chepe?
sad thing is, there was a chat discussion, right? Oh, this is one of my favorite one-shot RPG, like the one-shot group stories. There was a live chat. I can't remember what it was under. It wasn't live, but it was a hangout. And there's an actual developer there who is making Baker Street, right? And he works part-time for Wizards of the Coast, right? And so I was really interested because I love Sherlock Holmes and I wanted to be a part of the playtest. So I was asking him questions in the hangout. There's another person there who offered me illegal download copies of stuff in a pirate game in front of someone who worked for a gaming company. That was funny. But then I used that rant that just happened. That triggered. And I was talking to him and went off on a rant about other developers while talking to him.
Oh my god.
And
developers
you
are just
think that
people.
I'm angry.
No, I'll fully admit that I'm angry as shit. But nobody thinks I would have stabbed my wife, probably because I don't have one.
I don't know. I think you would
I
stab
don't
your
know.
wife
I
quicker
think-
than Juve.
I think that invalid character, that was a lot of repressed stuff coming out.
Why does everyone mention the invalid character?
Because it was the best character in a wheelchair I'd ever seen, and it just it didn't seem like it would work, but it worked perfectly.
How many characters in wheelchairs have you seen?
Only a few, not many.
I've
But you
only
definitely
seen
did the
one, and that's
best.
because I was playing him.
And it was fantastic. That game, the transatlantic game, needs to go down in the
Okay, I'm
anus.
gonna let everybody know who doesn't see this. There's been a conversation between Andrew and Juice to talk about me using missiles. Who would bring me a sandwich if I used it against my wife?
You forgot the last part. Why
And
you
who
blowing up
advised
private
this
chat
and-
for, son?
No, because it's Andrew talking about my black ass, so they left themselves open for the Pandora that is Rex.
Yo, Juve, that's racist. Why you gotta attack the white people for?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I'm racist like that.
Kill Whitey.
Leave him alone. Man. Just leave him alone.
Hey, haven't you ever heard the Typo Negative song, Kill All the White
a
People?
bag of chips.
Typo Negative made a song, man, Kill All the White People.
Hey,
Yo,
man,
what
my
about
ancestors were fucking
White
Vikings.
boy die.
We were the white people that other white people were scared of.
Oh god.
Beer.
No, those are the guys in prison.
That's true.
Because if a white guy gets in there, then you know they really did something bad.
Look, yeah, you don't want to get stuck in a situation where white people are nasty. They're very bad.
That was a Chris Rock joke, and I didn't do it as well as he did, but whatever.
Yes, because you're white and because you're evil. Yeah.
Yes, I can't dance. I can't do anything culturally relevant without stealing from someone else's culture. I mean, I have no sense of beat. I have no sense of rhythm. I can't sing. I have no artistic value whatsoever unless I am autistic.
Chepe.
I look sick when I shave.
Hang on. Chepe. Try this. Look in the mirror.
Oh.
Just try this.
Mm-hmm.
I am an intelligent person.
Yeah, say something
You
good
are.
about yourself.
No, I was going through the white
I am
stereotype.
happy. I am nice. People like me. People want to be my
I am a
friend.
creative
Chepe,
genius.
you just gotta do one thing.
was a
Look in the
joke.
mirror and say, I am one sexy ass motherfucker.
It was a joke.
Done.
It's totally a joke.
What I need to do is
People
take
don't
Cheppy to
dance
Portland,
like
and he'll be fine.
Let's be real. If I didn't rag on myself with how I look, right, with the goatee, the natural curlicue mustache, this freaking sweat, this thing that I always wear, and this hat, talking about indie RPGs and constantly listing things. Cold City. I bet you never heard of freaking Cold City before. Talking about RPGs.
I always picture Chepe as a little
Talking
kid with
about
that same red
specific
hoodie,
ideas.
just like being way too big for him.
People would think I would be the
Like,
biggest douchebag ever. If I didn't rag on myself, people would think I would be the biggest esoteric.
they
douchebag.
wouldn't.
Chepe,
Really
you're
care.
so
worried about
Even
what
if
people
they
think
did,
of you.
son,
I-
even if they did, do you really even care? Like,
The first time I saw you, Chepe, I thought slam poetry.
Dude,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That is true. That is true, actually. That is true, technically.
But-
Stereotype.
But Chepe, look at it this way, man. We put videos on YouTube. We are the biggest douchebags ever.
Nah, I've met some people.
For the data miners of the
I
future,
like being
let's say that
douchey.
I'm aware of
It has
your
certain
existence. I'm
powers.
creating this
It has a
content for
certain
you.
power. I do it to be more digestible, right? Because I want to, in order, you have to have a certain degree of digestibility, certain degree of agreeableness to make bridges to start repairing things, right? That's what my content's about. Like my Never Be Afraid to Experiment, it wasn't this, hey, you should try this gaming style and this gaming style. It's just like, look, there are benefits to experimenting with these kinds of things. Here's a few ways you can do it. It's just me
Yeah, but
talking
the
about
thing
it.
is, you don't need to be political about it because there's always going to be haters hating on you. So don't worry about
I
them.
don't mean to be political. I just like being nice. That's me.
But you should try it the other way.
Yeah, you
yourself.
should just,
But Chepe, yeah, it sounds like you're holding yourself back.
yeah.
That's how it's coming across in all of this. And like you trash your channel and stuff. You don't have to dog yourself. That has nothing to do with being nice.
Chepe, I think
He's trolling, dude. Chepe's
keep,
trolling.
just keep doing what you do it,
You
man.
guys don't see it.
But it would be
Yeah.
hilarious.
Dragons. Yeah, just keep doing that. Give
Just
me more
keep-
subscribers.
just keep-
Yes,
Keep
please.
doing what you're doing, man.
Just one time as a joke, Chepe. Just be like, you should try this gaming system, you stupid motherfucker. I'm going to come to your house and stab you in your sleep. Just once as a joke.
I bet you've never heard of this game before. Of course not, because you don't know the finer points of roleplay. Of course,
You should roleplay all your videos, Chepe.
Yes.
Just roleplay all your videos. Just go into a character and do your normal video in character.
Roleplay someone cool.
You should have a
there you
not
go,
niche
roleplay
enough
Juce.
character. You heard?
Just kidding.
Not niche enough.
Hey, this is Tabletop Gaming with Juke.
this is Tabletop Gaming with Juce.
Subscribe, like, comment, and share.
Like, comment, and share.
You should do the movie man voice intro to all your videos.
He was a cabana boy.
Once
Welcome to the channel Fontron.
Yeah.
A world where tabletop RPGs are full of mainstream BS, constant rehashing of schedules, tropes, and other such things. One man dares to be niche. Are you dare to be niche? Can you handle the niche prestige? Can you feel it in your bones, riling up through your bloodstream and spewing into your eyes? With
That is
this
1,000
verbal,
times more entertaining.
beautiful essence of sheer equilibrium coming into your soul out
I
of the
would
recesses on your
totally
television
watch that.
screen.
Here's how he gets 1,000 subs. Make a segment called Checkmate.
Checkmate.
You have some topic that's going on. Zing everybody and knock over a king.
But that needs a new voice intro. That's tonight and an all-new Checkmate. Will you hear about the newest indie RPG?
Let me tell you, Sonny, this is the all-new section of the channel, Checkmate. That's right. Sound like a 1920s announcer. That's perfect.
That's just it.
I would watch
We're
that.
shooting signals.
That was perfect. I would so watch that.
That is perfect.
So this is what we
John
do.
Chepe, I just gotta ask, you been drinking tonight?
What?
Have
No,
you been drinking tonight, Chepe?
no. When I drink, I'm calm.
Okay.
That's what he
Okay.
normally does his videos.
So,
Yeah.
so this is what
Cocaine or
should
something?
happen. So this is what should happen. We should have it should be a show called Salt and Pepper, and it should be Chepe and me, counterpoint, and me
No.
being angry racist, and him being 1920 announcer,
That would
and
be
yeah,
hilarious.
Salt and
and he's
pepper.
got a shirt on. Anyway,
That would be fucking hilarious. That would be awesome.
Today we're gonna start our own channel. Me, you, and Robert are gonna start our own little like trifecta channel, and it's just gonna be a podcast of us talking about stuff.
Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
There's not a message.
just so now there's a live one-shot group message
Such a
going
dick.
on. There's a bunch of people
this shall
involved.
be our company mascot.
Okay, just to answer Andrew's question, it's obvious that
Chepe would be the black guy.
yes, I mean
Yeah,
really.
I would love to see Juve act like the white guy for a whole 2-hour podcast. Chepe try to act like the thug, and then Robert act like, I don't know, something else.
Oh my God,
Robert
Jubei,
would make a better thug than
just
me.
make a video called
Completely not him.
make a video called how white people play D&D.
Oh my god, that would be amazing.
Oh, I
Please
can
do
totally
that.
do that.
No, it
I
needs
can-
to be how honkies play D&D.
Crackers.
How
Crackers.
white folks.
Ass
Yeah,
crackers.
we should do that.
Yeah, I could totally do this. Like, okay, so let's find out how y'all white folk play D&D. Let's start off with a unique level of whiteness that one must have in order to
Look at
play.
that grin.
I would watch
First
that.
off, you must cultivate it deep in a basement and must be covered in acne. You must not know what the love of a woman is, or the firmness of a breast. And you sit down with your dice like a hermit.
The
Yes,
bigness of an
I
ass.
fire magic missile.
I attack the darkness.
Oh God, he's describing one of the guys I used to play D&D with.
Oh, I had a house full of
What are you
those
talking about? We all know somebody from D&D that fits that.
Yes.
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 Has anyone ever had one of those GMs that had that autistic level of focus on a particular system to the point of making it unwanting to play it?
Yes.
Like anybody who plays D&D, yes.
No, I meant like. Oh, I've seen it mostly in World of Darkness, actually, ironically, but it's
It was silence when I said that, and it's too close to the phone.
I've seen it in D&D, but I've seen it mostly in World of Darkness. It's that one person that all they know, the only role-playing game they know, the only thing they know is the system. And it's like, don't worry, guys, you're gonna be plenty of modifiers. It's gonna be great, and you're just saying, and you're just saying,
I know you're
all they
talking
talk about, every single word out of their mouth is the canon of the settings or anything. You try to have a conversation outside of the game, they can't. It's just that is the
It's
only.
not
thing.
allowed in the setting. No.
I meant like someone who has like Asperger's level of just this is the only thing that matters ever at all times. That one person who's like this.
Oh yeah, I was in a gaming group one time, and this is a story of horror. And I sat with these people, and I'm used to doing like this level of gaming where we sit around, we chat, BS. It was 8 to 12 hours. We would get up at like 6 a.m. almost, and then proceed to game until like 8 o'clock at night. And I swear to God,
That's too much gaming.
yeah.
There's no, there's not too much gaming. That's
That is
misgaming.
the shit. I miss gaming
do
like
that.
that.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
first and
hard to do as
foremost,
an adult, though.
Actually, I
that's
can
what
do
guys
that.
doing this for life.
I can't run a game that long.
So-
My introversion would kick in at like 2.5 hours. I would about that point I can't talk anymore.
Unless you're totally immersed in the game, in which case you can put it aside.
so as the game, so I have seen people get almost into fist fights, crying, characters' death have like almost led to friendships breaking up. I mean, it was this cornucopia of just like every imaginable bad thing that could go wrong in a game has happened, and
I
I
have
have
got you
been
beat.
subjected to this.
You have almost seen people get into fistfights. I've seen
Is
people
anyone
get
else
into
having problems hearing
fistfights.
me?
No, I can hear you.
I heard you that time.
Yeah, yo, in one game, we had to stop this one kid from shooting someone else.
What?
Yeah, like,
it's street gaming for you, man.
Like
Street
for
gaming.
a while, though.
like,
We were
like I
country
said,
boys. It never got that bad.
well,
I want that +1 ring. No, screw you. You got that +1 dagger.
Kids, don't take your guns to your D&D game.
no, what I'm saying is that like it wasn't like I got +1 dagger. It was the guy was a D&D elitist and he was being a dick, and the kid was from one of those programs. You know, one of the guys that D&D brought him off the street was like, "Let me do something nice for these kids because they got troubled lives. Maybe D&D get them off the street."
Yeah,
But then they had this one white kid, you know, we was up in Vanillaville, Jersey and stuff, and he came to the table and he,
Vanillaville, Jersey.
you know,
You can say that.
Your first two mistakes is he was in New Jersey and he was from
so he opened up his mouth and he stood up, and the other kid was about to put him down, you know, so we had to kind of intervene, but, you know.
Coping mechanisms, man.
You know, you got to approach it like it's a game in a community, not it's about you.
Okay, first and foremost, You brought a white guy to the table, and you know white folk are crazy as hell. Look at these motherfuckers right here.
It's coming from the guy who wants to cut his wife.
Yeah. hey.
Hey,
It's true.
at least you wouldn't eat her.
White people have all the spectrums of crazy.
Okay, first and foremost, I do it with love. Okay, and that's what's important.
That's what Lorena
You
Bobbitt said
touch your
too.
wife
I'm
with
sure.
love? How the fuck is that even possible?
I just lovingly say that I will, like, shake her in the throat or something.
That's not love. That's technically, by law, a threat of death.
Fritz's death was how I was raised. It's all good.
Oh,
Okay, so
yeah.
I don't want anything other than threats. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I used to be threatened that I was going to be thrown in the oven, cooked, and put back in my mother's belly.
Wow.
My mom didn't threaten me. When I got out of line, my mom hit me with a skillet.
Good. Now,
Thank you, Sheila.
my mother used to, me and my mother used to go outside, and she used to take martial art and used to kick my ass with both hands.
Yeah.
Of course.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Admittedly,
I need a master of martial arts. Just have children, and then if there's ever a thing, just say, okay, fight me. Like, okay, don't act up again.
Hey, man, there's a certain amount of respect that I have for my dad, but there's also a part of me that wants to outlive him.
Oh, dude, I had a military family. Like, there is no question. There is no question that if there was a fight, who would win? Someone who's seen real combat versus.
There was
three
a
little
subtle point
scrappy
in my
kids who
life where I
couldn't.
realized one day that I could kick my dad's ass, and that was enough. I never actually had to do it.
I don't
Just
think I can
message that
kick my
passed
dad's
between
ass
us.
still.
Oh yeah.
My dad's pretty big.
I can kick my dad's ass without a problem.
I've seen my dad whoop people's asses before. I don't think I could.
It would be an epic fight. Furniture would be broken.
Psycho.
Walls would have man-sized holes in them. But I would kick my dad's ass if it came down to it.
This sounds like good inspiration for a D&D character. I don't know how yet, but I need to incorporate this somewhere.
Epic quest to learn how to kick your dad's ass? That's
Yes, that sounds like a great personal motivation. You want to surpass your father, and your way of doing that is to kick his ass. That's why he became a monk.
All sorts of crazy shit.
That's a good conflict, right? He's a monk, so he has to be peaceful, but he only became a monk in order to kick his dad's ass.
Your father was an abbot, and you want to be a wizard. Yeah, you got the acolyte. You got the acolyte background. Your father is a bishop, and you just want to be a monk. Oh, you
sound
become
like
a
the
warlock.
beginning parts of Lady Hawk.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
He
my
wants my
god,
girlfriend.
somebody busted out Lady Hawk? Jesus.
Oh. That had the
What?
best soundtrack ever.
What? Lady Hawk was awesome. Shut your dirty mouths. I don't want to hear it.
No.
Rutger Hauer was awesome.
You have to
No.
dig- How far in the nerd bag did you have to dig down to pull out Lady Hawk?
It gets an 8 out of 10 just for the soundtrack alone. The soundtrack was completely
Soundtrack was
shit in
awesome.
that movie. Oh, it was
good.
terrible. Terrible.
You dislike it?
Probably.
No, actually, I love Lady Hawk, but I'm just saying that is one of the nerdiest movies ever.
It's a fucking great movie.
I don't think it's nerdy.
Matthew Broderick killed.
I could break out like the original Excalibur movie.
Hell yeah, that movie's fucking awesome. Are you kidding
That
me?
was actually pretty good, I have to admit.
How do you
The
do it,
original
Sinan?
one.
There's a reason none of us think those movies are nerdy, because we're all nerds.
I'm not a
We
nerd.
own this.
I'm a geek.
Okay, and what was there's another one.
You're talking to a guy that's got
Sean Connery as the Black Knight or the Green Knight. I forgot the name of that damn movie.
Are you calling yourself the Black Knight now?
That's good. That would be fucking hilarious.
That's an Arthurian story.
No, I
Sean Connery is the voice
if I
of a
saw
dragon.
Lisa.
That is all
Yeah.
he is. He
Yeah.
is
Oh.
the best voice for a dragon, period.
Yeah, except
Hey,
for
did you
Benedict
know that I was
Cumberbatch.
Did you know that I was making videos about dragons today, and I used Sean Connery from Draco from Dragonheart?
Whenever
He's
I always do Sean Connery. Whenever I do a dragon or a tiefling, I always do Sean Connery.
Wait. Let's hear your Sean Connery.
Break mine whore.
Oh, what would you like me to say?
Anything.
Listen.
Sean Connery.
Okay. I have to turn it up a bit.
Let's get some James Bond and some dragons going on here.
Sean Connery.
Dragon Slayer. I'm gonna have to shoot you in the dick hole. Someone said that savory salad is very good.
To the
But
stars.
sometimes,
Oh, to the stars.
to the stars, boy. To the stars.
From the dawn of time we came.
From the dawn of time.
Moving
we
down
come.
through the centuries.
See,
No
what,
one ever
what
knew
I
you
have to
were
adjust
you
my
until
happens
now.
you didn't know, dude.
I got one for you.
What?
Losers. Losers always go home and talk about their feelings. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
Losers always go home and talk about their feelings. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
Oh god! Oh
Trust a
god!
wolf to bring a knife to a gunfight.
I like saying
Oh.
I like saying Chex-Mex and like sausages in Sean Connery's voice because it's always fun. Sausages.
What was the woman that was doing that interview with John Connery and who was talking about smacking a woman occasionally when she got hysterical? And
Oh yeah, he was in an interview and then she was like, "Are you okay?" Like there was a quote and she was trying to confront him. She was like, she thought she had him in a corner.
yeah.
It's like, there was an interview this one time where you said that you would not be okay, or you would be okay with slapping a woman, and he was
Yeah.
like, "Yes, yes, I
Yeah.
would."
Yes,
In
I
fact,
would.
I don't think
There
it's
comes a
necessarily
point where they
directly.
take it too far, and they know they take it too far, and that's the end of it. And they're wanting it, and you basically, yeah, he was putting the nail on the head. That occasionally women go fucking nuts. They do.
We're at max capacity, by the way, guys. Fox can't join us.
That's sad.
Oh.
Someone leave. I'll leave. I don't want that. It's Fox though.
It's all right.
Good riddance.
Sorry
wait,
about it.
and I'm slowly gonna see
Okay,
if
wait. I could be
look
Fox for a second. Okay, here's this anime game. I'm working on a
Yeah, we
7
can't have-
production that isn't going to be finished for another 3 months.
We can't have two people so niche as you. I mean, basically, you are Fox.
I agree with what you're saying, but what you're saying is complete shit, and I'm going to explain for the next 20 minutes about why you're so wrong about everything that you believe in. There you
You
go.
represent
I'm
everything that
Fox.
I used to think.
But wait a minute. Let's go back for just a second. Kids, the moral of the story is if you want to be a winner, fuck the prom queen.
You've heard it right here first. Abusing women, right here on Juice and Friends.
Wait, Chepe, what's that have to do with abusing women? What happens in your sick?
Well, you see,
That's
I'm
what I
from
want to know.
Arkansas.
You heard it here first. Chepe believes in abusing the prom queen.
The truth
shall set
I was thinking about you're talking
hasn't
about Juve cutting his wife. You're talking about women in chainmail bikinis and go-go dancers, and then we got to effing the prom
Don't be
queen.
bringing up. Don't be trying to throw us in.
Yeah, why-
Throw us in the, underneath the bus.
Yeah,
We all
Chepe, we're
heard
trying to
you.
throw
I
you under the
am
bus.
not
This is
Sean
all about
Connery.
you, Chepe.
And then the
you try
Sean
to
Connery
deflect.
slap.
That's classic deflecting right there. Classic
That was
Let's
racist,
face it.
Chepe.
Let's face it, though. Who hasn't wanted to slap a prom queen every now and then?
Never.
Maybe not in that sense.
Not with my
I've never
Slap her butt.
Okay. Slap her butt.
Prom queens are usually bitches. I usually want to slap bitches.
No. Oh man.
Thanks for that,
Relax.
Posty.
Don't leave, Earl. Great Earl, why'd
Oh.
you leave us?
El Tigre. I imagine that is like in Spanish. El Tigre.
We went too far.
Yep.
Did we
That
lose
leaves room for
somebody? Who
Fox.
did we
Yeah.
lose?
No, it was nowhere as bad as our first interview for enrollment in the school for people who can't role play and want to do
Oh,
it.
that was
Holy
great.
shit.
Oh,
You could be watching that.
You know, I
Mhm.
invited you. I did that specifically because you were being kind of a douchebag the entire hangout. You're like, send this link to this person, Chepe. Send this link. I'm like, I'm not like Robert doing the archive for Juve, making all the characters for you. So I was like, here, I'm going to send it to this guy since you want to joke about him so much.
Oh, we're
Wait,
gonna
what?
bring up the Juve. Alright, you got a little rat turd over there with your little evil mustache self when you need some damn cheese over there. Yeah, don't be talking about you. Don't be talking about you.
So I
in the
set that
archive.
up, and that was great. Every minute of
I
that
will-
chat
I
was
will- I will
amazing.
bet you.
Robert, go kick his ass.
Juve.
You already
tell
said you would. You said in the same chat, like hours before, that you were going to set me up with all the women in Seattle, because apparently you know all of them. And,
Portland.
just like an
I haven't
hour
got to
later,
Seattle
you
yet.
said you were going to kill me in various ways using various knives and shanks. It's always knives and shanks. I don't know why.
Juve,
'Cause
tell him
I
he
don't
looks like a
like
villain from a
guns.
20s movie.
He does. Well,
Juve, by the way, you play some of the best wrestling characters.
Yeah.
Like your signature move, just body slam something.
pretty
My
much.
character. I play good wrestling characters.
Yeah,
You
I
didn't
was
just
about to
get
say.
fast or one
I was
shot.
about to say Juice can't help but play wrestling characters.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Ninjas and Super Spies.
The character starts off as one thing, ends up in a wrestling character. That's
Heck
perfect.
yeah, it did. It was awesome. I love that character.
Hey, Fox!
What does
God.
the fox say?
So many people in here have said such racist things.
It's okay. You all get a pass because you have one black person that says it's okay, so you're fine.
Hello, hello. There we go.
Sure,
I
no
don't need-
Hispanics in the
I
group.
don't need your permission.
Oh,
Is my is,
Yeah, you just
Juve
have a
or
pass.
Fox.
You got a bit of echo
You missed
going on.
my insulting of you.
oh no,
Impersonation.
who is insulting me?
You missed my
Chepe.
impersonation of you.
Chepe's been
Oh,
insulting
man.
everyone tonight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Chippy's on fire.
And that's why he
No.
can get shanked in the throat when I see him.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch this again so I can see the impression because now I'm super
No,
curious.
the impression it sucked. There wasn't any impression. It was
No,
just me
it was
saying
pretty. It was pretty good. It showed us what Chepe thinks of your channel.
Something
Oh
about
my
it.
god.
No. Oh dang, that's
Dude,
so
give us-
bad, dude.
Give us rendition, Phil. Replay it, Phil.
Oh yeah, it was like 7 Reams production. Fucking those people can't produce shit. Takes them fucking forever to make anything happen.
Oh my god.
Oh my
So,
god.
Fox, if you want me to, I can go get my straight ray and I can just straight cut a bitch for you.
Oh snap! Fox is a
Fucking, hey, at
juggalo.
least
I
shave
didn't know
off that
that.
mustache, man. God.
Basically,
Oh,
I said you don't finish things in another 6 months. I said that here's some random anime game, and then I said, "Oh, you thought you were? Oh, you said something? Okay, yeah, I agree with you. Except everything that you just said is complete shit. I'm gonna spend the next 20 minutes explaining why everything you believe is wrong." There you go. That was my Fox.
Oh my god, he is actually wearing a Juggalo hat on the internet? Jesus.
Well, I got invited to a Juice set, so I figured I should probably join the part.
Yep. Yep.
Holy shit! What the fuck? Juggalo.
Fox, you amaze me sometimes.
Hang on, hang on.
God, I wish you were in Juggalo
I'm
makeup.
gonna
right
show
now.
you guys my first car ever. If I can find a picture of it.
Hey, you gotta give those guys props though. No one has said fuck that many times in a song since.
Fuck the world.
What?
Yeah, but they have been banned from every just internet distribution portal there. They've been
Yeah, I'm
banned
gonna
from
give you guys some flavor. You'll
Spotify
love.
and iTunes.
You guys ready for this?
They're so bad they were banned from Pirate Bay.
Everyone watch. Ready?
What the hell? Hold on, I got to see this.
What am I watching?
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Wow.
Is that Juice?
That is Juice.
That's,
That is
Oh
the
my
original Juice.
That's amazing.
Juice and
You
love.
are so
Fuck.
wow.
no.
That is so
There's
amazing.
my first car right
Hold
there.
on, I'll be right back.
What?
That was my very first car. I bought that car for $25.
$25?
It lasted me 2.5 years without ever getting an oil change
Man, that's good.
Oh.
until it died.
From not getting an oil change, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had other reasons. I actually froze it froze.
Was it a drug bust vehicle?
That's because it didn't get an oil
I didn't
change.
do drugs.
Well, the cheapest I've been able to find a vehicle was one for $100, and it was very obvious. You could still see the knife wounds and the
It had
liquids
holes in the
where the
floor.
drug bust was.
But it had carpet that covered it, so you
You
couldn't
could see
really
the
tell
gun-
unless you
you
looked
could see the gun
underneath it.
hole left in after the drug bust happened.
Yeah,
Oh my
no.
god.
Wait a minute.
Oh, it wasn't a drug bust. It was a drug deal. That was the story. Is that it was a drug deal. Some friends had a car that they bought for $100. It was completely ripped from knife wounds and gunshots, and it was not pretty.
Wow.
So you was a juggalo and you didn't do drugs.
So that car was haunted, right?
Bro.
You go spend the night in Halloween.
Actually, a lot of juggalos
I
don't do
really
drugs.
wish I could have taken a black light to that thing.
Oh, gross.
Oh, that's all semen, man. No,
So-
no.
Am I the only person here that, repaired their first car?
I repaired my first car, but
my first car,
I didn't
I
care.
have,
My first
I
car
did
was
do
an auto
repairs
mechanic,
too,
so-
but my first car also was a Ford Grand Granada and the manifold was held on by C clamp, And I also have, and there's also a picture of one of the greatest wrecks in Person County was involving my car.
All I'm saying is I'm mechanically illiterate.
Yeah, that's my situation.
I can kind of look at you, Chet, and
teach
tell
you.
that real quick. Maybe
I can teach you
kind of
mechanics.
like beady eyes that you got going on.
man.
Yeah, I'm planning to crack on you for a while, so you go.
Okay.
Look, guys,
Cracking on the cracker.
guys.
Damn right.
You've seen the people that work in auto mechanics places. It's not an intellectual job. You have the mental acuity to pick this up in a fucking afternoon, okay?
No, it's not
You need to do-
understanding. It's not understanding. You see, I have a. Never mind. That would take a long time. Let's just
You
say
don't
I
want
have.
to get dirty. No, you were.
No. Let's just say you've or not. Damn it. Let's just say I have a very, very unique neurology.
Okay.
Alrighty then. So that's
Now
that
we're
was
ready.
very white and niche of you.
That's a nightmare for people like you.
You just gave a bunch of role players a puzzle, dude.
Okay, I have an inability to learn physical things, like learn physical skills. I can process systems and complex abstract information about a third of the time other people can.
So what you're telling me is, if you were a fatal character, you'd have low spatial awareness.
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute, why
horrible
couldn't you
spatial
do
awareness.
Palladium on character?
I have, and correspondingly, I have a scar on my head of where the head injury, which would be in that particular region, actually. I have really poor spatial awareness. Like, I am physically skilled retarded. Like, it's hard for me to learn. I have forgotten how to tie my shoes at one point. Just temporarily, but it happened.
Okay.
One time
So
I
I just picked on the cripple guy. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
on that.
I'm not. No.
It's
I'm
not
functional.
crippled. He's utterly abled.
Yeah, no, I'm functional in pretty much everything. It just takes me a lot longer to learn physical skills, and when it's something like engineering or something like fixing a car, it is a huge pain in the ass because it takes me twice as long to learn those kinds of things. But if you wanted to, like, say, learn a genre or learn a body of work, I could have that shit done in a couple of hours. So
Yeah.
whatever.
It's like picking on a blind man's sense of smell. Like, for instance, I'm terrible with maths. I have mathematic dyslexia. I reach a certain point with numbers and I just hit a wall. Because numbers are not the language that my brain speaks. I speak in pictures, I speak in images. Yeah. So you don't mess with me when it comes to visualizing things. I can do an exploded diagram of a car engine in lickety-split. It's no problem for me. And so role-playing games are a natural outlet for me to shine because I can visualize things and describe that sort of stuff. In my job as a cook, for instance, I could spot a stoned person a mile away. I'd usher them into the kitchen, describe the meal, and next thing you know, their wallet's empty and they're sitting groaning outside because I could just clue into exactly what their senses wanted to hear. So.
Yeah, if anybody ever read any of my posts, we all know I can't write for shit.
Yeah. But I don't judge you. I don't judge you for your written work, Juve. I've gotten to know you through chats, and so there you go.
No, yeah, admittedly, you were way better in these than you are at writing. But
yeah.
The thing I've gotten out of this is note to self: for Chepe's birthday, buy him boots with zippers.
No.
Oh,
I
shit.
can tie my shoes. All right, I was using that as an extreme example. Damn it!
No, but it's cool
I
'cause
said it on the internet. I'm never gonna live it down.
No, it's cool. Boots with zippers are niche.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are very niche.
But they have to be red.
Yeah,
Little
that's
red
why I tell
booties.
everybody, hey, you want to talk outside? Let's get on the hangout. It'll be easier for me.
There is a Harley store down the road. I can get red boots with zippers.
No. Just no. I just gave Andrew and Phil so much material to troll me with for so long. I'm regretting every minute of this.
Yeah,
We're not even
and now
talking.
actually,
Don't worry,
You're not
this is
even
recording.
talking.
This
You're
is
just
gonna be
biting my
free.
tongue.
okay.
I'm just gonna put it on a loop.
Well, look at the bright side. You didn't
You're
show
gonna
up
put it on
wearing
your
a hat.
channel. Just put it on a loop.
Yep.
No, see, the only thing you did is you made me want to go spend $150 and send you a pair of red boots with zippers just to make a joke.
Yeah.
That's a
Wow.
long way for a joke, and I respect that.
Yeah.
You,
I have
sir. You, sir.
Well, Chepe, look at the bright side. At least he didn't show up wearing a hatchet, man.
Yeah, doing that in 2015 is a little weird.
There you go.
I showed up in scrubs, so I don't. Yeah.
I can't believe I've damn near polished off this bottle of rum while talking to you guys.
Jeez.
Wow. Yeah, this has been going for like, what, 4 or 5 hours already?
Yeah, you should come.
That's pretty
If you
normal.
could ever come to the States, AJ, you should come to one of my pirate events. You'd be so drunk for so many days and nights.
Oh, yeah.
The stories I can tell of my adventures at outdoor events.
Hang on a minute. You're telling a guy whose ancestors came to New Zealand in the 1870s about being pirates?
I actually go to real life reenactment of pirates. Like they have mock up ships the whole nine. And then there's a lot of drinking.
It's completely accurate.
The only thing that is they actually have a dock. They actually have mock-up ships inland and have a mast, the whole nine, starboard bow, all that stuff. And then people get drunk for about 3 to 4 days straight. And then there's other things that happen, but there's lots of drinking, lots of nudity, and then lots of drinking.
The west coast of New Zealand is kind of like
it's a Juve event.
So it's like Burning Man, except they're boats.
So it's like Drowning Man.
Actually, it has been considered by some to be like the equivalent of a Portland Burning Man. So yeah.
What does it say? Cold what?
Cold City.
Oh.
Cold City.
What is that?
More like
the hell
Cold
is that?
Shitty.
What book is this?
It's a thing I ordered from Contested Ground Studios. It's a small game about World War II.
What's it called?
Cold City.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted more modern supernatural action games, especially with a dystopian feel, and this was the closest thing I could get to it.
What does it read on the back?
Chappie.
What?
What does it read on the back?
No one will play this game.
What does it read on the back? That's quotes, but
As the Cold War rages in the full glare of the world media, the underground war is fought in ruined bunkers, dark tunnels, building sites, and bombed-out apartment blocks. In the divided city of Berlin, the Reserve Police Agency hunts down monsters left over from the sinister experiments and twisted technology of the Nazi.
So it's beyond the supernatural from Palladium.
A little bit.
Yep.
Well, it's
the design is very different.
Okay, but is anybody really surprised he has this? This is a man who claims to be a niche within a niche within a niche.
I'm not surprised. I'm just saying you can.
I am still awake and no, I am not going to be recorded sleeping and snoring.
Well, that's going to happen again sometime. You know it is. It's inevitable.
I'm just saying that you could play that with a generic system because I'm of that mindset. I'm a generic mindset, much like Juice, much like others. It's not a negative on our part. Much like being in.
I like this game because it's got very unique failure states and it corresponds with the themes of the game.
I like those little games for implementing what they do in a different system that you enjoy more.
Retrospay.
Systemist.
Emulationist. World of Dew. Samurai Noir construction game. So beautiful.
I like proprietary systems. I enjoy reading them and seeing what new innovations people have come up with.
I get that impression.
That's why I like you, Fox. No one else understands.
Is anybody else a little curious if Jeppe went through all of his niche books, how long we would be here?
Yes. Yes, I am.
I have some. I mean, he has niche books for Pathfinder that I now own, and I'm like, wow.
You better believe nobody's gonna find that shit in their Pathfinder collection.
I'm estimating at about 9 to 10 hours.
No, not that bad. If we go into PDFs, yes. Oh, pardon me, Sandman.
Oh man! Check out what I found at half price the other day.
What?
Tales from the Crypt
Tales of the Crypt.
by West End Games.
Oh my god, there was actually a Tales from the Crypt role-playing game?
I also have a supplement for it. There are 2 books.
Wow. You've got to hold your breath.
I found some like not rare, but older Dark Sun supplements, like completed setting books and different things like that at a shop the other day.
Okay.
I don't even know what it was.
The most oddest book I own is Manhunter.
Oh yeah.
That's a rare one.
Oh yeah.
I have the original role playing game and then the original source book from Palladium.
Wow.
I only have the core book. I don't have the source, which now makes me a little bummed out.
I wish I was a fly on the wall to see that meeting between the two. Well, probably was a YouTube meeting or no, not a YouTube meeting. It was an email meeting between Kevin Simbita and the publishers of that book. See how it all fell apart.
I do have a copy of Recon though, and the Advanced Recon source book.
Wow, really? I don't even have that yet. I have it in PDF, but I do not have that.
But
it's not good. It's like roll up 20 characters. We've got the super streamlined character creation process that you can do with 2 dice because your character's going to die in about 5 seconds.
Like 30 seconds into the bush, you're toast.
Yeah, explain your character to me. I got an M60. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I never really understood what was good. I never got who plays Recon. Like, who will sit down and do a Recon campaign?
I'll play it. If you've got a bottle of sangria, I'll play it.
Juice, the live chat icon is me just staring off with squinty, beady eyes into the distance.
What are you talking about?
The table,
on YouTube?
Yeah.
So? You don't like that?
Yeah, honestly, one thing I can say about the whole tabletop one-shot group, man. I used to think I was a master of role-playing games. I knew everything that was out there, and I just got proven wrong.
There's always something new to find.
Let's play the game. Have you heard of? Have you heard of?
Oh boy.
No, I'm just gonna say no in advance.
We're gonna do one Fox knows because he recommended
This
it.
is how Chepe power games.
This is how I power games.
Exactly. Nailed it.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
What the fuck is what the fuck is this shit?
What are you talking about?
Somebody photoshopped him onto like Goldberg, Batista, some fucking wrestlers.
No, that's Orton.
Oh.
This, if you look, that was back in 2007. That's what I used to look like, okay, guys?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, look like a douchebag. Okay. Cause that's Orton. Orton's a douchebag. I can't stand him.
Don't be jealous, Juve.
See, I made some random guesses because I haven't watched wrestling in years. Juve knew exactly who it was.
It is random.
He's like, I know those pecs.
Okay, first
I
and
can
foremost.
recognize those boys' abdomens anywhere.
Okay, first and foremost, I am from North Carolina. I'm from wrestling country. Yes, I do know my wrestlers.
You are
Second, I used to be a wrestler back in
Here's
the day.
the best part. No. He knows his wrestlers by their body. He doesn't know them by their face. It's all body right there.
Yep.
That guy's got tattoos.
The only wrestler I know of is the
Thank
one I
you,
met,
Fox.
which was Dirty Dan.
What?
He's like a small-time wrestler that didn't do very well.
There's a lot of small-time wrestlers who didn't do
We were talking about wrestling. What are you talking about?
Here you go. I got one for you.
Oh yeah, we're coming after you from another dimension. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Best wrestler of all time. Through time and space, I'm coming at you from different directions.
Holy shit,
Yeah.
really?
Ooh, the Macho Man.
Scott Hall.
I have no idea who these people are.
Razor Ramon, the bad guy.
Razor
no
Ramon,
idea.
holy shit.
Razor Ramon.
Razor Ramon is a gigolo.
Hell yeah! You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, dude. Actually, he's been on their TV show because they have a TV show on Fuse.
Really?
He's been good friends with them for a long time.
Wow.
Yeah,
What
they
is
had, like,
the working definition of gigolo right now in this conversation?
well, he's saying the wrong thing. They're not
Juggalos.
Juggalo.
Yeah.
Juggalo.
It sounds the same to
Fans,
me. I never
fans
get
of the Insane Clown Posse.
Yes,
Have to say
exactly.
Juggalo.
They are fans of the Insane Clown Posse. I apologize. Forgive me.
Would
my
these have like world championship wrestling or something?
Juggalo
Yeah.
Championship Wrestling.
Oh man.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm just going through old
Okay.
pictures. I don't know.
Yeah.
Juggalos, for anybody out there who doesn't know, are people who went temporarily insane, and some of them have never gone insane again.
I grew up on them. I listened to them from the time I was like 8 years old until
I
I'd
love
say
Fox.
3 years ago.
Fox, this is perfect.
I still like them. I mean, they're okay.
That should
saw it
be
3 times.
that should be
Just
at the end of all Seven Realms production videos.
That picture there of me in
Yes.
the fruits basket hat
Perfect.
The Juice
when I
name.
was still skinny.
Or are you rocking pictures too? Oh yeah.
And
Wow.
right next to him is a WWE Royal Rumble.
Why are we having a selfie fest?
Oh
What's
God,
up with this?
I am.
What does the one
Because
shot
Fox
group
came
become?
in wearing a psychopathic records hat.
Display a Fate Accelerated cast, okay?
I am now just imagining a 19-year-old Jew standing around in a fucking Juggalo T-shirt drinking Fago.
Let's go Ice Giants. What do you say?
Well, I was 23 in this
Never
picture.
mind.
Where's the Fago, dude? You gotta have the Fago.
Fago's not that big of a deal. I live in Michigan. They have Fago everywhere. Everywhere.
Just got one picture to share with you guys.
Fago was great until it stopped being 33 cents for a liter.
But you're not rocking it
And
like a
then it,
Juggalo if you're not drinking Fago, man.
The point of it to begin with was that it was cheap and we were poor.
Yep.
So-
I grew up in Ipsy, and they had it at the local store.
Yeah, I just lived down in Indiana, so there's Fagos all over the place down here too. You can buy a can of Fago for like 25 cents.
This
Yeah.
pretty much sums
Is
up
that you?
New Zealand culture in a tea, right? So there's me and my workmate. My workmate has partied too hard, and he's having a moi, which is a nap, and I'm laughing. without beard.
That's awesome.
End of story.
I love how there is like a slight hang loose sign that's formed out of your hand resting on the side of the chair.
Wow.
And and considering the shorts you were wearing, that's
Wrong
perfect.
Pacific Island.
I know, yeah, exactly. It's so great. It's so great.
Yeah, I can't even show you guys old pictures of me because I don't keep any.
For the sports fans out there, here you go.
So, Juice.
So is this Juice trying to be main man, trying to build a cult of personality? It's just, but it's like a reverse cult of personality. It's based off ragging on Juice, not actual.
Hey man, that's how
ragging on me.
that's how you build a cult of personality, man. You get to be the underdog that way, and people are like, I like that guy. I what's the word? Fuck. That's not gonna happen. Dang it! I have the worst aphasia.
What?
You get all kinds of mental disabilities going on in this chat.
So wait, so what are we talking about here?
Aphasia is a disassociation of words with other stimuli.
I don't mean like the medical aphasia. I mean like
Okay.
the thing that when you can't think of a word.
Yeah, that's just called brain farting, or
Yeah, brain farting.
It's not aphasia. If it was aphasia, you would want to say glass and accidentally say blueberry.
Wow.
If it was aphasia, you'd probably be hearing really random words right now. You wouldn't be understanding
That's
what's going
something
on.
else. That's something else entirely.
So this is me from me doing barfer fighting at a pirate.
Oh, nice. You
Was
laugh.
that SEC,
The circle's
Nero,
complete.
Amp Guard?
No, that is just a rogue pirate event.
Whoa.
I haven't got my heavy fighting card yet.
Cool.
They're kind of scared to actually make
I like
Heavy
Ogre's
Fighters.
mustache in that one picture.
Yeah,
I like
Robert,
that.
that's amazing.
That is not how I envision
Robert?
you.
That's amazing. I'm so
That is
proud of you,
true.
Robert.
I said that was
I'm
an
so
older
proud of you
Chepe.
right now.
It is an older Chepe. An older, heavier Chepe.
Yeah, it is. An older, heavier,
So you like
cooler
I can
Chepe
start
becomes
breaking
the
this shit right
sunglasses.
Dude, yeah, if you should Chepe, you should make that picture your profile picture on Facebook.
I already have something like that. I'll change my profile picture right now to my old mustache photo.
No, change it to Robert Ogre's picture and see if people think it's actually you.
No.
I just found a. What the hell is this? I just found a freaking file called Gen Con footage that has 48 videos in it.
Ooh.
Did I just find all that shit that I lost from 2012?
We're gonna have a new Seven Realms Productions video tomorrow.
Finally.
Actually, 3 months from now.
Failed interviews with people
4
who I
months
think
from
are
now.
famous.
We actually just filmed a new review this morning, so
That will be out in about 8 months.
That's
When's your
somewhere-
Numenera review
just
coming
in
out?
time for Gen Con.
Yeah.
Wow. And this is me at Sea Dogs, which is my most favorite pirate event with my friend Jack.
Neat.
When you say pirate event, I think of something completely different.
Well,
The
you're hard
internet
to
me
see in that
just
picture.
can't.
That looks like a very relaxing lounge chair, man.
It is the most relaxing. That was me. Yeah, that was the bad year. That's when both my knees went out.
Ah.
Well, it looks like it's an appropriately sized chair. We don't
Oh,
we don't
yeah.
get that stuff in New Zealand.
There you go, Juice. Now you can look at this photo. It's my profile pic now.
Share it. Oh, okay. Well,
No.
hang on. That means I have to quit looking at myself.
I know, Juice. Dang, man. Be a
I
little
like
less
looking
vain.
at myself.
I don't know.
Okay, braided beard, guys.
Braided beard.
He's a dwarf.
While you watch.
Nice.
Dang.
Yeah, I can't pull that off. For some reason, this does not want to get braid. I've tried.
You gotta dread it.
I can't even dread it.
I
I
kinda
have
dread
to
it.
make it. I can't get dread if I wanted to. Yeah, I could even grow a fro in high
Chepe.
school.
There you go.
They call me Pepe.
See, this
Or
is why I
pee-pee.
don't keep photos. This is why I don't keep photos of myself, so people can't make fun of me.
I've got
Oh, you
like
guys are
3
making fun of
photos.
me?
They're all
Oh,
of me at parties. So that's it. It's just pictures of me that other people take at social gatherings. That's fine. Anyway, role-playing games. Are we talking
Yeah,
about
I
role-playing
know.
games?
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So, built off of Phil's discussion, which was derailed by gigolos, what is everyone's role-playing pet peeve?
Oh,
I already talked about mine.
yeah, we talked about that. But
Man.
for the new
But then
people,
we got on to
Fox,
gigolos.
Just
Fox.
one?
Fox, what is your number 1 role-playing peeve?
Oh god, man.
As in people actually role-playing, not just bad people at the table. I mean their ability to role-play.
Your own games.
What's your
That's
what's your best example of bad role-playing?
Most recent thing that pissed you off with a player in your game.
I think my number
Oh,
one
God.
pet peeve.
I can't be part of this conversation.
I think my number one pet peeve is probably players that just announce that they missed and pick their dice up
I
without
hate
just
that.
telling me the number. That's just I don't know. I don't make a big deal out of it, but sometimes I'm just like,
Oh, I think he meant role play, not role play.
that's
It
one of my
depends on
pet
who you're
peeves
talking
right
to.
there.
No, that fits. That's fine.
Man, I'm trying to. I don't know. I'm such a contrary person. Asking me to pin down one.
It says a lot,
pet
actually.
peeve.
It says a lot, that pet peeve of yours. Juve, what would...
I have
AJ.
one, but I believe that would be kind of more controversial than anything else.
Oh, come on.
Come
We
on,
had-
man.
We had one guy here tonight say that D&D saved him from gang banging. So
Okay, plain and simple, my issue is when people roll dice and it is always some form or variation of a 20 hit like 37 times.
Right.
And they always it's a hit, it's a crit, it's 37, it's 40, and you're like, it just makes me go derp in the brain because no one can roll that many 20s consistently on every roll. So dice fudging is my pet peeve.
Yeah,
no, that's not dice fudging. That's dice bullshit. That's cheating.
Why is that controversial?
I'm pretty lenient, and if somebody rolled like 20s in a row, I'd be like, okay, you're going to put your dice on camera from now on.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'd just reverse polarity based on what AJ taught me a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, well, good thing high roll sucks.
Yeah, by the way, the 2-hit ratio is what I decided is before the game started, and you fail every single roll.
I'd say the I don't know, as far as like actual like in character role playing, I think I get irritated with people like trying to control other people's characters, but I think that my number one role playing pet peeve is the use of the phrase, well, that's what my character would do. Mm-hmm. Because that usually is an excuse to ruin everybody else's fun.
So my character is chaotic neutral, therefore I'm gonna derail the story according to my character's
just like when
lack of disregard to everybody else.
Yeah, when you were just talking about the controller, that really bothers me too, Fox.
Yeah, there. It's like there's an equilibrium between, you know,
playing in
making
character, having fun.
Yeah.
Oh, Fox,
making
you
sure
know that's
that you
become
don't.
an OSG term now, right?
What's that?
Because of your comment, chucklefuckery is an actual thing.
Oh, dude, I'm making a shirt. I'm also going to have a series that's called Chucklefuck. And it's just going to be clips of people in the
they did that to
OSG
me.
being Chucklefuck.
Him and Andrew were just, oh my god.
We Chucklefuck the shit out of that game.
You control your own game. It's a thing. You control your own game.
I don't know, man. I can see where, you know, at some point the whole that's what my character would do would get, you know, blatantly evil. But,
it's like, well, like I said, there's an equilibrium. People have to be able to play their character, but at the same time, people have to remember that there's other people sitting at that table trying to enjoy themselves too.
Yeah.
And that, you know, it's usually like around the time that somebody is like, oh my god, I had a player drown another player's character because that's what his character would do. And I'm like, well, who at my table is having fun now, you chuckle fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. I had issue with people bringing their own real world politics to the game, and I'm still getting over it. To be fair, I'm still getting over the fact that my players had such a low sense of humor that they couldn't separate their own real world. What's the word? Advocacy. Yeah, being advocates for people who never asked for their help.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm probably not the person you want to talk to about that then.
So now I'm left with people who can immerse themselves in their characters, who embrace outlandish ideas, who love the sort of I've introduced Doctor Who sort of storylines. I've introduced all sorts of weird crap, you know, alternate dimensions, ideas that mess with the in-game reality, and they just roll with it because they're looking for escapism, and that's what I'm there to provide. I ask them what they want, and I give it to them.
Yeah. For me, you know, playing, I truly interesting characters for me are always slightly evil. So.
Yeah. I mean, if you boil it down, if you're playing a D&D game, you're playing murder hobos, right? Murder hobos.
Pretty much.
Right.
Generally.
And I've got a
term I'm fond of.
Not Naquicka. Not Naquicka. No. You play Murder Hobo, you might just die.
Well, that's fine.
Maybe. You could try. That would be fun to watch, actually, because that would be a real challenge.
What's a Wicca?
A quicker.
What's that?
It's let me speak for Chepe because he's a humble man. He's got a really interesting document which uses all sorts of races which he's drawn from different sources. He's given them very interesting dynamics that I found entertaining to read. And I was enthused to play every single one of them, honestly, by the way he's described them. And it wasn't until I read his races that I delved further into the world that he developed. And it was a world of constant changing elevations of landscapes that rose and fell in a floating sort of landmass.
Aquika is an online. It's a campaign setting I'm making for an online D&D campaign for my channel.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, yeah. I'm enthusiastic about it. I honestly would read a whole PDF on that setting. It's very cool.
Well, I'm hoping to post like blog posts about do primary source documents of the history. Like, say, do journal entries and newspapers and write out, because I'm a huge fan of old textual criticism and archaeology and all that stuff. So I'm a real nerd about that thing. So I'd like to put newspaper articles of what the group did afterwards to kind of give a nod to what happened, if that makes any sense. Which is why it's on a blog. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm enthusiastic about it, man. It was a good read. It was just entertaining, honestly.
I might have to see this document now.
Yeah.
Can't wait to play.
Shit, what were we talking about?
Pet peeves, role-playing.
Role-playing, pet peeves.
Oh.
We know Maps and Dragons, we know Rexocalypse, we know Seven Realm Productions, because Fox, of course, represents all of Seven Realm Productions. AJ, did you give yours? Yes, you did.
I gave mine, too, earlier.
Juice. Robert, what's yours?
As a player or as a GM?
Both.
Shit.
Go for it.
I don't know what my biggest one is. Well, I mean, I have a few. I can tell you something specific that happened recently. I tried to run a game, and somebody was just talking about how bad the system was the whole time instead of trying to play the fucking game.
Was it Palladium, too?
No, it was the
Was it me? Was it me and Palladium? Because that sounds like something.
It was D&D 5th Ed?
Yeah.
Somebody was complaining about how bad D&D 5th Ed was?
Yeah.
What about it?
Have they played Fatal?
Have they played 2nd edition?
Hold on. I was raised on 2nd edition, so don't be talking junk about 2nd edition.
2nd edition sucks. I'm just saying. All of the old RPGers are like, 2nd edition was the best. I do not like 2nd edition. I'm just saying.
Look, D&D has advanced, okay? It's like any other technology, it's advanced.
Mm-hmm. Then explain 4th edition.
What?
Okay, 4th edition was a giant step backward.
It was a natural progression.
It was a noble experiment.
It just did not.
It was a noble experiment.
It was ignoble.
4th edition is a very well-designed thing that didn't meet the form of engagement and expectations of anyone in the fan
it was just
base.
awful.
They were really
forgot to
good
program
at the
it for the
thing.
computer.
They were really good at a thing that nobody wanted it to be good at.
No.
The problem that I think 4th edition ran into is they built it from the ground up for tournament.
Yeah.
And that is not what the customer base at large wanted. And I think that part of that was actually handed down from Hasbro because they've seen how successful Magic is in that format and wanted D&D pushed into that. And that wasn't ever going to work.
But in another aspect, I don't. I agree that Wizards of the Coast designed it from a certain perspective for wider play, but they wanted to combine it with the mechanics that they had for their online D&D game.
You know what? I'm sorry. I'm all about D&D, but I think 4th edition should have just came with a board, characters, and a hammer to bash your creativity out.
But they were playing.
But it has nothing to do with creativity.
It would have been a great miniature combat game.
Yeah, it is. It is a great miniature combat game. And miniature combat games are very easy to program into a computer.
Yeah. I've never played 4th edition. I never will play 4th edition, and the main reason is because I've heard combat. Nope. I've heard combat at the higher you go, they take way too long.
It's true.
So that right there is all I need to hear, and that has nothing to do with how it's designed or anything, but that does not sound like fun to me. First
I once
level,
had a 3-hour combat.
yeah,
that's true.
that's not fun. But no, Robert,
Is
what were
anybody,
you saying about 5th edition?
who's run a high level 5th edition combat? How does that work out?
I have.
I did for
Is it
Brigade
good?
Con.
I've
Is
done
it
a 20th level one.
It
I
takes a
played in
little
50th
longer.
Level 1.
It takes a while. No
It
joke.
went pretty fast for me.
But the thing is that you have to know your character. And if you don't know your character, then you waste a lot of time trying to figure out what the fuck you're going to do with all these options.
Like all the dice and everything. Yeah, for a one-shot, it's probably hard because you haven't leveled up slowly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, there was one guy that used to hang out with us. I forget what his name was, but he was on the beta testers for D&D.
Well, we're all beta testers.
There were 130,000 of those, Jubei.
Yeah.
Is that
Okay,
I think we're
okay.
all
First and
beta
foremost,
testers.
he used to be in the hangout, and he had his ears pierced, and
Oh, Justin.
yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
right.
what happened to
Okay.
him.
Yeah, he's still
the
around.
Viking team?
Yeah, actually,
I,
in a campaign.
I have the beta test from when they were doing it. Like over a year ago, I had the play test stuff. So
Did we ever find out what that person was criticizing in 5th?
yeah.
Well, okay, I can tell you. They were big time in the Fate, so they're kind of complaining about but I was asking about what inspiration was for, and I was explaining it, and they were just complaining about the flaws in the bonds and all like that, how it wasn't integral to the system more, and things like that.
Well, good. They don't need inspiration then.
Or
Who
bonus
is this?
XP
What's
for
her
playing
name?
a character.
Who
What you
was
should
this?
have done is just shank them in game. Just have some random dwarf come up from behind and shank them between the ribs, and
Yeah.
that would have been it.
Oh my gosh.
But I think the bonds and stuff are integral to the mechanics of the game, because I think the most important thing in D&D is the role play.
Character.
Well, now they can be, because the optional rules. You can have bonds and or backgrounds and or ideals as proficiencies. And it functions just like an aspect, just like someone who would love Fate.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe they're just having a bad night. I don't know.
People are allowed to dislike it if they don't want to, but I don't know. It's weird for me to somebody bash 5th edition system and tout Fate because I hate Fate dice or fudge dice. Wait, it is Fate that uses fudge dice, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I will admit that I feel that it's kind of an irrational hate, so I don't actually have any reason to back that up.
The only thing I don't like about Fate is this fucking setting shit.
And people say Pathfinder is bad. I think it's okay.
Yeah, no, Pathfinder is just 3.5 expanded.
It's
I see nothing
3.7.
wrong with that.
It's a better version of 3.5.
You played Palladium, so you used to crunchy stuff. People that don't like it, don't like crunchy.
Well, look at it 2nd edition. If you got into the expanded rules of 2nd edition,
oh God.
most people don't even know this, but if you gave your character a nickname, like say he was Jacobim the Lucky, that could actually affect your mechanics in game.
How?
Let's see. If I remember correctly, what was the expanded rule? You could roll 2 dice. You could roll 2 d20s on just about anything if you were lucky.
Are you talking about 5th edition and Advantage?
No, I'm talking about 2nd edition.
I don't know what the heck you're talking about.
It's one of those weird expanded rules books.
It was not in the
nobody
player's
has.
option.
Yeah,
That's where they got the whole halfling luck thing from.
That book.
Yeah, that one. Can't go.
Yeah, it was one of them weird books. I have the entire 2nd edition library in PDF.
Oh,
yeah. My issue with 2nd edition was that you had level caps based on race, and then you had all the other stuff
no, that's
It never worked for me.
I felt like second edition was a golden opportunity for them to take a game that was okay and fix the problems and make it a much better system. And instead they decided to essentially keep every single problem from first edition and then just start piling on new ones with source books.
They're like they were from the outset. They were like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But they didn't understand what was broken, what needed fixing.
Yeah, it was like, it's not broke, don't fix it. Thaco! Thaco's not good.
Oh, even that, yeah. I'll never understand Thaco. I've had people explain it to me, and it's never something that I've been able to.
It's normal. It's third and fifth edition, 2 hits backwards.
Yeah,
I know. It's backwards and it confuses me.
Yeah, it should confuse you because it was bad. It was stupid.
Yeah.
Everything in the books is based on armor class.
It's
so this monster has this armor class. But then it's like, I needed the Thaco chart every time. If I didn't have the chart on my sheet, I was lost. Every time.
It's like, I look at Thaco and I'm like, this is okay for 1978. But they kept that shit until 1997.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the game I started off in Spelljammer Second Edition was one of the games someone put me in. That was cool. And I liked Ravenloft because it had vampires, zombies, and werewolves. And that's
but setting has nothing to do with the game itself, like the system.
You also have to remember, like in second edition, in every book they ever made, like the first page said, if you don't like a rule, change it.
Chepe, I'm talking about D&D. I'm not talking about other games.
Oh no. I was trying to make a joke, and oh well.
I like that. Oh man, that sounded like a wounded puppy.
I think it seems. Yeah, I think it seems like. It seems like everything I brought up in this chat is either me ranting about something or me accidentally harping on someone trying to make a joke and then just committing to it.
God, I love this group. Oh god.
I feel like I've become accidentally a better troll than I actually am. Just like in this chat.
Posey's rubbing off on you.
Oh man. God, don't become like Posey.
I got to have one of the a reinvigoration of one of my favorite old trolls from some of my I was riding with Jesse and one of our friends. I don't remember who it was, but they were talking about World of Warcraft, and they started talking about Arthas.
Yeah.
Specifically, they started talking about his dead horse. And while they were talking, I was just, they were like, talking about how Arthas's horse became undead. And I was just like, yeah, what I don't get is why do they call his horse invincible if you can see it?
Fox.
And our friend was just like, wait, what? And then Jesse was like, shut up. Just stop now. Don't engage him.
Wow. I could never get into that. I could never get into that.
One of my favorite things to type in trade chat in a major city. People are just like, it's invisible, idiot. Invincible means you can't hurt it. I'm like, well, that's wrong too. So.
Wow. Just wow.
Chris, so, who hasn't answered the habits question?
Habits?
Wait, what's the habits question?
Yeah.
Pretty much only me.
Oh, okay, hold on. I want to refine my answer out. I think I've got it.
Okay.
The phrase, your character wouldn't do that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I hate it when people say that's what my character would do.
Well, yeah, that's what my character would do. There's room for that to be terrible. It's room for it to be legitimate.
Wait. We got AJ here. Did you guys watch my Heroes Unlimited game?
No.
So I got all of them together, and then all of them went separate directions.
Yeah.
Because that's what their characters would do.
It can't be nearly as bad as that Star Wars game I ran where everyone died from landmines I put in to protect them.
Everyone had fun in my game from what they said. It was okay.
There was doubt in that pause.
Well,
from what they
at
said.
times I would just wanted to beat my head on the wall. I'm like, no, no.
No. This great
wish
example. I'm in the basement with the characters. Posey was in this game, and I'm like, okay, so beginning of the zombie horde. I think they would leave. Him and Andrew decide to execute the scientists that were supposed to help them get out the building. They proceed to execute their sergeant. This was dead rain. They lost. These idiots acted like they were downstairs trying to and that Posey. I'm like, okay, fine. They're just gonna all die in the basement because they won't take natural direction. No, Posey gets I gave Posey a grenade launcher. The son bitch rolls a 20 and blows off my Mega Beast all to shit and back. Blew his head up on a critical
that
hit.
sounds familiar. Fucking Dave Frank and shooting a missile at my Heroes Unlimited game where they're playing Galaxy Rangers. He fired a missile at the bad guy's spaceport and wiped out 600 SEC worth of shit.
Oh,
man.
no, see, I've got you beat. One of my characters overloaded 5 droid cores, which do as much damage as a thermal detonator, in a docking bay.
Jeez.
40d6 damage.
Oh. I beat mine. I had 36.
That
Bag
beat
of grenades.
Yeah, and his bag of grenades in the face of the mid-boss. That was...
And of course, how I got my name was another one. Unlaunch missiles upon everyone, upon the enemy, and then
boom.
There was and then somebody mentioned that they had missiles on their bike, and then that involved everyone else dying. I'm like, they're not gonna ever have me game with them again. I killed the whole fucking party but one person, and the only one survived was Mitchell.
So quite literally 2 games back to back, I had Ogre almost just completely collapse the Jedi Temple. And in the next game, somebody actually destroyed a space station.
My friend Brian got pissed off while fighting a Sith in a Saga game. Or no, it was pre-Saga. It was the 3.5 Star Wars. He got mad because he couldn't hit his armor class, so he just got fed up and just collapsed all the support structures in the temple that they were in and collapsed the roof on both of them.
Wow.
Well, and then in the game after the guy destroyed the space station, I had another game where they didn't do anything. They literally did not get. They didn't get to any of my encounters because I was going to have Nexu, and in a game before that, Nexu had almost killed the entire party. So I put in mines to protect them from the Nexu. The mines almost killed all of them.
Jeez.
DC 10 mines at level 6.
Oh my god. So we my Lorcaith used to run for this group of guys that I think the term chucklefuck was invented for. At one point he was running, actually this was a Star Wars game, now that you mention it, but they come up to a cliff face in this cave that descends into darkness beyond what their lights can see. So he throws a rock, and Lorcaith's like, oh yeah, it goes on for a long time. And this dude just looks Mike dead in the eye and says, I think this is a GM trick. I'm going to jump.
Wow.
He died.
I love it. I love when that's actually a huge problem a lot of the times when narrativist groups try to go into like a hardcore simulationist environment, is because they'll oftentimes metagame themselves to death. 'Cause they're like, oh, this is going in a natural plot, and they're like, no, this is how a world would actually work. There isn't anyone there. That's an actual dead end. No, that's not a plot device. That's just a person. No, that guy's not a villain. He's actually just a town cop. And now you've just pissed off the locals. So yeah.
I have learned so much shit can go wrong in a Star Wars game.
I have learned, thanks to Posey, how bad things can get in a Dead Ring game.
Oh shit! Shots fired.
Yeah.
No,
shots
Posey,
fired.
you should say you're welcome. You should thank him for teaching you.
Yes, thank you, Posey, for making me even more of a vicious GM now. So whenever my next game will happen, I will make sure that there will be, lack of equipment so y'all can't blow up everything.
He's like a Cenobite. He's just there to show you a greater experience. Pleasure, pain, those are irrelevant. Experiences that matters.
Wow, you just broke out the Hellraiser. Oh, God. I actually want to run a game of Hellraiser.
Beyond the supernatural.
I want to run a game of like the Limelight in the early '90s in New York with the club kids.
What, like
the Breakfast Club?
Like the
Party Monster.
Party Monster?
Yeah.
So we can go we can practice our skill and work in a room.
Yeah, exactly.
Just make our clear circuit. Hi, hello, how are you? And then just.
Oh, you've seen the movie?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be amazing.
That's like my favorite scene in the whole film. Seth Green really owned that.
I've done that in parties because of that.
It works, honestly.
It does work awesome.
It completely does. You just make sure you're seen and then just go home so you can't screw anything up.
I'm thinking about running using the expanded rules from the DMG and running a 5e modern game sometime this week. Think anybody be interested in that?
A modern game?
There was
Like
someone
with the
on the
rifles
One
and
Shot
stuff?
group. There was someone on the One Shot group today that was started a thread about, does anybody play D20 Modern? So you might try to hook them up, try to find out who that is. I can.
Do I get access to lots of guns and grenades? And if the answer is yes, I would play it.
Well, it's going to be set in Tokyo, so you can get access to that. But you got to play one. You got to roll one hell of a bluff check because that shit's illegal.
So the answer is no, Jubek. To paraphrase.
Unless you're a criminal.
Yakuza.
I can play Black Yakuza.
Yeah, for a samurai.
Yeah, but your name has to be something like Black Panther or something.
I don't think that black people can get in the Yakuza. But
why? That's racist.
It's horribly
Japan.
It's horribly racist, but
discrimination.
It really is discrimination. But they're an illegal organization that they don't exactly have laws backing them.
Lawyer up, Black Panther. Gotta take the Yakuza down for discriminating.
It's Japan. Does Japan have pandas?
No.
Wow.
Now that's
not
damn.
native.
Not native. You can play
They
a
aren't?
panda in a zoo, I guess.
Does Japan have pandas?
What's the
Damn.
implication here? The black
Wait.
Like
I
it's like
didn't think of
it's
that.
like Black
I didn't even
Panthers,
think of
but
that, Fox. I wasn't even
like not
thinking of that.
panthers, but with pandas. They sound very similar.
Admittedly, I will completely let people play a panda, but you're going to have a really boring game when you're stuck in a zoo being fed bamboo the
Wait,
entire
what if the game is based off of
Kung Fu Panda?
Polar Bear Cafe?
Oh God, no.
What's
It's bad
Polar
enough
Bear
that
Cafe?
I know what that is, but no.
What's Polar Bear Cafe?
It is an adorable anime.
It is one of the most niche animes ever that I'm surprised anyone outside of Japan has ever seen.
No, okay.
As Chevy speaks, I was like, niche? This is me.
Like Polar Bear Cafe. No, my friend.
Sokume Cafe.
There's deeper rabbit holes one may tread.
Oh, yes, there is, because I've lived in Japan and I've had to watch that shit.
I'd be up for a generic D&D game this week.
Oh.
Your typical D&D game. I'd be up for something like that.
Have they made a character generator yet for D&D 5th?
Nope.
No, sir.
No, they fired those people and they went and did a Kickstarter. And bombed.
Oh God.
Morningstar!
Juice, you
Yeah, I
need
knew
to
that
take
was
up my
gonna be
offer,
shit.
man.
Oh, Morningstar,
Pepe?
yeah.
You need to take up my 5e offer, man. You could be in my February D&D 5e one shot.
Only if you give me a Pegasus.
No.
What? You're talking about unicorns and shit. Why can't I have a Pegasus?
No, I was kidding. I meant like for the 5e February one shot, it's Alice in Wonderland themed.
Oh.
Can I be the Chester Cat?
So
You can
when
play
you
in
say
my
it's-
game and you can have a figurine of wondrous power.
I was kidding about the Pegasus.
Stephanie, are you going to use that module?
Oh yeah, I still have to read through it.
Yeah, I would
I was
play
gonna
in
look through
something
it for
like that.
inspiration.
I got it. I was going to actually like do one of those.
What module is it?
What's it called?
Do Diakimits.
So you have a game coming up, Posey?
Oh, the only game I have coming up today is going to be Eclipse Phase.
That's gonna be fun.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something about having a 5e game coming
Called
up.
Dungeon Land and Magic Mirror.
There you go.
I mean, what time are you available? I could probably run something for you if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be up for it. Like, I don't know. Let me talk to Andrew because we're talking about doing our podcast. But
Posey
you know,
and his
any
Google
night
Europe and
this
Elf.
week during the week, I'd probably be able to do like Wednesday. Oh, Wednesday I can't because I have encounters. Maybe Thursday. I could do something Thursday probably.
Oh yeah, I went to my first encounters this Wednesday.
Horde of the Dragon Queen.
They did do the mill from Green Mist. I went in and helped them a little bit. I rolled up a bard. Bunch of
I thought
13.
you said you helped him.
No, bards are amazing. I don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
kidding. I'm
Hey,
kidding.
Bards are
I said it was
amazing.
encounters,
They're
not-
really good in
not
5th edition.
3rd edition.
Especially Valor Bards. Jesus.
I'm sorry. Hold up. I said it was
College of War,
encounters,
man.
not RPGA.
College of Lore is still good. It's really good.
It
Yeah,
is.
it is.
I was kidding. Sorry, Fox. Tell us your story.
You're fine. No, that pretty much was it. It was just me playing with a bunch of 13-year-olds.
You can, like, in upper levels, you get a minus D12 to pretty much any roll within your vicinity. That you could just
Yeah.
at will be like, here's a minus D12 to your roll.
Did you guys see when I posted the pictures of my D&D Encounters group in the Viking outfit?
Yeah.
I think I missed.
Wasn't that sweet?
Wait, was it like real Vikings or like?
Like a large.
Like, it's a metal Viking type helmet. It's not real Vikings.
Does anyone here like elves?
I
Yeah,
love
those are
that. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I've never had any interest in elves. Can someone please explain to me why elves are interesting?
That's because you have neurological damage.
Oh my God! Jesus!
He went there.
Coming out of the gate hard.
All right, there we go.
See, why are elves interesting? Because they personify the ideal of human artistic endeavor and longevity, and the Tolkien ideal of being in tune with nature and not being dicks.
So
And
is
in
that-
like Viking mythology, they're like the soul of the human.
Isn't that sweet?
That's awesome.
I don't know.
That's a
I
cool
have some
helmet.
cool people I play with.
I don't know. My answer would be, why is anything interesting?
Look at that. He brought a
Because I'm
hammer.
not fucking depressed. Fuck. Why is anything interesting?
Well, I mean, that's like if somebody would say to me, "Why are elves interesting?" I'm just like, "Well, why is anything interesting?"
Yeah,
I was
why are
just trying to
dwarves
see,
interesting?
like, I meant, why are they personally interesting to you? And
Oh, okay. I like
Undefinably so.
I like changing my worldview to somebody who's living for 600 or 700 years.
Yeah,
So-
that's all amazing.
I prefer having, but I don't know. Like,
Okay,
I like immortal characters, but why elves? Is it just that? Could you just as easily stick that on any other race and they would be more interesting?
Because I could be a fucking barbarian with a cantrip. That's why.
Chepe, are you trolling right now? I can't tell if you're trolling or not.
I'm
Because
not. I'm being serious.
I feel like that could be a question asked about anything. And then...
So like, dude, you could just stick that onto something else, man. Yeah.
Right, so why
Come
not
on.
elves, Chepe? I
Why
guess I
not
want to
elves?
reverse it to you.
It just seems weird that some, like...
But here's the thing. I don't want to play somebody shorter than me. Can't be a dwarf.
Yeah, I don't like short characters.
Okay.
Fucking halflings?
As far as I'm concerned, elves are like the hippies of the D&D
Like,
world.
here's the thing.
No,
if you
really,
have a
no,
halfling
chat
and you wear
box.
shoes, you're no real halfling. And I ain't walking around
Especially
with
if they're
fucking
high
diamonds
heels.
on my shoes.
Barefoot or GTFO.
By the way,
Exactly.
50 halflings fucked. That's all I'm going to say. 50
Wait, hold on.
halflings. Oh.
Hold on. Oh, I've got a better one. Toes or GTFO.
When it
So,
comes to
do you
character
have
race,
the
man,
same question about dwarves?
Not
Well-
as much, because dwarves have a definition that at least makes a little bit more sense to me. At least
They
their
just seem like
physiology
short
kind of
humans.
corresponds to their environment.
Okay,
I have a quick
let's...
question.
Jeez.
Sorry.
Wait a
I
minute.
have
So
a quick
elves
question.
aren't built to
AJ?
be in the woods?
What
They're
were you
just
saying, AJ?
they're humans with long ass ears, and
No,
that-
Well, look, pointy ears are hot.
No. The question is, if you're in a D&D environment, you've got to look at the long history. So we start off with Mind Flayers, who are the true old ones of the Mind Flayer universe. So these are beings that have transferred themselves from alternate dimensions. They're fifth-dimensional beings that they're trans-dimensional. And in all of the histories of all of the ancient cultures, Mind Flayers show up. So,
Right, they kind of help shape the D&D world.
Right, so D&D
Like Avalon.
starts with every single race breaking free of the Mind Flayers, who are a race so powerful that the devils and the demons join together to discuss how they would deal with the threat of Mind Flayers. So from that, where do elves and humans fit in? Elves are the precursors of humans, so humans are lesser forms of elves, if you will. They
Isn't
are
that
the
an
orcs.
opposed depending on the setting?
Well,
That's some
yes,
Tolkien
obviously.
shit.
Obviously,
Yeah.
elves differ in different settings, but
Mhm.
the essence of elves is they are a refined race that personify the higher ideals of humanity, and in whatever setting you wish. But they are they're the waning
Smart,
culture.
buddy.
They're the twilight culture of whatever humans would aspire to. So, what are humans? Is the question. Elves pose the question of what a human being is.
ultimately, any D&D race, it comes down to preference.
Yeah.
I think
If you want to play an elf as a hoity-toity human who knows long swords and spells, that's fine.
I always played half orc, but I like beating things to death.
There's been a handful of versions of elves that I've found genuinely almost interesting, but like most portrayals of elves are very unnuanced, and they're mostly hoity-toity humans.
So
that
wait a
go
minute.
through
Here's your
things.
thing. It's the betrayal of elves that you have a
Yes,
problem with.
that's what I'm asking, because it seems like that's the most common pull for elves.
How about like Weehawk and Wizards?
What do you mean, like wizards?
Yeah.
I hated wizards for the same reason, because every wizard ends up being Gandalf.
What? No, Wizards.
That's
the
not
movie.
true.
Wizards the movie?
Yeah, the
I
cartoon
don't watch
from
movie.
1978.
Imagine if you're
The Ralph Bakshi.
Post-apocalypse America, and the society that has sprung up has been the descendants of the cannibals that you saw basically surviving in the post-apocalyptic world, which all of your cities and things are now ruins that they've built up their little shanty towns over. And the beings that you see swarming over your world and building up their own civilization are overshadowing your own. Those are the elves. You are now an elf. Their world has been destroyed and is in twilight. They are superior in most ways, but must live in a world where lesser beings have come to prominence because they breed faster, their society is more energetic, they live shorter lives, but they can overpower you if you decide to try and lord it over them.
I think my personal thought is any of the races can be fun or interesting. It just all comes down to the overall package.
Yeah.
Like, how, first of all, what quirks are they going to have? What background? What, abilities or classes? Like, it's an overall package together. It's not just the race itself that makes something interesting.
Yeah, it's
not
like,
just the
what
class.
pluses am I going to get to my strength, man? Come on.
right. We all know elves don't get pluses to strength, so they're useless. Duh.
So
You gotta be a fucking finesse fighter, dude.
You're right, or I gotta be a ranged fighter.
You know
Gotta
what?
be a sorcerer. Gotta get that 6 cantrip.
You know what? You want to know what annoys me from a perspective of elves? When you have a setting, D&D is super guilty of this. Sea elves, sky elves, wood elves, blue
Our
elves,
elves are
moon
different.
elves.
The trope.
Yeah, there's like 1,000 different types of elves. I'm like, why aren't? No, stop it. There's only so far you go with that. Don't give me mer people that are elves. Don't stop it with the sea
I
elves.
like the high elves, the wood elves, and the dark elves.
The funniest thing about that
elves.
is that when you go to the humans in the player's handbook, it says, "Oh, there's so many different kinds." You know what I mean? But then you go to elves, and it's got the 3. Yet when you read any of the settings, there's way more than 3 elves.
Yeah.
You know? So it's like, well, shouldn't the write-up for elves be the same as the humans?
I don't know.
It's like, well, like the dwarves, like they're like when you go, like in the setting, you go somewhere, and it's like dwarves built this place. You know, it's like dwarvish construction. You know,
I know
like,
what I have an issue with now.
But like elves are like, they're like the higher society.
Like I like Wicked
They have their
Fantasy
own
elves,
type
right?
of architecture.
What's
you
up,
know?
Jimmy?
It also
Well,
comes
I
down
said-
to the flavor the DM puts in.
What I was gonna say, my only issue with elves are I have never seen other than the drow. I've never seen like a black elf. I just don't see it.
It's because they're
always
drow.
Whatever, dude. You can make your elf black. Don't worry about it.
No, I do agree with what Posey just said, though. You know, you can make any race, you know,
I know you
black or Asian, influenced or whatever.
I just meant the common portrayal of elves, like the like watered
You
down.
just have problems
the
with
wood elf
common.
style.
That's what I really mean. I mean,
Who really
why-
who really goes by the common portrayal though?
Everybody.
every elf player I've ever met.
Everybody. Any D&D game you watch, it's always the tree-hugging hippie elf. And
I don't necessarily mean
That's
tree
not
hugging,
true.
but I mean,
I play lots
always
of elves.
slightly uppity. They
No, you're right, Posey. But if you watch a generic game of D&D anywhere, it's almost always that way.
Hashtag
Elven
not
Archer.
all
But
elves.
everybody
Legolas.
plays a trope dwarf too. I mean,
Watch the live, the one-shots, and you'll see that most people run the stereotypes, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're wood elf, blonde hair, blue eyed.
Well, I don't know about blonde hair, blue eyes,
Yeah,
but
everybody
playing off
plays,
of-
I guess they're just...
I mean, is that your idea of perfection?
Who?
But everybody
Arian?
plays a dwarf that drinks and has a beard and fucking has a warhammer. You know.
Oh,
Pretty
Jesus,
much.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not
I
to
play
mention
the
there's
stereotypes, but I don't
I
mind
just want to
them.
meet a nice, studious, like, half-orc.
I think
With little glasses.
I think
really
the,
want to play that character.
Like,
uh,
really
I've,
good
thrown,
dental
I've
hygiene.
thrown shit in that like that. I've thrown shit in there like that before.
I'm
Not-
Posey. Your next D&D game, I want you to play the wizard half-orc, who's very smart and exactly like you just said, because I actually think you could pull it off.
Oh, shit. Well, the first thing is,
Challenge
I'm not going to play
accepted.
anybody with Tusk.
So he got his tusks pulled out.
just file them
Alright,
down.
alright, I can do
Well,
that.
see,
Well,
I think most races are that way, but it seems like elves are the biggest. I just pick on elves because they're the biggest embodiment of
Hey,
it to me.
hashtag not all elves.
oh, shit. The thing about, I don't really like magic users because it's just too much shit. I get bogged down in, like,
You gotta
picking my
flip through
spells
and read the spells, yeah.
Oh, I don't like.
I
Oh,
agree.
by the way, this is the first
pretty-
edition that I like wizards in.
I was gonna say it's pretty easy if you just learn the game.
Yeah.
It's a pain
Well,
in the
you know,
ass to keep...
I care more about portraying my character than knowing some mechanical bullshit.
Yeah. I like playing fighters the most because I can...
I
do
write
that, so-
books. I play games to play games.
There you go.
I mean, the only thing I ever played in D, I mean, I've played
Hey,
two
okay, you're
races, which is usually orcs and dwarves. I've never really I did one wizard one time in an evil campaign, but that just went horribly wrong.
You know, I've never played an orc. I probably should.
Yeah, I usually.
You know, I really just want to play a robot baker.
Yes, that's. You should have stuck with it.
hop into a numeric game. You can play
It's
Wisp.
like, yeah, I'm a fucking Cylon. I'm a fucking toaster. I make
There
your
you go.
bread.
Just join a numeric game and make a wistful barista who
Posey.
Yes. Would you say a wistful barista that what?
enjoys classical opera.
Oh,
I do like
need to make
opera.
it homebrew,
That could work.
homebrew options now. Oh, Fox, that's amazing.
That's not even my joke. That was Jonathan's joke. As Jay Random came up with that one.
Kudos. So many hentai references between both of you during the maid game. It was horrible.
Between me and whom?
John and Mitchell.
Hmm.
Between the three of you, there was so many. Oh,
You know what? This is getting real close to fucking animal cruelty right now.
Yeah, I know.
Gonna have to leave this game. Get real sick of this animal cruelty.
Oh God! Here we go. Here we go.
Since I've been with the one-shot group, I have seen so many interesting, unique characters. It's not even fucking funny.
Well, stop. You don't have to lavish all that on me, man.
Wasn't lavishing all that on you. Now I will say this about you, Posey. Chepe mentioned my invalid earlier.
Yeah.
In the same game, Posey was playing an ingenue. He completely fucked up the meaning of ingenue.
Nah.
That girl was not innocent at all.
Posey couldn't pose. I've not seen Posey
Don't
play an
bow me
innocent
by your
character.
labels.
I don't know. I've not seen you play an innocent character yet. That's all I'm saying.
What?
Maybe it's a comment. Innocence is a lie.
That was the most evil ingenue I've ever seen in my fucking life.
That ingenue is going to be in my school. This is how you do it.
It was just a little too ingenuitive for you.
Yeah, I showed a little bit of too much ingenuity.
Oh God, you people. You people. Oh,
Gentlemen,
Gonna try
I've
to do a
reached
pun fest.
Critical Room.
Alright,
And,
I wager a challenge at Fox.
Oh.
An entire game, nothing but puns.
Oh no, AJ's running out of rum.
I'm not.
So this game has to be in Fate because we need puns for aspects, and it has to be with Fox, Andrew. Who else is the extremely punny people?
Me.
Don't
Well,
look
no,
at me.
not puns. Not puns.
I do pan-fried puns.
I appreciate Thai humor.
Does
Fox,
anybody else
Andrew-
have a proclivity for making a name that sounds real but carefully unravels the setting it's a part of?
Yes.
My go-to Star Wars name is Lam Vindaloo.
Oh,
Seriously?
Price is Solo. Price is Solo.
Do what?
Price is so low.
Oh, jeez. At Encounters, my bard's name was Cambrian Era.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Nobody got it.
Mass Extinction! The Cambrian era. Come on.
Yeah.
What's the name of your preacher character for Idris Bay?
Asmodeus.
No, it's not. It's something Fletcher.
Oh shit, Ariel Fletcher.
Ariel Fletcher. Posey's playing a preacher
Yep.
to crows.
Yep.
It's gonna be great.
Wow.
Was that a racist remark?
No, it was.
Well, how was that racist?
Yeah, it was racist. And as a black man and as a man of color, I will sit up here and say that was racist. I don't know what the hell it was, but it was racist.
Literal what?
It took you a minute to catch up to that, didn't it?
Jermaine just heard racist, and I was like, "Yeah, that's racist." I don't know what the hell was said. He was like, "Yeah, that's racist."
That was me being ridiculous.
Racist people, racist crackers.
Damn
you, damn you, whiteys.
I want to ask a question because there are so many personalities in this room. It just gave me a fucking idea. How would everyone like to play a modern D20 game where they play themselves?
No.
We're gonna be playing the OSG RPG at the OSG Con.
It's called Niche Con. Thank you very much. I already have the banner up on my profile.
Chepe, if we did Niche Con, there would only be 2 people there.
Yeah, no one fucking come.
Yeah, nobody would be there.
Let alone your fucking sponsor.
It would be me and Fox.
New rule of Niche Con.
Us playing Numenon.
Yeah.
I wish we would get you.
Well, what we'll do is we'll just make it a rule that anybody who shows up to NicheCon is a poser.
Well, hey, I can show up then.
Wow.
Hey, Fox, what do you
Posing.
think of Numenera? I haven't seen your review yet. And it's probably
we
gonna be a couple
haven't-
months till it comes out.
I just know it. He's gonna hate a game I love.
What, Numenera?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I want to talk about it, but
So talk about it.
it should be out to next
Fucking
month,
5 o'clock
honestly.
at night.
Next month means 4 months from now.
No. Like,
Right before
dude.
Gen Con.
Look, I just got the book. Just tell me what's up.
I love Numenera to death.
Alright,
It's
cool.
the only
Pepe's
beef I have
surprised.
with it is that skills are too sparse. You don't get enough. So it ends up a lot of times feeling like your character doesn't know how to do anything.
Oh, I got you.
But you can also make him very vague.
Wait, can you
That's
learn
true.
skills too in the game?
Yes, you can create
but
your
it
own.
takes a while. You can do that. The trick is you basically have to make a skill that is a career, so it covers a wide range of things. But it's you make a glaive and you're probably only going to have one skill, which is I think a little problematic. But other than that, I love the complete Gonzo sci-fi thing.
Yeah, it should be more like Palladium with the skills. You need 1,000 of them.
Oh my god. I knew it was all gonna be a shot fired against Palladium yet again.
Sorry. Back to
I
Numenera.
really
No,
want to
I
ask
mean
you
need
about.
to have more skills, not that the book needs more skills. I think characters need more.
I
Need
know, I'm
to
kidding.
know more things.
Do you have? Did you
Are you
notice
like the
an
rules
emergent
as written
property?
guy, or will you just allow your players to have more skills?
I mean, yeah, I would just have a couple more skills because I think it's meaningless to.
Yeah.
It
yeah,
feels
exactly.
like to me, it feels like in an earlier stage of development, combat skills and proficiencies were the same thing, and then later they split them because it would be a better balance, but then never got around to actually giving people more proficiencies. So that's a theory I have. Is maybe totally unfounded, but
How many games of Numenera did you play to get your assessments of it?
one full game.
Okay.
So you haven't noticed? Did you notice any of the emergent properties yet?
The strange or the
No,
other stuff
Numenera.
is coming
Strictly
sense.
for Numenera and how the cipher system interacts with the setting of Numenera.
I haven't seen any big problems come out of it. It seems to run.
Not problems. Emergent properties.
Define.
Emergent property is something that is not intrinsic to the material from which it comes from.
Okay.
So, something like that. Although, philosophically speaking, there are no such things as emergent properties. It's just something that...
Emergent properties
Like,
are technically
all
defined as
emergent properties
synergies, and
are
I
gonna
could
be
show you a bunch of
epiphenomenal.
mathematical postulates
So-
that say the motherfucking otherwise.
Whatever. It's
So you're
whatever.
talking about
I think you're out of
this-
your depth, but
So you're talking about the system as it is, with the interaction of characters based upon the groupings of personalities that are available in the game setting, emerging from the environment that the world is set in and the personalities that are role played according to the rules as written.
Mm-hmm.
The immersion property is the feel of the game as it plays.
And that's something I did not.
well, let me just describe
if you're
to
familiar
you
with
what
the mechanics, dynamics, and
epiphenomenal
aesthetic-
means.
Never mind.
No, I'm listening to both of you. I have a brain like that.
Excuse me?
I'm listening to both of you. Talk at the same time. Go for it.
So epiphenomenal is like when the words that we use, they affect nothing in a physical realm, right? So because they're just words.
Sorry, cut out there.
Words themselves and social
completely
stories
reshape
and
our brain.
that type of thing doesn't cause any type of physical change. Therefore, it cannot be,
What?
emergent.
That's completely defiant of neuroscience, but
What?
I'm confused.
Like
No,
the
it's
things
wrong.
that are
Juve
happening
was
in your
not
brain
asleep.
are all caused from physical stimulus. But
Do
the
what?
words themselves, they don't change anything in your brain. There's like a chemical's being released, but the chemical's not being released because a word is said.
well, the structure of a language that a person grows up with completely changes the way that their brain structures itself.
Actually, he's correct. When children are born, they can generate every phoneme known in the human language across all languages. As we grow up and learn a language, several of those phonemes fall to the wayside, and our ability to produce certain sounds just completely goes away.
Yeah, and like,
Children-
sorry.
Children raised by wolves.
So wait a minute, you're telling me that language is a priori?
Yeah. Children raised by wolves.
That's fucking bullshit. No, it's not.
Children raised by wolves, past a certain point, won't be able to develop language as adults.
The feral syndrome.
Yeah, to the full extent that adults can develop language, because
This is myth.
No, it's not.
No.
This is
It's
fucking
science
bullshit
fact.
myth that you're pulling up.
No, this is
Go to the APA website. It'll
What
have-
website?
the
Go to
American
the
Psychological
APA.
American Psychological Association.
Yeah. Y'all have just transcended my abilities at this point.
It is.
It's okay, Juve. This conversation, we just listen.
It is quite literally.
Thank you, my brother.
Like to the
Well, look, they're gonna have like perhaps some theories about the formations of the
No,
system.
it's
they
It
have
sounds like you're
theories.
gonna want to go
No,
like
they have-
Chomsky on it, right?
no,
it's-
they
That's
have
like the
hardcore
basic
science.
fundamental linguistic properties are
No,
going to be mirroring
listen.
like Kant's a priori.
Well,
You
no,
have
no,
this
it's
innate
like
ability
if you-
to speak in language, but it's been disproved in recent years.
No, actually, it is completely proven.
I mean,
Okay, take
to
take
say that language is a
developmental
priori, all you're merely saying is that you have innately the ability to learn a language, not that you have a language.
Yes.
Okay, take
But
Finnish.
if
You have
So
the ability
you
to
cannot
adapt.
constitute a principle of potential to
Right.
be an actuality.
No.
All right, so let's just
Well,
get
no,
that point.
stop and listen. It-
yeah.
Hey,
the
I'm
entire-
trying to get you to understand where I'm coming from.
Right,
Oh
right.
no, we understand. You have the ability to understand how to communicate with the group that you are involved with. So your intelligence derives from the group that you are cohabitating with. If they don't have a language per se, then you don't develop that linguistic framework. If you then later are introduced to a group that has that linguistic framework, you will never catch up. That is
Okay.
why children
Yeah,
who
feral
are
syndrome.
raised by wolves don't develop.
Children that are raised by wolves.
Another
okay, so
example
Well, that's the only
send
thing
me a
that
link
have-
to some child that's raised by a
That's
wolf.
that's
Okay.
there is another example. Finnish. Finnish has several phonemes in its language that are not in the English language. A person who was born and raised and learned to speak English, by the time they are 15 years old, there will be phonemes and sounds in the Finnish language they will never be able to replicate.
Right.
Also, if a person does not, like we were talking about with a feral syndrome, if you don't learn a language early enough, there's a possibility your brain will never be able to learn a language because you don't develop the framework or pathways. At that point, a person with a brain of that structure may not even be able to learn how to do basic math.
Yeah.
It
But that's
completely
not.
All right, so
structure your brain.
this
That's
entire
not to
thing
say-
stems from epigenetics, or was it not epigenetics? So we have the
Epigenetics have nothing to
epiphenomenal.
do with this.
You know
Genetics-
shit, Sherlock. So
genetics
we have the
would make
epiphenomenal,
us-
and then we have emergent properties.
Genetics.
Philip, excuse me
Like-
for being drunk, Philip, but for a second here, imagine that there are people in the world who understand concepts as well as you do. I'm a geneticist. I'm a biologist. When you throw epigenetics into a conversation like that, you are.
I wasn't saying epigenetics. I was trying to come up with a
You
word.
just fucking said
It was
it.
fucking. It's a word that starts with epi, but I was trying to think of
Okay.
epiphenomenal.
Okay.
God. Why don't you just
Okay.
sit down and relax?
I am relaxed. Okay.
I'm sure you are.
Genetics,
I am very
genetics and epigenetics.
I'm just
goes on
following what you were saying, okay? I'm just following what you were saying, and I'm trying to preempt and get on a wavelength with you to reach.
I'm going to
certain-
require this in a nice, well-written paper from both of you for grading. I want you to cite your sources.
I can actually do that. I did this for my thesis when I got my bachelor's degree.
Just to be annoying. Just to be annoying, it needs to be in Chicago format.
Oh yes. Oh, but it's great though. Turabian, man.
Okay, that's it. I'm done. I need something else.
Right here.
Someone tell me
got it
about
right here.
football or how to slaughter small children. I don't.
I read the Chicago Turabian manual in a black preacher voice for an open word night.
Ooh.
Did
Edgy,
that.
man. Edgy.
Did that. The blessed semicolon.
Hey, Pip,
gosh.
Pip, I respect you, Pip. I do.
Oh god, you killed
When
me.
I was referring to emergent properties, I was just referring to dynamics and the mechanics, dynamics, aesthetics game model. That was it. Aesthetic, but
You
whatever.
had no idea it would go that out of control.
Thanks, Juve, for posting that link. ClassicMarvelForever.com.
Oh, is that the old Marvel game?
Yeah, and then if you go to resources and downloads, you can find the old modules and everything.
No, that's not all of them.
Well, it's a lot of them. You can find like everything
that's not
for
all
the
of
game. So you can
If
find
you
more
need
than
every-
enough.
If you need more, let me know.
Juve. You do go and role play as a pirate, so.
I'm looking forward to our Marvel game, Pip. I'm going to go so deep into character, I'm going to force you to cry.
So what?
Juve, why don't you run free?
Oh, there was somebody who posted something about stuff like that recently.
What do I run?
Why don't
What?
you run
What somebody want me to run?
Freeport.
What's Freeport?
You know,
It's
it's
a
the
setting.
Pathfinder pirate setting. It's D&D with pirates. That's like the most you thing I could think of other than Cthulhu Tech.
Juve's just getting into Pathfinder. Come on,
Yeah.
give the guy a break.
I would figure
Have you even played a game of Pathfinder yet, Juve?
Wait a minute.
No, I haven't. I haven't made a character for Pathfinder yet.
Isn't Freeport the Paizo setting?
Yeah. There needs to be a
Pathfinder?
5e conversion.
It's a city. Freeport's a city.
Yeah.
Galarian.
Oh,
I
really?
mean, I
Okay.
probably have it in one of the modules that I procured, but other than that, I haven't done anything with Pathfinder.
I love the way
I
he's procured.
I meant like 5e,
It's very
like do a,
clearly worded.
I meant just do like a 5e conversion, just like do something like Freeport, Pirates and D&D. It works perfectly.
Right.
Talk about
Freeport
emergent
is like
properties.
their,
You got
Pirates are
background.
essentially murder hobos of their time. Like it fits perfectly.
Oh, I have a
Yeah.
funny story about the murder hobos thing.
Do what?
I've got a funny story about the murder hobos thing. I was caught off guard. I've got a girlfriend who is getting back into D&D, and she's got a bunch of her buddies who wants me to run a game for them, and I'm going to be running a game for them this Thursday. And I was sort of,
And you're going to have them murder hobos?
well, this is the thing. They wanted to play D&D, and I said, D&D is basically about murder hobos, right? Thinking that this would sort of ward them off from that and open the avenue to explaining about other systems and things that they could run. And they were totally enthused about playing murder hobos.
And they want to murder hobos.
They want to play murder hobos. They want to play
That-
classic D&D.
That is a little weird and says a lot about their psychological.
No.
sounds like
No.
What that means is they're more honest than the average gamer.
It says a lot about our preconceptions about how women want to play D&D.
No, I would, yes, but I would also say that says a lot about a person's psychological makeup. That you say it's murder hobos, yeah.
To be fair, I
What
also
does that
said
say
that.
about most gamers?
To be fair, I said that they could drink cocktails while playing, and they all went gay. So
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
Let's
I'm
get
looking
drunk
forward
and
to
murder
that.
some hobos.
yeah.
I've never heard murder hobos used before for D&D. This is new to
Parties
me.
are basically murder hobos. They're
They,
homeless
yeah.
people who go from place to place with all their stuff on their back, killing everything in their way.
And at least half the party had their parents killed by different orc raiders.
Yeah.
Or slaves of Drow for some reason. Somewhere in there.
Oh
typically.
shit, Juice. It looks like Paul Messier is interested in your game of 5e.
Yeah, I know. He posted that. But I forgot Andrew was going to run a game that we were talking about earlier, even in this chat. And so I think I'm going to play in that.
Was it the Passion Prison?
I think so. Yeah, that's the one he got the module for, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Are
that's
people
the one.
playing in Paul's games? I really hope so.
Now, see, if
I
you
don't
want
know. Paul had told, because he sent me a message. He said that if I could rally up the people to play in a game and stuff, he'd run it. And I said, yeah. And then I realized really quick that Andrew, because Andrew messaged me at the same time about the game he was running. So I was like, oh yeah, I do want to play that. So, and then who was it earlier who said something about Alice in Wonderland? Was that you?
Chepe.
Yeah, he's doing the Surrealist month.
So I meant to ask you more about that, because what do you? So it's inspired by that, but without giving
it's not
away
that.
too much.
I have a teaser for it on my channel where I do a very badly put together poem based off Pataphors that does it.
So is it like the setting of Alice in Wonderland, or just?
It's kind of like Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland, but meets
So a darker
greater
version,
amounts
kinda?
of LSD.
You literally get to play Carol's penis.
Yes. No. But
Wait, you don't get to play Lewis Carroll's penis?
no.
Breaker.
It's kind of just a loose world. We could just say it's like Forgotten Realms or something, and then you fall down the rabbit hole into a Planescape pocket dimension, and that dimension happens to be very Wonderland-esque.
Where you just wander into the wrong mythol.
When are you
Yep.
running that game?
So Outland.
Sometime in February.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Sounds
doing
like
a
it'd be cool.
Surrealist and Dreamscapes month for my channel. I'm going over some of my favorite subgenres and introducing them into role-playing, just to kind of give representation for them.
So
Is it full yet?
No, I haven't made the event yet. That's why I was mentioning it. I was asking if you were interested.
Oh, yeah, because I'm in the events page. I was kind of looking for it. Make the event. I might be interested.
Will the
Depends on
space available in the game change based off whether or not somebody's drank the wrong potion?
No, but it should.
What game is this y'all speaking of?
Alice in Wonderland.
My first 5v
Okay.
one-shot on the one-shot group.
sounds pretty cool.
Oh, but there will be heavy uses of the insanity stat. The sanity stat.
From DMG?
Mm-hmm. From the DMG. I've been wanting to experiment with that rules, and I thought it was
Wait,
suitable
so you
for
mean
the
I have to
Surrealism
role
month.
play?
Yep.
Oh, I don't know
And
about that.
also, some creatures you
breaker.
might not want to look at certain, like into their eyes or look at them directly, because that may or may not affect your mental well-being.
Okay,
So
here's
wait
a
a minute.
question.
Your
What if you're
character should
already-
be deaf and blind.
Yes.
What if you're already playing an insane character?
Turns out.
Turns out,
You can go the other way.
yeah, it
So-
can still get worse. You can always get worse.
No, dude,
There
I
should
don't
be-
know.
No immunity. There is only survival. Barely.
Oh my god, imagine if there was a sanity chart where when you rolled on it, your character had to become more logical.
That would be
Yeah.
amazing.
That's what I was thinking. So if you play an insane character, it should go the opposite way of everybody else. You started insane, so you're actually getting more and more normal. Where
No,
everyone else
I
is
don't
going
think logic
mad.
isn't normal.
Okay, I
We're
will
getting
just play
personal philosophy
Zeruchi, the
there
blind samurai.
Yeah, but that's just you anyways, Juve.
You are the blonde samurai.
But yeah, I like surrealism and dreamscapes.
Oh, have you seen? Speaking of, have you taken a look at The Strange yet?
Yes.
I'm.
I saw the
I'm not gonna comment.
I saw the YouTube video where the developers of the game were actually playing the game,
Mhm.
and it looks like Fate. Basically, you could play Fate the exact same way. Exact same way.
I just want to say this, and I know I said it earlier, but this 7D system is going to be awesome when it's done.
7D.
You know,
Wait a minute.
there's already a company that has that kind of shtick going on. The 66 people.
This isn't D6s, though.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying.
No, the
that's
7D
normal
system is by DMG, Info,
Yeah.
or whatever.
So his dice trick is that you.
Are we allowed to say it? I'm sure.
Yeah.
We've said it before, but
Yeah,
yeah.
we've said it before.
So here's the idea: you have different tiers. Every ability, no matter what your die roll is, you have to roll a 1 on the die. So if it's something that's like extremely easy, you do a D2 or a coin flip basically, and as it gets harder, you roll like a D20 because you know what I mean. But it's simple for anyone new to a game because all they need to know is what die to roll, and just roll a 1.
Yeah, roll low. So you can roll a huge handful of dice, and all you got to do is count the ones.
So you go from 50% chance to a 5% chance?
Yeah, depending on how good you are at something and things like that. I haven't read the full thing. I've just printed the beta PDF.
He's very into the realism of combat. So he talks about flanking and all that sort of stuff. And it's based on his home system that he's been running, but he's been developing with his groups.
Yeah.
So is that like a dice pool engine?
It can be, yeah. If you're better at something, you can have multiple dice, and then the way you get experience is you have tiers. So, for instance, you start off as a D2 tier, so very simple as low levels, and then you work your way up. You get like 5 points in it, and then you move up. Is it the opposite? I don't remember. I've barely read it.
It sounds like it would be the opposite because you would be less likely to do it with greater numbers, with a greater amount of die. Like a D20 would be the base.
Yeah, so it comes down to maximizing your chances of getting a 1, basically.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah. It's a system. I'm waiting for the play-tested and finalized version. I don't really want to get involved with the play-testing of it because I'm involved with about 3 people's different play-testing right now.
Right.
To attract that.
I would play-test it. It's just I'm not going to play-test it in my at-home groups just because we don't get together enough, and I'd rather play 5e at the moment.
AJ, I commend you. That is a hearty amount of generosity playtesting 3 different systems at one time.
But I would happily playtest this over the internet with some other people in that group.
Tipe, I'm not so generous. I really, really am not.
And you're pretty drunk right now since I'm not Juve.
Chepe. I'm not interested in playtesting the different systems, to be perfectly honest. I'm interested in 5th edition. I'm interested in exploring the different ways that I can use it to explore every single system I can. I'm interested in Mongoose's Traveller system and the Judge Dredd setting and the Strontium Dog setting. And I'm interested in whatever games are currently running with people that I like to play with on the one-shot group, where I can just pick up a a pre-rolled character and roll.
Yeah. Speaking of Traveller, have you heard about Spinward Traveller?
No.
A group in Washington just shot a television pilot based off the Traveller game called Spinward Traveller. Stars gamer heartthrob Brian Lewis in the lead role.
I do not know who that is.
Have you seen Gamers or the Darkness Rising?
No. I've seen Gamers.
In Darkness Rising, he was Brother Silence the monk.
Oh.
What's his name? Kaz. Yeah. He's
Juce is about to pan out.
Who, me? Dude, I'm reading.
Looks like you're about to keel over. Your head was down. You were just yawning.
No, I'm reading.
Oh, no. I'm the only one that's allowed to sleep during the hangout and pass out on live stream and be like...
I'm looking at the PDF of this because I'm trying to figure out damage still. That's something I have not found in here is how you do like damage and stuff, but I think it's just a success or a fail, so you either kill something or you don't.
I think a D12 system would be pretty slick.
I would like that just because D12s get no love.
I thought there already was.
Like a D12 because a clock is broken down. It's like a base 12 system, and you can have 1s, 3s, 4s, 6.
Tefra.
I think it all breaks down really well for 12s.
Have you tried?
The hardest thing for you to do is you have a 1 in 12 chance.
See,
what is that?
Tefra. D12.
All D12s, and in fact based on a clock-like flavor.
Yeah, that sounds good.
But okay,
I'm interested in that.
Using a D12 is fine, but why would that make it more interesting than something else?
No, I'm just saying it sounds slick.
Yeah, I just like the D12 die. I wish I
It's,
used it more.
Their engine works really well. It's just one of those. Tephra is really cool. You can build a lot of neat characters. It's just its great weakness is that you have to hyper specialize a character to be able to do anything.
Oh yeah, you gotta get rid of that.
Yeah.
So
and
12 classes, 12 races.
The
everything random.
well, you actually can random roll your racial abilities.
Your attributes,
Your
2d12
attributes
straight
are
down
all
the
on
line.
a D12.
2d12 straight down the line.
1 through 12. That's right.
Yeah, it's two.
So you can roll a 2.
Charts, but it's. Let me see if I can.
Hope it's not your IQ, AJ.
The highest human potential is
I can't roll that.
12.
I can't roll play at an IQ of 2.
I think
I undulate.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
You are a vegetable.
Yeah, there's that's probably invisible on the screen, but that's
Yes, it is.
like traits of a gnome. It's 12 random racial traits a gnome might have.
I actually thought
What's
attributes
number
would go up to
6?
24. Mathematically, it makes more sense to me.
Did you say what's a 6?
Yeah.
All attributes between 4 and 24. Use 4d6. Don't
Okay.
use modifiers the way they currently are, but like for instance, strength, it would make sense. You have a max of 24. Say you could, lift easily 240 pounds.
Oh.
It's like
it just makes more sense in my
it's like
opinion.
GURPS, 3 to 18.
Yeah.
Well, I think it might just make more sense to, instead of rolling ability scores like having an 18, just do roll a 1d6, and whatever you get on that roll, that's your plus.
Yeah, I've seen people do that. Isn't that actually how the point buy system works for like mutants and masterminds, kinda?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I think actually would work if you you just use the numbers as the modifiers. Yeah.
But, having any negatives can be fun too, so I don't want to downplay that.
We could do
well, your negative would be 1 through 3.
you roll a
'cause they're so low.
D10. 1 through 5 is negative. 6 through 10 is plus.
It's not quite as slick anymore though.
Fox, have you heard of Age Past?
No, I haven't.
Oh, they have a free download off their site for the playtest. If you want to, I'd love your opinion on the system at any point.
I will. If you shoot me a link, I will try to get some time to look at that. I'm going to be editing most of this coming week because I'm going to try to get our Eclipse Phase review out before February.
It's just agepass.com. Like it's literally the name of the thing.
5th edition, Posey.
What's number 6, folks? Don't leave me hanging.
What's up?
Sorry.
5th edition curbed the negative numbers, if you notice, if you look at... Because really, the math is basically the same as it was before, with like 3.5. It's just they got rid of like negative racial modifiers. And then instead of making it so it's 3d6, it's now 4d6, drop the lowest. So all they did was, change the number so it was just slightly higher, so you didn't have as many negatives. But it's still roughly the same, like... I don't know if you know what I'm kind of saying, but... It's kind of like the same math, you know what I mean? But instead of using smaller numbers, you have slightly higher numbers. But it's still that same curve, kind of. Do you know what I'm saying, kind of? I don't think I'm wording it correctly.
You know what doesn't make sense to me? Is halfling with a 20 strength.
Why?
It's just...
They're stocky. They're stocky.
In my
They have
mind,
large
they look
feet
like
for
this
leverage.
fucking bag full of nuts. That's like way too tight.
Well, you can't look at the artwork for the halflings. You gotta, draw your own halflings.
Yeah, that was
'Cause
definitely that's
they had those
definitely
thin,
the
delicate
biggest
ankles.
complaint with
Yeah,
5e.
those frail
by
bodies.
far.
Those
It's
Chepe
ash.
bodies will not hold anything up.
Those Chepe bodies won't hold anything up.
Oh my god, Juve and Chepe. That should be the series.
There you go,
I can already tell that Juve's got a high constitution. Oh, thanks, Fox.
I was wondering what your thoughts of the Elegant 10 were. They give a basic idea of the mechanic on the site. Anyway, sorry, Fox.
Oh, right on.
I'm the weirdo in the group. I like the one-roll engine.
I like that. I like that, folks. That's a good one.
Yeah, the thing about this 7D system, it seems like it would be simple, like for new players, and I think that's why I think it'll be good.
I told DMG that I want to see that played on a one-shot group, so
Yeah.
that we can on the one-shot, so we can see them play.
People
Right,
aren't
because-
playtesting. We had 2 people offered to test their games. 2 or 3 people, 3 different companies try to offer their games for playtesting.
I offered to play.
And people haven't just signed up. They weren't filled, and I don't know why.
Well, why would we when we have so much to offer? We
Well,
have so
okay,
many,
who all volunteered to play in them? Did you? For
I
instance,
did.
Like, who are these random people
I do every
entering
single
into
one
the
of them.
community?
Baker Street did. The guys who were doing the Ninja Kickstarter one, I forgot the name of the game, but they did that. There's another person who is doing their homebrew system as well. I volunteered for every single one of them, and so far, no,
Do you remember
never
who the
filled up.
the authors were of these?
Yeah, I like the ninja one.
What were their actual names of the people? Because I'm
I
gonna
think
post
one guy's name was Bryce.
It's been a while. Bryce is the guy with Baker Street, yeah.
Bryce Whitaker. Yeah, I talked to him.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna play Baker Street.
I want
Yeah,
to.
Baker
so
Street
bad.
sounds interesting.
I really do. And
Okay, let's do it then.
All right, you guys, you're in 18th century London. The foul stench of steam comes up out of the
So
street
I'm going
grate.
to tag you guys.
I'm stoking the on the streets on the side here. I'm a brick maker. I'm a brick maker, so I've stacked up my bricks. The shit. What we use? We used coal or something stacked around the bricks in a pile on the side of the road.
There.
And I've got to cover it over.
Everyone.
And I set it on fire.
Were
And
you
that's why
interested,
I'm
Fox?
I'll be king. I'm there.
In what now?
Were you interested in trying this game too?
Baker Street.
I will have to try to find some time to do that.
Fox
well,
doesn't get
there's
into
no set
things.
time or date.
There was,
Yeah, just play a game.
but then it got canceled because people canceled like.
I
half the group
canceled. That's why it was canceled.
It wasn't just you. It was
I would have
like-
canceled it too, Posey, if you weren't there.
I know.
I'm there.
This guy was like, Bryce was like, this guy is the investigator. If he's
You know,
not
that's
there,
how Main
he's gonna
Man
play
started.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
So
that's
what's
how Main Man
Baker
started.
Street?
Sherlock Holmes, Juve.
It's an investigation, I think.
I love
like-
investigation mechanics. I love seeing how they did it. That's why I have Gumshoe. Because I've been looking for different kinds of investigation games, especially mechanics themselves that unfurl it rather well. And from it looks like, especially what they did with threat levels, there's some interesting takes they have on the mechanics. I'm not exactly sure what the effects are when they roll.
You ever think it's kind of odd? Like, we spend all this money to buy ideas on paper.
Yes.
Like, that's what we
Wow.
spend tons of money on. We're not buying
Well,
anything
that's
that...
what school is, right?
That's
I
true.
think it's also a great step in human evolution.
That's very true.
I
I
agree.
was just thinking about that. I'm like, oh, yeah, anyone could come
Our,
up with a
our
role-playing
brains are to the
system.
point where we can assign fiat, value to things that have no permanence
Practical.
or practical existence.
Like math.
But I will say, a well-crafted gaming experience. And Juve fell asleep. Someone record.
No,
I don't have a
I
screen
am wide
cap.
awake, you fucker, and I heard that, and my vengeance will be seen from 1,000 years, from
That's your
1,000 suns.
podcast
You
partner
wait,
from Salt
champion.
and Pepper.
Vengeance will be mine.
Unto the 7th generation of your family.
Don't worry, we're gonna get that little clip of him saying he can't tie his shoes.
Yep.
Oh, God.
That happened
all
one
cut
time.
out.
I was trying to give a hyperbole, and damn it.
That wasn't no fucking hyperbole.
And
That was straight from the
because
heart.
of what you just said, that is your punishment right there. Juve fell asleep. Record him. Yes, I heard that, you traitor fucker.
In
Anyway.
a world which is rapidly heading towards abundance, the future of commerce is creativity. And we, as role players, are the pinnacle of the new drive.
Nah.
You just
A
think-
really
you
well-crafted, well-tested game is not something everyone can produce, especially when it's presented in a way that aids something at it, which is why really good things like Numenera, which is like $30 for literally 30 years worth of gaming, like the price value.
You know what 30 years of gaming is?
Hmm.
Heroes Unlimited, man. Heroes Unlimited. It's been 30 fucking
Yeah,
years.
This is the
of
longest
Yes,
living
I-
game.
Yes. Yes, I can get behind
it's-
that. I understand that system. I own it. It's in my office.
It's still the
Maybe-
same system as it was 30 years
Anything
ago.
you want
Maybe
with
a
it.
nightmare to navigate, but that system has stood this test of time. I'm
Has
still
it really
it.
though?
Yeah.
It's kind of it's a little rough around the edges at this
It's
point.
rough. It's always been rough because it's a fucking dinosaur. It's a dinosaur.
And they don't want to change it. They just want to leave it as it is.
It may be a dinosaur, but if I throw you in the ring with a Tyrannosaurus Rex, you are not going to come off first base, my friend.
They don't want to do that thing where people have a giant pile of books they bought from them that are suddenly irrelevant.
Well, they don't have to worry about a giant pile of books. They only have 7 for Heroes Unlimited or something like that.
This is another thing that bugs me about game
They guard
companies.
them jealously.
There's a business model they could do that that would be consumer friendly and that would give them long-term benefits overall, like a sustainable business
Well,
model.
here's
with
the
regular income.
question: did it emerge within the last 15 years?
What,
Because
the
if
business
so,
model? Yeah,
because
well,
if so,
yeah.
Kevin Simbita is terrified of it.
Yes.
Oh God,
I
here
know
we
One of us has got to
go.
win a lot. One of us has got to win a lottery and turn up there with a bunch of money and say, "I'm going to fund the next printing project that you do for the next 6 runs of this product, but you must let me edit it myself."
Think
No.
about the Disney
If
Vault.
we win the lottery, AJ, why would we buy that when we can just go and create our own company, take what they've done and just tweak it? Like, okay, Heroes Unlimited would not be that hard to tweak with a little bit better system that wouldn't be a complete blatant ripoff. You know?
Because they already have the name.
You don't need the name. Screw the name. You're
No,
gonna get
just
what,
imagine.
500 possible buyers?
New,
Really?
improved. Finally, somebody fixed fucking Palladium.
Nobody's gonna go back to Heroes Unlimited, the abandoned ship 10 years ago.
I don't know. I still love Heroes Unlimited.
So do I.
It needs fixed though. I love Palladium games so much, but their system.
What would you fix?
Formatting, mega damage.
Yeah,
Mega
but
Damage is
formatting has nothing, and Mega Damage isn't in Heroes Unlimited unless you have the Powers Unlimited book.
Environment.
But okay, so formatting doesn't cause a book to be, a new edition. It just is a formatting thing.
They need first of all, they need a revamp of the power scenario. I don't think the 2 tiers is cutting it. I think that if they're going to have the divergence of power between them, they need to have at least 3 tiers. One,
You mean for strength and stuff?
No. I mean like for
the actual
powers,
powers.
like major and minor. I think they need a thing in between those 2. I
Oh,
also think that
Or at least have a minor version of each major, like a feature.
That's what I
within
think
it.
would be better.
Yeah,
you have
that-
like
that-
a minor, a medium, and a major version, and then like a godlike level.
On the Palladium forums, we actually developed the sub-minor powers, which were below the minor powers.
Mhm.
And that worked out quite well for the tick-like settings, which is what I actually based it on.
Oh, psionics.
But I meant like
each
each major power had a minor segments of it. Like just taking one aspect, like a feature of it, would be a minor power. It would add so much ease to the system and so many more interesting options. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Like if it was more, if the powers were more modular, and because they all have the individual aspects of it, right? Because people kind of do that anyway. Like that's what I did when I reskinned my character.
Again, would be a good use of Powers Unlimited.
See, but the idea is that you just so you're thinking for balance for that, or are you thinking so you can play different types of?
I'm thinking for
heroes?
variety.
Okay.
I'm thinking for variety, and balance is a funny thing in Palladium, and I don't know that it's actually necessary.
Yeah, I come from that school because of Palladium. I don't care about balance.
Yeah, true.
And I know that's why.
And I think balancing Palladium would ruin it. I think it would kill its flavor. But there's like minor tweaks to the system. To that, I would do the attacks per melee system. I think could stand to be tweaked a little bit.
How armor works.
Oh, I can tell you one thing I would do. Armor could.
I like how armor works.
It's all right. Yeah. I might toy with it, but I don't know if I'd change it. There needs to be one experience track for all
everything.
Characters. One goddamn track, please, dear God, give me one track. That's all I want.
So just do it. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, that would be fine with me because I like that it's like that for 5th edition.
Because I want it to still be Palladium, but it could run a little smoother.
Mm-hmm.
And skills need fixed. Skills, there are so many skills that could be collapsed to have fewer ones.
Yeah, I think when you pick, you should be able to pick a set of them. You know, so, and that's your scholastic.
I like the way
You can
Heroes Unlimited
pick a
does
couple
does their education.
But I don't think
are you alive?
What?
I think it sounds like he's snuggling up in a
waifu pillow.
A onesie.
Bag.
It sounds like he's making love to a waifu pillow.
I was gonna say, did you just accuse him of like cuddling up with a Dutch wife? Then?
Wow.
See, I don't know about messing with the skills too much, but at the same time, I want it to speed up. Like, get rid of all the physical skills; they're not necessary.
I'm trying.
You don't need attribute bumps for the sake of having them.
There's a gentleman that I talked to, Mike Leonard, who's working on an engine that he's been kind of pitching to Mr. Simbita.
Oh no, he should have kept it for himself.
Well, he works with Palladium already, so.
Oh, who is it?
Mike Leonard.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, better stat names.
I like the stat names.
I actually like the stat names too.
So do I. I think it gives it. I think it gives it sort of.
You could change like physical prowess to dex.
Nah, I think it gives it its own character. He was working on a thing he called like a rules light version, like a Palladium basic style engine.
He's been talking about that on the forums for years, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, and it's like I'm not going to talk about any of the ideas he pitched me because I don't think it's my place to do so. But they were good. He had some really good ideas.
Palladium D20 for combat.
Oh, people have already
skill
converted
rolls.
it.
Done.
People have already converted it to that. People have converted it to the Marvel heroic role-playing system over on RPG.net. It's been converted to various systems.
Yeah.
Over in the chat there, I've linked the website that I was working on back in 2007. This is from Wayback Machine because the site is now defunct. But you can check out the Powers Unlimited there and what we
the
did.
ones you were adding in and stuff?
Yeah, this is the group combined effort from the message boards there, and I was basically working as the archivist, and I was putting them in proper format.
So why is the site defunct?
Because because I lost interest in Palladium, man. Because they weren't moving with the times. They weren't updating their stuff. The people that worked on the Powers Unlimited 1, 2, and 3, Carmen, said that he paid no attention to what was going on with the Powers Unlimited thread, and I found that to be extremely disingenuous. Because
maybe he didn't, and maybe somebody gave him a list of them though.
Look, we were working on a bunch of different powers, right? We didn't give a crap.
Yeah, no, there's still a thread over there for powers.
Oh yeah, it's huge. It's like
huge.
300 pages.
Yeah.
And to point out that he didn't pay any attention to it, but to look at the Powers Unlimited books, none of the powers that we wrote about are in there. Now,
you mean verbatim how you guys wrote them?
No, I'm talking about none of the concepts and stuff that we wrote about are in there. So he had to consciously pay attention to what was there and not do it.
But why would they do that? Because if you think about it, as soon as you post something to those forums, they own it. They even clearly state it in the terms of use. So why would they purposely ignore your guys' stuff that was in the forums?
They're not. They're avoiding the conflict, right? So put two and two together, Juice. I mean, I don't care anymore. But I'm saying at the time, it seemed like they were avoiding stuff that we had written because they didn't control it. Because they didn't want to get involved in any potential lawsuits and stuff because...
even though there wouldn't be any, but yeah.
There wouldn't be any. There wouldn't be any. We would just be jazzed out to be involved somehow. But yeah, that's just generally the way it worked. And Powers Unlimited is fine. And my website was fine. And all of our creative outputs were fine. But I wasn't interested in maintaining my website and keeping all that stuff because it was an enormous amount of work on my part. But there's the archive for you, right there on the Wayback Machine, preserved for all time.
Hey, that's my trademark. I have the archive.
Oh no, I have the archive.
He's like half asleep over there. Look at him. He doesn't even know what the hell's going on.
No, that's just.
I am fully awake. I just woke
He's
up.
reclined.
Okay?
Look at him. He can't even keep his eyes open.
I'm
Me
awake.
started
I hear
podcast.
everything. I'm aware of everything that's going on. Thank you very much.
I could have just woke up.
Your-
If my eyes are closed, I'm falling back asleep.
I like these modern skills.
I
was
say I like these modern pills.
Skills.
Oh, okay. Modern
Yeah.
skills. Gotcha.
Yeah. I actually deleted the minor archives and the major powers and the minor powers because a lot of that was my own work. Just getting all of the stuff from the different contributors there that I've listed and formatting it on Palladium's format. And I deleted it all. But it's
Arch,
all,
do you like
it's all
One
still
Roll
there.
Engine by any chance?
What is it?
Do you like One Roll Engine?
I actually don't think I've looked through one roll. Unless I'm just confusing myself. What's a game that is on it?
Monsters and Other Childish Things, A Dirty World. Let's see. What else they got? Wild Talents. Probably the best known. Godlike as well.
Oh, okay. One roll is godlike. I know well. I can't give you a fair assessment of that. I would need to go over it to make my brain know it much sooner. I remember it being weird.
That's what everyone says.
Coco.
Not like, floating your dice down the river weird, but
No, One Roll Engine.
there was that one roll. I don't think that was one roll.
All right. Hey guys, I'm gonna bounce because it's like 5 a.m. here, and I have a lot of stuff to do today.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize it got this late this quick. So you guys feel free to hang out and talk if you still want to, but I'm done.
Time flies when you're hanging with Fox.
I'm calling it.
Bye, guys.
I
Have a
would
good
like
one.
to talk. I would like to talk to people because actually you're my only friends at the moment.
Oh, at the moment.
Just so fucking depressing.
On that note,
Whatever.
we'll end there.
Aw, Juve.